4 people per clip. So gonna have to work around each other a little bit, but we'll basically do sections. One guy will do a fender, one guy will do half a hood, one guy will do the other half of the hood, one guy will do the other fender, something like that. So that's kind of the plan. I have a whole book of stuff that we usually do in class in here, but most of what we're gonna do is hands-on in the shop, so we're gonna kind of just go out there, start doing stuff and explain it as we do it. So you guys can take your notebooks with you if you want. The masks are paint masks, so we do have dust masks in the back for when we're sanding and whatnot. You can wear that mask, but you just have to blow it out good before we paint it. So anything you want to add to that?
No, we're ready to rock.
All right. Well, let's go in the shop. Safety glasses, it's up to you if you want to wear them. So we're gonna strip these. This is E-coat. These panels are all A and D panels that they were donated to us for the class. We built these carts for them to sit on, more like they're bolted on a car, even though they're not adjustable. So basically you would start with adjusting the panels the best you can to get your gas, and they're not going to be perfect. There's almost no car I've ever seen where things just bolt on and it just fits perfectly. So generally we shoot for 3/16, so we've got this little gap tool that you run down in the gap and you can see if it's tight, like there it's good, there it's a little tight, there we're good. So this is a good little thing to have, a little guide that just tells you, okay, it's a little big there, I'm going to do a little cutting there. But when we strip these, we're going to use 80. So anything over bare metal, nothing finer than 80. Because when you put a scratch in a softer substrate like paint or primer or filler, it leaves a much deeper profile than it does in metal. Because metal's much harder. So a lot of guys will sand their metal out to 320, 400 even, and anything over 180 is honestly just polishing metal. At that point, you're polishing, you're not sanding, because that metal's so hard, that sandpaper, it kills the sandpaper right away and it just polishes it, and then you'll have adhesion problems. So nothing finer than 80 on bare metal ever, in my opinion anyway.
Yeah, and I would say you're gonna go through a lot of 80. It's best to have like a brand new piece. I mean, I would do one. You're gonna use a lot of sandpaper, but personally, I would use one piece per section of, here, there. You probably use 4, at least 4 on this piece, because although it's should go like 80, it needs a real true 80. And as you start sanding, it cuts it down a little bit. You're taking away from an adhesion, and this is the foundation of everything. I would definitely spend a little more money on sandpaper, but make sure it's not. You don't use a big piece of paper too long. If that makes sense. It's actually really important that it's a consistent 80. It's not 80 here and you've used it for a while and you get over there and now it's 80, but it's not half as aggressive as it was here. It needs to be consistent across it.
And these are done in E-coat, electronic coating. Basically, they dip it and it's kind of, I don't know how it works entirely, but it's electronically coated or electrically coated somehow. So basically, in my experience, I mean, if this was collision work, you would GA this, paint it, bolt it on the car. But in my experience, I've found rust under E-coat many times stripping, depending on where the part come from. And if it's a cheap part from China, it's probably got some real crappy primer on it, and they didn't care about it before they put it on there. A&D's a little better about it, but we're still going to strip them just to kind of go through the process. So when we start stripping, we're going to basically what we do first, we start with basically a buffer, a big grinding wheel, and then these are 8-inch discs, 80 grit. So these will go on here, plugged in. But we're going to strip these. We're not going to strip them entirely with this. We're going to get the majority of it off with the big one, and then we're going to come back with a DA and finish it. So one thing you got to really think about when you're doing this is heat. can warp your panels with this tool. This is all friction, and friction means heat. And these skins, that's one reason why we don't sandblast these, is if you sandblast in the middle of the skin, it's probably going to warp it from the heat and the pressure. So when we do this, we want to do a lot slower than that. So generally slower is better when you're doing this. It seems backwards, but when you go slower, it doesn't get everything as hot. And especially if you're stripping like lacquer paint or old finishes, enamels, when you get them hot, they just turn to gum, and it'll plug your paper immediately. So we always basically just kind of play with it, just kind of go a little slow, and don't stay in one spot too long. Keep moving, because if I were to just grind on this one spot, you're not only gonna maybe warp it, but you are also sanding on the metal. If you sand on one spot for a long time, you can actually sand some of the thickness of the metal off, create a wave, create a dent, things like that. So basically, we're gonna start getting it to look basically like this, where it's mostly metal. There's a couple little lines of black here and there yet, and then we'll come across with a DA and finish that out, get all the black off of it, and then we'll go to our welding, doing our gaps, things like that. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with the DA. So there's we've got this is 6-inch paper for the DA. It sticks on there. So yeah, I guess if you guys want to grab dust masks, I'll get some extension cords in here and get everybody some tools, and we'll start stripping. There's masks over here. I gotta get some gloves. Stripping. What we just did is mechanical stripping, they call it, where you're mechanically stripping, physically stripping it, abrasive type stripping. So there's a few different types of stripping. What we did is basically panel stripping, I'll call it, where we're not trying to warp stuff, we're trying to gently strip it. But if we were doing like a whole car, we would be blasting a lot of stuff inside of fenders, inside of the doors, the door shells, the door jambs, inside the car, the bottom of the car, but not the skins. You don't want to blast the skins. You will almost certainly warp stuff. Even they have the wet blasting stuff out there now, soda blasting and all that. Even with that, you can still really warp stuff. The whole idea with that is you don't have the heat because you have the water to cool it. But in my opinion, I've had stuff wet blasted and it's come back ruined. Sometimes, not always, but more often than not, generally we just strip everything ourselves. We don't really send it out to a blaster or anything because it's a quality control thing. But so that's dry blasting. Obviously, you can use sand, walnuts, charcoal. There's all different types of media, glass beads. There's all different stuff you can use that will help not warp things. Like walnuts, they don't make any heat, but they also don't really strip very fast. We just use sand. We just use silica sand, but carefully. You don't want to sit in one spot and for too long. Kind of basically the same concept. You kind of go back and forth, try not to heat it too much, even on parts that are, I'll say, solid. You got a frame rail or something, you still don't want to just sit there and dig in one spot. You can actually dig a crater in the metal, because you can blast a hole in metal if you blast it long enough. You have nothing left. So basically you just want to blast until it's clean. But a lot of times we'll start, if it's a a rusty car, I'll say, we'll disassemble it, put it on the rotisserie, we'll blast it, strip it, see what we got, fix the structural things that we need to fix. You know, if there's floor pans and stuff like that, frame rails and you know, trunk pan and stuff like that. Some of that stuff you can fix on the rotisserie, but for the most part, you should always have it on the ground, especially for fitting body panels, quarter panels, you know, fitting the doors on, things like that. You definitely want it on the wheels or mounted to a cart at the suspension points. You want the weight of the car basically like it's on its wheels at all times for just about every stage of bodywork. Especially when you're getting down to gaps panel to panel, you don't ever want to do any of that type of stuff on a rotisserie, because especially when you put stuff on a rotisserie, it tends to bend and bow, and the car, the way a lot of people do it, they make the car the brace. They bolt the rotisserie on this end, and the car is the brace, and that's not really how we do it. If you look at this picture, we've got a box tube that we run from each arm, where you would typically bolt to the back bumper mount or whatever. Those arms, we run a box tube from front to back, 3x3 box tube, and then we basically make stanchions or body mounts off of that. It just kind of helps not flex the body so much. It gives it a little more strength. You're using the box tube as a frame really on the rotisserie, but that doesn't mean it's good enough to put doors on, because this frame is not going to be nearly the same as what you're going to put it on. You know, you want it when you're doing panel to panel, you're doing bodywork, fitment type stuff. You want to be, you know, on the weight of everything, and you want to use the parts that you're going to use in the end, more or less. So
when you're 3/16 gap, you know, an 1/8 inch is huge. So if it flexes just barely, not even the eye, your gaps are ruined, everything. To the point of soda blasting, I've had lots of people have it done, and I've had people that I know what they're doing. They're good. I mean, they're great. They're great at what they do. If you don't clean the soda out completely, if you don't take so much time to get the soda out, it will bubble up later. The soda, for some reason, if you don't get it out of the metal, like you've got to go back over and basically sand everything again, you'll have problems with soda later, and you'll start seeing bubbles in all the jams. I mean, I think it's worth it, but it's not worth it. I would rather just use regular sand in a door jam, like you said.
another thing with wet blasting is you're gonna get sand in every nook and cranny of the car, and now you've got if you're wet blasting, now you've got a bunch of mud in the rockers and the bottom of the quarters and all the places you can't get to. That shit just collects in there, and now you can't blow it out. You'd have to take a pressure washer or something, wash it out, which isn't really ideal, being that it's in bare metal. So with the wet blasting, they use chemicals in there like Whole Type 100 and things like that don't. It basically just neutralizes the water so that it changes the pH and the oxygen level and all that, so that it doesn't actually make it rust. And then it's supposed to have some sort of like a flash coating on it that you would sand off later, but basically it just is just to make it not rust again. Basically, while you're doing metal work or whatever, it's kind of I don't know. It's not a fix-all. It's a temporary thing for sure. So basically, when we're stripping, so even by the time we just strip that stuff, even by the time we go back in there and we're gonna put it in the booth, we technically we're probably not going to just because of time, but we should re-sand everything right before it goes back in the booth. 30 minutes exposed to oxygen, and steel will start to flash rust, they call it. It's microscopic, you can't see it, but if you put it under a microscope, you'll have tiny little spots of rust just from the oxygen in the air. 30 minutes is what they say. A lot of the primers and stuff have rust encapsulators in them, which basically neutralize that microscopic bit of rust, and you will probably be fine. But if you had something that was sitting, you stripped it a week ago, and then you're just going to put it in the booth and prime it, that's probably not a good idea. So all things to kind of keep in mind.
Obviously, climate. You know, if you're in Florida, that tolerance is even lower. Like it's. There's a gentleman that came in one of my other classes. He said he could do it, and within 10 minutes, you could literally see the rust.
especially like that's humidity, but there's salt water all around, and it's a different humidity, you know. It's not good for bodywork, you know. So mechanical stripping is what we just did, sandblasting, you know, abrasive type stripping, where you're actually mechanically stripping the panel. Chemical stripping, we were talking a little bit about earlier, about having cars like acid dipped and things like that. And I've done one car that was acid dipped, and we ended up sandblasting it because it had all the acid that, I don't know if they didn't clean it out well enough or what, but it had from like the door seam edges and the rocker pinch welds, all the seams, it was basically weeping acid back out. So we epoxied this stuff, and then like 2 days later it's eating the epoxy off because all the acid is coming back out, and it was a disaster. So yeah, we epoxied it and then ended up stripping it again, blasting it, but dry blasting it with sand, and then basically starting over. So in my experience, I wouldn't recommend it, but I'm sure that there's plenty of guys that do a good job. But I think we got a guy that just didn't do that good of a job, more or less.
You're rolling the dice with it.
Yeah.
Or the other way, you know, if you just do the outside, and then you sandblast it, you just gotta take care of the sand.
Mm-hmm. The only thing with acid is it will get in places that you can't get with sand. You know, you'll strip the inside of the rockers and way down in the bottom of the quarter panel where you can't even see, but that kind of opens up another can of worms. Now you got to get something in there and coat it, which they make all kinds of wands and fogging systems and whatnot to get into cavities, and you know, either spray epoxy in there or some sort of wax film or something like that. But I wouldn't recommend really doing, if you're going to do a cavity wax, I wouldn't do that till after paint for sure. Otherwise you'll run into lots of problems with fish eyes and all that. So you don't want to introduce wax or any sort of silicone type stuff anywhere along the way, really.
And really, even though you're spraying something in there, you know, being dipped and submerged in acid, it's getting in everywhere. That you just stuff a wand in there, and chances are it's not gonna get the backside of something, that it's just gonna spray whatever it can. When it's dipped, and it's pulling all of it off. And so, how do you properly treat the backsides of all that stuff so it gets covered, so it doesn't rust later? It's pretty difficult. So, I think chemical stripping's great. It's just there's some things that are limiting for like that. You know, you can't. There's no way to get in there and print and get it completely covered. So it's gonna be parts of your car that just are bare metal no matter what. Where if you just left it the same, mechanically strip the outside, sandblast the hard areas. You know, like jams. I personally think that's the best way to do it. If nobody's ever taken their car to get their outside panels to get sandblasted, and particularly if they don't know what they're doing, they'll ruin the car. We had a 88 K5. They had the hood done, and they brought it to us to do body work on it, and it had just been sandblasted. Done. It was so bad, it was over. Like they wanted to keep it original. This hood was so warped. It's got braces that go across. Wherever the braces were, wherever the outside is, just these big dishes. It was done. So you gotta find somebody who's really good at sandblasting, and you're still get a chance of warping, or you just gotta mechanically do it yourself.
So for areas like that, like the backside, a lot of hoods, you know, they have the bracing, but you actually have to strip the backside of the skin, the top and the bottom of the skin, and you don't want to do that. You want to blast the braces, but you don't want to blast the skin. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll take duct tape, put a few layers of duct tape over the skin, and that kind of gives it a cushion where it doesn't, you know, it's that sand won't warp the skin. It'll just destroy the tape before it destroys the skin. So I'll do that. A lot of times I'll blast the frame of the hood or whatever you might be working on, trunk lid, things like that. But for things like that, there is a Core Clean 44. It's a chemical stripper, but it is not a paint stripper. It's a rust eater basically. So some pictures here. So
You ever do e-coating?
I haven't.
Strip it in acid, strip and then e-coat it?
I've never had anything e-coated after it's been stripped. You could. That would be, if you were gonna have a car dipped, that would probably be the best way to continue, would be e-coating, because then at least you can get something on the inside of the rockers and things like that that you're not gonna be able to get anything on. But even then, the outside skins, I would probably strip again and use epoxy and go that route, because e-coat is super thin. It's like a half a mil. It's like ridiculously thin in most cases. So
And it matters. I don't know if you've ever bought cheap e-coated parts. There's some e-coats you can just scrape off with your fingernail. So I mean, you're running the risk of how well did they prep it before they put the e-coat on. I would rather just strip it off and myself did.
right, yeah. Otherwise, you're gambling your whole paint
Foundation.
system on that. You know, that's step one. If that fails, everything on top of it fails. So.
Yeah, the cheaper the part, the cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna
Yep,
be.
and I've
If you got a
found,
really
you know-
good quality part, it's probably pretty good, but.
Yeah.
Right. And we've done cars where, you know, you pretty much rebuild the whole car, everything's new. New quarters, new doors, new fenders, hood, roof skin, I mean, all that stuff comes e-coated. And then when we're stripping it, depending on the quality of the part, I've found rust blisters under e-coat. I mean, you would never wanna go right over that. So, but Core Clean 44, this is a international travel haul hood. This is the backside, so that's the skin, there's the brace, this is the backside of the hood skin. There's some rust there that you can't really sand or grind off, and you don't wanna, ideally you would sandblast it, but you don't wanna do that because then you'll probably ruin the skin. So this is Core Clean 44, that's the jug, it's in the One Choice line. But it's basically like it's almost like petroleum jelly. It's like a really thick, clear jelly type stuff, and you put that over it. You smear it all over the whole area, cover it in plastic, and then basically the next day, this is what you'll have. You let this stuff sit overnight. The next day, you come in, and you'll have this mess here. But all this brown, you can see where the plastic wrinkles were and all that brown is rust that's been extracted out of that pit. So
I've never heard of that.
yeah, it's works awesome. So you might have to do it a couple times. That's after one time. It's a lot better, but there's still some brown there. So sometimes, depending how deep that rust pit is, you might have to do it a couple times, but way safer than blasting or even trying to grind the pit out of the metal, because then you're just making the metal super thin and a recipe for disaster later. So
So you're buying that through your supplier?
yeah. Anywhere that carries PVC stuff, you can get this from them. Yep. I think it's CFX. CFX 744, I think, is the part number.
How many applications does it usually take?
Usually at least two. Like I said, it depends though on the rust, but you don't want to let it sit longer than a day either, because you'll come in the next day and even covering it in plastic, that's why we cover it in plastic so it doesn't dry out immediately. But even covering it in plastic, you'll peel it off and the edge of the plastic will want to stick and it's starting to dry. So, you know, the next morning, come in, peel it off. I just use wax and grease remover. I'll wipe it off as much as I can, wax and grease remover it. I'll sand it again, and then do that process again until the rust is gone.
Does it look like?
So-
I mean, the rust it changes color. It goes actually like the color of like a new metal.
Yeah. The rust will be gone when you're done. It'll look like you sandblasted it almost, except it won't be quite so rough looking. It'll be smoother because it's not got a blast
So it
profile.
won't even have like that little black pigment to it? It'll be clean?
It'll be clean metal. So if you have a black, like if you're doing this and there's little black spots down there, like way down in the pit, the black is actually still rust,
Right.
but when it turns black, they say that it's neutralized. Yeah, which I don't really trust that.
Yeah, we've been
I would
using-
go over any type of rust, you know.
We've
And
been using that Port 15 metal prep, and it don't work too bad, but it don't look like it works quite as good as that does.
yeah, that's a different type of stuff. So like the metal prep will neutralize rust, but this isn't a metal prep. We'll talk about metal prep in a little bit after we get done in there. But there is a PVG metal prep system. It's basically a metal cleaner conditioner, and then the second part is it puts a phosphate coating on the metal.
Right.
So we'll get into that a little more here shortly. And then, you know, like if you're doing a car, you're cutting quarter panels off. All this is going to be rusty when you're in there, so you might as well take care of it while you can. Otherwise, you'll never have access to all that again. You know, so sandblast it, strip it, however you're going to strip it, epoxy it, put the quarter on. Same with the quarter. A lot of quarters, they're e-coated both sides. A lot of times we'll strip the back of a quarter, epoxy it, do our weld through primer where we need it, and then put it on. You know, so everything is fresh. You know, it's all whatever you're going to use. If it's PPG or whatever, it's all uniform. The whole car is done with this epoxy, and then this base, this clear, blah blah blah. So you're not leaving anything behind, basically. So a lot of people don't do that because they go, oh, you'll never see it. It's fine. You know, I don't know. That's not the way we do it. So panel fitment and gaps. This is what we're about to go do. Basically, all these panels, you know, even you can even find, you know, NOS parts and all that, and they still don't fit like they're supposed to, especially on older cars. Older cars were just cars when they were built. They didn't make them to be nice. They just, nothing fit like it really should. You know, the panel dive, we'll talk about that more when we do panel to panel and things like that. But if you look down these panels, a lot of them right at the front and right at the back, just because of how the mold is and how the metal needs to be stretched as it's being molded. A lot of times the front edge of the door and the back edge of the door will actually bow in. They call it panel dive. If you take a straight edge from the door to the fender, it might be pretty good, and then all of a sudden it'll, right at the gap, it'll dive in maybe a quarter inch or a half inch, and then the fender does the same and it comes back out. So now you've got a big ripple there, and that's what doing panel to panel blocking fixes that, basically. So you don't want thick edges, so you got to do some metal work. You have to keep this in mind when you're doing metal work, which we'll go over some more of that. One thing I specifically want to mention on the Camaro front clip out there that I've dealt with many times, probably dealt with the same thing, is when you do panel to panel and gaps. On a 69 especially, they have the body line in the middle of the door that comes out. When that body line tries to go behind the fender, most of the time it hits the fender. So you gotta kind of modify the opening in the fender, give it more room in that area. Like, there's all kinds of stuff that you're pre-fitting everything on the car is totally crucial. You know, do your metal work, get your gaps right, epoxy it, take the whole car apart, epoxy everything inside and out, bolt your panels back on, then start doing your filler. So a lot of doors have bulges in them, metal shrinking, you know, kind of like heat shrinking discs. I don't know if any of you guys have ever used the shrinking disc. They're you can screw it up real quick, because you are more or less, you're heating the panel, and you're essentially you're warping it to unwarp it, if that makes sense. You're getting it hot, and then you're cooling it quickly, which shrinks the molecules of the metal. So if you've got a door that is supposed to be straight from front to back, you lay a straight edge on it, it's straight, and you get a door that's got a hump in it, the door's kind of shaped like a bow a little bit, then you would strip the door, use shrinking discs, and that's a huge trial and error thing. I've screwed many doors up trying to shrink a bulge out of them, and then all of a sudden it goes bonk, and you've got a huge dent, and it's oil cannon, and now you're just
We got
a mess.
my uncle right now, right before I left, it was tin canning. Like, it was, everything's good, but there's one section that was tin canning. Like, you could just put your finger on it, it would stay down and pop back up. And we used a heat shrinking disc on it and mold it in. But it stayed. It's scary.
Mm-hmm.
The whole time I'm watching them do it, I'm like, come on, guys, because you ruin it to it. You get it too hot, and it's over.
Yeah.
It's just done.
You got to get it just the right amount of heat and cool it quickly.
Yep.
And that's you can
Immediately
actually see.
with a cold wet rag, and we stick it on it immediately to cool it down, and
You gotta do it in steps, because if you sit there and try to do it one time, you'll ruin it.
You'll ruin it. Yep. It's very time consuming, tedious, and then you're probably going to screw it up along the way too. So you can actually see a lot of times when you heat the metal up, it'll like raise up because that metal is expanding because it's hot. It's got nowhere to go, so it raises up. And then when you quench it, a lot of times you can actually see it actually just relax right back down to hopefully where you want it. You know, so
You just hope it doesn't do this too much, and then it can't come back.
right. It's an art. It's for sure an art.
Yep.
But metal shrinking is definitely an art that I have not perfected. All right, let's go up there. This right here is a pretty big gap. It's probably 3/8 of it. Well, I don't know. It's bigger than a quarter. But basically, at this point, we've got our panels. This is as good as they're going to fit with simply adjusting things. So now, to get them to really fit, we're going to have to add metal to edges and things like that. So we've got to do some welding, lots of tacking, and when we weld this, we're not just going to weld it. That'll warp everything. So heat is the enemy almost always. So we're going to do attack, take a blowgun, blow it off, cool it down, tack, cool it off. It's very time consuming, even to get your metal built out to where it needs to be. But then after that, we're going to take this and run this down in there and go, okay, well, we need to grind a little here. Take a grinder, grind it off. Basically, when we're done, we want this tool to be straight up and down, because these panels on these corners like this, some of them are like this, and if you roll this like this, sure, you could probably make it fit in there, but like that, it's not straight. So you want to always keep your gap tool straight with, I'll say, at a 90-degree angle with the panel. So grab the welder here. Basically what I do is try to have my blowgun in a handy spot, and then I'll do a couple tacks, I'll blow it off, do a couple more tacks, blow it off, and then just from experience, you can kind of eyeball it and go, okay, well, I think I need to add more here, add more there, without even using the tool. But and depending on the panel is going to depend if you're going to add to the hood or you're going to add to the fender. In this particular case, it's not really going to matter either way. But if you have clearance issues with things like we just did, we're working on a Cadillac right now that once we got the gaps all right, everything hit. Nothing wanted the door didn't want to open without hitting the hood, and then sometimes you gotta kind of maybe take away from, like on that particular car, I had to take about 3/8 of an inch out of the hood and add it to the door to move the gap farther away from the center of the hinge point, so that it had more swing. Because if you're right at the hinge, you don't have a lot of swing. If you're farther away from the hinge, you have more swing. So it's honestly a little bit of geometry involved with that. But for this is much simpler. So I'm going to weld a little bit. Cool it down. Gap we gotta build quite a bit, so I'm actually gonna have layers of tacks. Close in this little area. So if I take this tool, I shouldn't be able to put it down in this gap because I have to grind this weld straight again. So I actually want to have a little bit of meat to grind on. So now that I've got that, I'll take
I had a customer bring me something to do body work on. He says he'd already gapped it. And I mean, you see how he's putting little dots of weld in there and then cooling down immediately because you're trying not to obviously get the panel too hot. He took a welder and just basically welded down the whole side, both, and the gap looked fine because he made that, but he completely ruined the whole panel because he literally just went and just followed it until he had enough. He gapped it and it looked good. He didn't see what he did to the rest of the panel by not cooling it down and doing little segments at a time.
Heat it up and work the dent out, because you can, in aluminum, you can, tap a dent out, put some filler on it, collision, atmosphere, prime it, it's painted tomorrow, put it outside.
Okay.
A couple days later, that dent will be back because that aluminum has so much memory, where steel doesn't have a memory. It has a memory, but not like that. If you pound a dent out of steel, it ain't coming back. So as far as the gap thing, basically what I like to do is I'll grind the top of it first, get the top of it smooth. Sorry, you're gonna throw sparks at So get the top of it smooth, and then I'll come back with the tool and kind of see what I need to do. Now we're gonna run it this way, and be careful. Try to keep it as straight as possible. A little more. So see, now my gap tool fits in there real nice. So now this little half-inch area that I did is basically done. Now if you look, you can see there's an edge between my weld and the hood. You would come back, put a few more tacks in there, make it look like you didn't weld on the edge of the hood, basically. So, but in a nutshell, that's how you correct gaps. And you would have hours in correcting this whole gap. If you were gonna do it, it would take you probably half the day just to do one half of the hood. So, it's pretty easy to get 60, 80, 100 hours just in gapping a car. So it's depending what you got to start to work with. But
so then what are you doing to the bottom portion of that weld to dress in that jam? To make that
So,
look even?
like down in here, basically you could, depending on what quality you're going for, you could weld it, take the hood off, weld it up, put the hood back on, check your gap again, spend another 4 days doing that, or basically grind everything down real good, fill it on the bottom, so.
Fiberglass filler.
Yeah, fiberglass, Duraglass, something, get the shape down, glaze it out, block it out, Generally, that's what you do, because most of the cars aren't $2 million builds, so. That's a ton of extra time to actually finish all that out in metalwork, would be a ton of extra time,
Well, that's what I wondered. I just
Yeah,
didn't know.
yeah, it's normal to use filler there, I guess, I would say.
If it was your car and you wanted to put the time into it, great. But
Right.
the other side is the customer's money.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with using Duraglass and doing that. It's gonna be just fine. So it's not like this car's gonna get drove in 0-degree weather and all that, So
You would just be careful to not be too much, because I mean the hood's shutting and everything. You don't want to.
right,
You want to be within reason. It's got to be. You got to be smart about it. Don't load it up.
right.
Well, that's rule of thumb with all of it, right?
Yeah. But sometimes the rule of thumb needs to be said.
yeah.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah. So I guess if you you guys know how to weld, a lot of you guys imagine. Everybody knows
that 21 or 2050 is really similar to CRE 21.
So 2050 and CRE, they're identical except for the activators. So 2050 uses alkymine as an activator versus ketamine. So it kicks more like a urethane with the build, because of the extreme build that it has. They advertise it as a hybrid because it uses this activator. It's technically an epoxy, but it uses a different chemical as an activator, basically, to compensate for the build. Otherwise, it would be just solid solvent pop, which you can still get solvent pop with 2050. I've had phone calls from guys that I use 2050 and I sanded into it and it's full of pinholes. And it's like, well, it's solvent pop. well, why? I'm like, well, what kind of gun are you spraying it out of? A 2.5. It's like, well, you can't do that, you know.
See, we do put it on with a 1.7.
1.7 's fine.
Since we
That's
come
a-
back,
I would say even a
we
1.9 is
still-
fine. 2.5 is a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we don't even barely put spray poly through.
Yeah.
That's a
It's
volume.
2050 has to have a lot of flash time, and you put a good coat on, but you can't pound it on there. You know what I mean? We're gonna use a 1.6. That's what I usually use, is a 1.6, and just a nice wet coat, nothing crazy. You know, don't try to bury anything on the first coat anyway. Like if I have some pinholes or something, so you got a little cluster of pinholes, 2050 will fill them, but don't try to do it right away. You know what I mean? Put a coat on, it'll show you where you have a little pinhole or this or that, and then the second coat, put it on normal, that alone might fill that pinhole.
See, that was my point about the clear coat, is if you put things on inconsistently, you're gonna run into problems. So if you want a good build, don't put 3 heavy coats on, put 6 regular coats on. You'll have less chemical issues with that, because you're letting solvents pull out.
Right.
They're not coming on in layers like this, they're coming on in layers like this. It's gonna give it more time to do its thing. Where you stack 3 heavy ones, you might have the same no thickness, but you got a lot of opportunity for all that stuff to go crazy.
Yeah, when you pound products on, it skins.
Yep.
The outside gets dry before the bottom, and then all the solvent that's in there stays in there, can't get out because the outside's already
Like a
skinned.
peanut
It's
butter and
hard.
jelly sandwich has been toasted.
Yep. Pretty
It's all
much.
gooey in the middle, but the outside feels good.
Yep.
And what was the number on that PPG clear you were saying again, if you don't?
5,700.
Yeah, we're gonna use that in this class. Actually, you'll get to spray it. So
But you said it was basically the same as what you thought?
8152. It sprays the same, it buffs the same, smells the same, but the mix ratio is different. 5700 is a 2-to-1. 8152 is a 3-to-1.
Then you
Or
reduce that
3-1-1.
on 2-to-1 at all? Do you reduce it at all? Like,
Yeah, so it's 2-1-1 technically, but yeah.
I think 211 for me. I'm an Iwata guy. I like Iwata. I like the fine atomization. Just under 1's fine for me, but I think 1 is a little too much
Okay.
for me. I mean, you might. I've heard guys that don't even reduce it at all. They like it thick like that. But I would probably go 50%, 2-to-1 to 50% for the way I spray.
Okay.
And I spray with a 1.3 clear gun, so that whatever that means.
Is that HVLP or is that RP you're spraying with it?
It's HVLP.
So like when I spray 5700, I got a 5500 with 5500 RP with a 1.2, and I'll actually over reduce it like 10% to get it to
get
spray
the flow.
nice out of that gun.
Right,
You know what I mean? So yeah. But then you don't get as much build because you have more reducer and a smaller tip. So you might do where he might do 4, I might do 6 with a 1.2 with
But it
more
should be nice
reducer.
and
You know.
slick though.
It should
But
be
it
tight.
lays,
Yeah.
it lays better.
And
yeah.
that's why I like, for me, like my gun of choice is an LPH 400, a 1.3. I'll use a 1.42 depending on the clear. But my paint style is super tight and super fast. I'm not heavy and slow. I'm layering super tight, thin layers, and it seems to lay flatter. With instead of the big lumpy orange peel, it's a tight orange peel that cuts out pretty quickly. But then it's personal preference, 100% personal preference. I mean, there's guys that love Iwatas, Sadas. They're not wrong. If it works for them, they're right. I had Sadas forever, and I just started using Iwatas, and it just kind of was just how I like to do it. Now it doesn't mean I won't go back to a Sada sometimes. If there's a metallic that kicks my ass, the Iwata won't cut it. You gotta have something that throws a bigger boulder at it. Where Iwata's more the droplet's tighter. Sod is a bit bigger, and for proper orientation on a big metallic, you need a bigger droplet. And so I have Sodas ready to go. I have a couple different guns. I got an EV1, which is a fantastic gun for laying metallic out, and there's another a Pro Light that I use. If I'm struggling with metallic, I can't use the Iwata. It doesn't work for me. Great for solids.
And you're spraying clear through that one and two.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So now that we're basically, if this was a car, we would be ready to epoxy or get thinking about getting some epoxy on these parts. So we kind of went over a little bit of this. Nothing finer than 80 grit on bare metal. 30 minutes, flash rust can occur. So now we're going to get into metal prep a little bit more. So what I was talking about earlier, if I can find the markers. It might be this deep in 80 grit, and now in metal it might be that deep. You know, that's what we're talking about with the hardness difference between like paint, filler, and metal. So that's just, I just wanted to kind of mention that again as far as why we do that. So this metal prep system, you were saying you guys use the POR system. That's a one-step system.
Yeah, you just keep it wet for 15, 20 minutes.
Yep.
Is it the 415, like I said?
Yeah, just through metal prep.
Yep.
So what we're going to use is the PPG's one choice version of metal prep. This stuff has been around since like the 50s. I want to say they had TSBs on it in the 50s, back 50s. Chrysler started using it. So DX579, now they call it SX579. They used to be, they moved everything into the one choice line, and they basically changed the D to an S. It's the same stuff. You can't, everything is the same about it. It's got a different label on it now. But 579 is a phosphoric acid based metal cleaner conditioner. Basically what that does, it just any contaminants, if you did touch it with your hand, any oils, things like that, it's gonna clean the metal super well before you go to 520. So DX579, we do 2-to-1 with distilled water, ideally distilled water. I know one PPG rep down in Florida that he gets super crazy with this. He monitors the pH levels of his water, and he's got a whole hopper system that like filters the water, and he's a scientist when it comes to it. But I don't get that crazy with it. Just distilled water, and you're good to go, basically. But 2-to-1 with distilled water, 2 parts water, 1 part 579. Saturate the panel with 579, get it all wet. We let it sit 30 seconds or so, and then I take a red Scotch-Brite and kind of work it in. And you want to keep the panel wet the whole time that this 579 is on it. Do not let it dry. Spray more on if you got to. Just keep working it. Just honestly, you sand it kind of like you're prepping a blend panel. You just kind of take a Scotch-Brite, scuff it really well, and all that does is kind of work it into the scratches and just really scrubs the metal. So we do DX579, and then we rinse it with hot water. If you rinse any of this stuff with cold water, the phosphate in it will react with cold temperatures and it'll turn brown. It'll look like rust. The first time I ever used this, I was like, this is junk, this is rusty. The whole panel's rusty now. I was using cold water, and you're not supposed to do that. It's not gonna necessarily affect your end result, but it will look like you shouldn't be priming over this, even though it is really fine. But basically cold water has a lot more oxygen in it than hot water, just like anything. So it's kind of a reaction with the oxygen and the phosphate more than it's a reaction with the metal and the oxygen. It's very deceiving, I guess. But if you use hot water and you do it right, there won't be any browning. It'll be just nice clean metal. You can actually almost see that it's a little different looking. We're gonna do a panel here. I'll show you guys actually how to do this with this stuff. So DX579, basically we were talking about the micro rust, the little black specks. Basically this is the beginning of that type of prep. If you do have any tiny little rust spots, this should turn them black. So if you see black specks that you didn't see before, it's probably a little tiny thing of rust, a little pit that now is neutralized. Even though if you see that, I would grind it out or sand it out, do something with it. I wouldn't go over it. I would get rid of it if you can, And then after that, so we rinse with hot water, 579, then take an air blower, blow it completely dry. I'll actually take rags and wipe it dry first, because if you just start blowing it dry, it's gonna cool the water also, and then your panel's gonna be brown. So I'll take, while it's still steaming, I'll take rags and just try to dry it as fast as possible, and then immediately blow dry it. And you might have a streak here and there where it's, you know, you're chasing a bead of water off and it's cooling and you got a little brown streak, but that's like I said, it's not rust, it's phosphate. So after we do this, if you take a mil thickness reader and go from bare metal, you'll actually have about a half a mil of build on this, on top of the metal from the phosphate. I gotta find 520. Basically, when you've got your metal, if you say you sanded it with 80 and you've got some sand scratch in there, what the 520 really is gonna do, that phosphate, if you put it under a microscope, it looks like a bunch of fingers coming out, and it basically is just gonna grab that epoxy. It's gonna give you way better adhesion to bare metal. It's the first layer of corrosion protection, but it's also a huge beneficial part of adhesion. So after lunch, we'll go out in the shop and do a little demo with that. We'll actually do it on a little piece of metal and kind of show you guys the process of doing that. And then for aluminum, it's the same process, just different cleaners, DX 533 and 503. So we do have a YouTube video on it, but we're gonna go do it in the shop, so we won't do that. But using
You're not
DX,
diluting that product at all?
what's that?
You're not diluting that product, that 520?
520 straight out of the can. Yep. And then if you're doing like a whole car, you really only do metal prep on the skins, the outside skins. So you wouldn't try to do the whole bottom of the car, because you really do have to do it in sections. You can't do the whole car at once. Even if you're doing a body, you would do like the roof and then do a quarter panel and then do the other quarter panel. You're just not gonna have enough time to keep everything wet and hot and all that at the same time. So there's you'll plastic this area off and then get this area wet and prep it, and then you'll do the opposite, go with the quarter. It's a pain in the ass, but it's worth it in the end, in my opinion. There's a lot of benefits to it, but generally, like if we're gonna do a car that we're gonna actually metal prep the skins, we'll put it on the rotisserie, we'll do all our gaps and metal work and stuff, we'll get it on the rotisserie, blast it, epoxy the bottom, the inside, the door jambs, the firewall, the cowl, all that stuff, everything but the skins. And then we'll come in like the next day after that's good and dry, we'll re-sand everything with 80, and then we'll do our metal prep on the skins only. So like a door, you would blast the shell, strip the outside, epoxy the shell, leave the skin in bare metal. Next day, come in, sand it, metal prep it, epoxy it. So, and then after we do the metal prep, you don't sand it anymore. Literally, you just wipe it down with wax and grease remover and primer. So, but within reason, don't let it sit there for 2 weeks before you put primer on it. Do your metal prep, get primer on it. So, he should be back with lunch here in a little bit, but so we'll talk about different types of primers. This was DP-LF was the stuff for a lot of years, and it's still good epoxy, but it's not sandable. It's got a lot of vinyl in it. If you try to sand it, it's kind of like sanding on a sticker. It just immediately gums your paper up. You get little balls all over your paper. It's terrible. So if you are going to use DP-LF, you would top coat it with something like 2050 or a spray poly or something like that. But there's a lot of different scenarios. You could use this. You could use this as a sealer. You could, if you had like a door hinge or some bare metal part that was, it's bare metal, but you don't have to fix anything. You don't have to do any body work. You're just gonna seal it, paint it, and it's done. Basically, you would use something like this. I use the LP version, which we'll talk about in a minute. But you could use DP-LF put it on there, give it an hour, put base on it, clear it, done. Basically use epoxy as sealer. And in everything that we do, we don't use urethane sealers at all. We use epoxy as sealer over anything, really. So like we'll do the 2050, we'll do our body work, we'll 2050 it, sand it out, get it in the booth, and then instead of using the traditional 2K urethane sealer, we'll use DPLV epoxy as a sealer. It's got a longer flash time before you can put base on it, where like a urethane is like 20 minutes, but then anything over an hour is the lift window, which once you get into that, which we'll get in a lot more in depth than that when we start painting, but basically anything after an hour you're going to have issues if you go to put anything back on top of it, where epoxy you have 1 hour, technically up to 7 days they say, to recoat it without scuffing it, but I don't believe that. Anything over 12, 14 hours, I'll at least scuff it before I put anything back on top of it. But we usually do LV, give it an hour, and go right to base. So 1 coat of LV. If you do 2 coats of LV, then it's 2.5 or 3 hours they want. Flash time before top coat, which there's really no reason. If you're using it as a sealer, there's no reason to do 2 coats in my opinion. It's a very, it's thick, I'll say. It fills like sand scratches and that really well. Even after it dries, it doesn't shrink nearly as much as like a 2K urethane because it's an epoxy. So basically, you're just locking everything down. Whatever is underneath that epoxy is totally safe. It's not going to get any moisture. Like urethane products, like 2K urethane primers, which a lot of collision shops, that's what they pretty much use, acid etch and 2K urethane. In my opinion, honestly, it's shit. We don't use it ever, really. Really, the only time I'll ever use it is on like plastic bumper cover, because you can't use a spray poly or an epoxy or anything like that on plastic. So 2K urethanes are, for restoration, they're out. We don't even use that. That's a collision thing, because they shrink like crazy. And I don't know if any of you guys have seen the shrink test videos that I've done. I know a few of you guys have, but that's what these panels up here are. We tested a few different primers. There's Tamco, Squeeges, and 2050. And I did
Is that 5311 or whatever, though?
85310, yeah, the gray. The 11 I think is black or something, but it's same product. Yeah.
It shrank.
Shrank a lot.
First time I used it a little bit, and I was pretty impressed with it, and then there was a lot of shrinking.
Oh yeah, yep, yeah. It took a couple months probably for that stuff to shrink and stop shrinking, where 2050 took 3 days without any baking, just naturally dry at 70 degrees. 3 days, 2050's done shrinking. You can do whatever you got to do on top of it and confidently know that it's gonna stay that way, I guess. Everything shrinks. That's part of drying. You have solvents to make that product come out of the gun. Now it's on the panel. That solvent's leaving. When you're losing mass, that's the whole, what happens when things shrink. So everything shrinks. And that's a big thing with Tamco. They were all over the internet. Our products don't shrink at all. You're a liar, So it's, everything shrinks. It doesn't matter what it is. You look at solid content of certain things, and that was one thing with the Tamco. They claim like 62% solids on 5310, and doing I'll say a proper shrink test, it comes out to be about 20% solids, according to what is actually left on that panel after it's totally dried. Where 2050, they advertise it as I think 51% solids, and that's way more accurate according to my test, because the 2050 had lost almost exactly 50% of its mass from wet film build to totally cured dried film build. And the Squeeges was kind of in between. Squeeges was really decent, but not as good as 2050. But
what did 2050 end up versus?
2050 lost, so all 3 of them were like 14 mils, about 14 mils wet, and 2050 lost, it only took, so I weighed them. I actually got videos. We should probably just watch the videos on them, but I weighed them, and took each panel, sprayed it. While it was wet, I weighed it, and then after we, say I did the TAM coat, I'd weigh it, put it off to the side. I'd go to Squeege's, spray 3 coats, weigh it, log it, do, you know, and then I weighed them every day for like a week, and then I start weighing them like every 3 days, every week, and then I let them sit for a few months, just to see, you know, after say 3 weeks of spraying it, from 3 weeks to 2 months, how much does it shrink? You know what I mean? And after 3 days, 20/50, every time I weighed it, it was always the same weight. And if it's the same weight, it's done shrinking. There's no more solvent coming out. Is the whole idea with weighing it, because solvent is weight. So
How did you measure the mill thickness?
with a well, wet mill thickness was with a wet mill gauge that you dip in the wet material, and then the dry film build was just dry film build gauge that goes, one of the gauges that's just strictly from metal up, because there's only, that's all that's on there. There's no filler.
The digital one or the mechanical one?
The digital one, yeah. So, actually, they recommend mix so that there's no discrepancy in, oh, you went out, you know, instead of 1 ounce, you might go out 1 ounce and a quarter. That can mess with, we're trying to be as scientific as possible for this test. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna mix each product properly. We're gonna give it any induction period that it needs. And then we're gonna do 3 coats of each product on 3 different panels. After we spray, I'm gonna use this wet mill thickness gauge. We're gonna check wet mill thickness on each product, and then I'm gonna take it right to the scale and we're gonna weigh the entire panel wet, and we're gonna measure weight loss also. And a lot of guys will, you know, they'll put their primer in a cup, they'll leave it in a PBS cup, and that's their shrink test. Well, that'll tell you something, but it's not very accurate. You'll never have a mill thickness of a hockey puck. So what we're trying to do here is basically just be much more accurate as far as which primer shrinks, which primer shrinks more, which primer shrinks less, solids content, stuff like that. So here I've got my panel with the VP 2050 on it. I'm going to do a wet mill thickness test, and some of you guys have seen these gauges, some of you haven't. Basically, it's a cone, they call it. I'm going to stick this down in this wet primer, and there's, this cone is 1 mil, this cone is 2, as you can see, all the way up to, you know, 40, 80, whatever the numbers are here. They're not going to be that high, but we'll see what we've got here. So what I'm going to do is just dab this in there. So we've got 6 mils for sure. So now I'm going to go over here and I'm going to dab it. So we've got 12 mils for sure. And I would say we're at about 14 mils if you can look at that. This little dot right here is the last dot, and that is 14 mils wet film build. Now I'm going to take this over to the scale and we're going to weigh this wet. So I've got my scale zeroed here, I've got my VP 2050 test panel. We're going to see what this weighs. This entire panel weighs 831.3. So we're going to log that and we'll go on to the TAMCO here. So here I've got my panel with the TAMCO HP 5310 primer. I want to add all of these. I'm doing 3 coats out of the recommended fluid tip size. So we're going to do this. We've got 6 for sure. We're going to come here. We've got 12. We're going to come here. It looks like we've got about 12, maybe 13. That, if you can see it, that right there, that 14 mark looks like it barely might have just thought about touching. So we'll call it 13-ish, 14 mils wet thick build, wet film build. So as of now, I would say this is comparable to 2050 wet film build, but we'll see what happens. We're gonna go weigh this and we'll see how much weight this loses. So I've got my scale zeroed, I've got my TAMCO panel here. I'm gonna weigh it. And this one is at 830.8. So we'll log that and then we'll go on to our squeegees. So here I've got the squeegees high build epoxy. We're gonna do our wet mill thickness test. So we've got 6. We've got 12. And I would say roughly the same. You can see that little mark there where the 14 just barely touched. I would say we're at the 13 to 14 mil range. So this kind of surprises me that all these primers have about the same wet film build. I was really expecting quite a variety of film builds here, so that's very interesting. So we've got our scale zeroed. We're going to put our squeegees panel on this scale. And this panel weighs 830.1. So all these primers really are very close. All these panels are roughly the same size, 18 gauge. So all these primers are really fairly close as far as wet weight. Per area, I'll say this is 1 square foot. Again, I'm kind of surprised at how close they are in weight as well. One thing that I want to talk about a little bit is the resin content. So if you look at these activators, this is a 7050, this is the activator for 2050. If I pour this out, pour a little bit out, you can see it's like molasses. It literally looks like molasses. It's super thick. A lot of people would pour that out and go, wow, this is not right, this can't be right. It is right. There's very high resin content in 2050, which is one thing that is going to help with shrinkage quite a bit. Now, this Tamco activator, if I pour it in a cup, it's just like any 2K urethane activator. It's just hardly any more thick than water. It's real watery. Probably not a lot of resin content in that would be my guess. A lot of solvents, which solvents leave, and that's one main thing that causes shrinking, is the solvents are leaving and it's actually tightening up and it's losing weight because those solvents are leaving. That's why we're testing weight, is to really measure how much solvent has left. And also in this test at the end, we're going to do a dry film build test. Once these products have all stopped losing weight, which means they're done shrinking, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do a dry film build test on each product as well to compare wet film build to dry film build. So that kind of concludes our first part of our primer and shrink test. At this point, we're going to let these dry until they stop losing weight. It might be a few days, it might be a week, it might be 3 weeks. I don't know. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let them kind of dry in here for a couple days. We'll do these tests each day, weigh them, do some dry film build tests each day, and then from here, after maybe a week, we'll see how much they've shrunken. We'll start putting them out in the sun and really baking the panels and really see how much weight they're going to lose and how much mill thickness they're going to lose as they shrink, because everything shrinks. It's part of the drying process. Everything shrinks. Everything is contracting. There's solvents leaving. Almost no matter what type of product you're spraying, it has solvents in it. That's how you get it to be done. Make sure you check out the Linear Live next week, Monday at 6:30. We're going to try to... So, that's a little bit about shrink test. There's a couple more videos that where I'm actually testing these things that we'll go to after lunch, but I think lunch is here, so... Let's see what these weigh. So this is VP 2050, and it weighed 831.3 last when it was wet. So after 2 days, this panel now weighs 828.8. Here we've got our Tamco HP 5310 panel. This panel weighed 830.4 wet. Now we're at 826.2. And then we've got our squeegees high build epoxy panel right here. This panel was 830.1 wet. And now we're at 825.5. Yeah, it's a Tony. So, VP 2050 wet was 831.3, dry 828.8 for a difference of 2.5 grams. Now that's pretty dang good. We've only lost 2.5 grams of solvent after 2 days. The Tamco
830.4 wet, 826.2 after 2 days. That's a 4.2 gram loss. Pushing double what the VP 2050 lost as far as solvent sets back to the resin content and solvent content that I talked about in the previous video. Squeege's was 830.1 wet. Now we're at 825.5 for minus 4.6 weight loss after 2 days, which is right now I would say that Squeege's is losing. That doesn't mean anything. It could have the highest film build once we're dry. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take all 3 of these panels and we're going to keep weighing them until they stop losing weight, and then we're going to check dry film build. Because honestly right now it really doesn't pay, because we've only been, these have only been drying a couple days. They're not done drying, almost guaranteed.
Oh, that's the next one. There we go. That's the one I want. So, quite some time ago, probably 3 or 4 months ago, I did a primer shrink test on a few different primers. We used VP 2050, we used Squeege's high build epoxy, and then we used Tamco HP 5310. I've never done a dry film build test on these products yet. We did do shrink tests as far as weight goes. If you remember watching the video, each one of these was almost exactly 14 mils, 13 to 14 mils wet film build. So we weighed each one of these for a couple weeks after to see how much weight they lose and when they stop losing weight, when they stop shrinking. Because when you start, when your product is losing weight, it's still shrinking because solvents are still evaporating out. That's where the weight is going, the solvent is evaporating. And once your product stops losing weight, it's stopped shrinking. So now I'm going to take this mil thickness gauge and we're going to reset it here on this. There you go, 0 mils. So this is Tamco HP 5310. This was about 14 mils to begin with. 3.26 mils. So that tells you how much this product shrinks from wet to dry, from 14 to 3.26. This is Squeege's high build epoxy. This product is 6.08 mils. So this product lost just over half of its mass, where the HP 5310 lost roughly 75% or more. And now the 2050, 7.09 mils, so roughly 50%. So the VP 2051, as far as the time it takes for it to shrink and the amount that it loses. So I think the VP 2050 only lost like 2.5 or 2.6 grams total weight loss, which is pretty good. Half film build from wet to dry, I think, is pretty good, being that this has been months that this stuff has been drying. The Tamco, probably, you know, you get what you pay for, I guess, in terms of really any product to do with any aspect of our industry. You always get what you pay for, from a spray gun to a block to a primer to a clear base coat. You get what you pay for. And in a nutshell, that's kind of where this is headed. You know, VP 2050 isn't cheap, but it's not crazy expensive. There's a lot of primers out there that are more expensive that probably do shrink more than 2050. The Squeege's is kind of, I think it was $300 or so for 2 sprayable gallons, which is not bad. You know, $150 a gallon sprayable or so, where the 2050 is probably in the 2 to 250 range, depending. And the Tamco, I think, was 150 to 200 range. So it kind of, you know, really kind of varies. We will keep doing shrink tests on different primers and different products. We'll probably do some on some spray polys. I've had a lot of questions about spray poly and why I don't use spray poly and all that. But we'll do some more of this with some different products. But this just goes to show you, not all primer is not primer. Not all primers are the same. And if you want good, long-lasting results, it starts from the metal up. before I even started this, I had Ryan soak these in hot water, these sprayers, so that when I put this on, it's warm. It's not cold. There's no cold in this whole mixture of things. This is just an example. This, the sheets of metal, a lot of times they have the scale on them so they don't rust. We got to get that off. If you're doing floor pans, making floors, something using this, you got to get that off. So I got an area where I got the scale off, and we're going to do metal prep on that. So I've got 579 and 520. This is 579 in here. And it's always a good idea to just kind of shake it up a little bit before you use it. But basically I'm going to wet that all down, and we're going to keep it wet. And I'm going to just kind of scrub this a little bit. And you want to let it sit, you want to let it be wet for at least probably 30 seconds to a minute. Don't let it dry. Let it sit for a few seconds. Kind of scrub a little bit more. Let it sit a little bit. And then in here I've got hot water. Heat water. It will, and you can see, like, you can see all the shit that it's cleaning off of here. So now I'm just gonna rinse it with hot water. And you want to rinse it very thoroughly. Get all of the product off of there. And then I'm gonna dry it with rag. I need a blower or
He's working on.
He's working for a blower. Did you find a blower?
Yeah.
Alright, well that's dry. So now we're gonna go to 520. And same thing. I'm gonna spray some on there, get it good and wet. Kind of scrub it in a little bit. And the 520 is where we're actually gonna get the phosphate coating. This will actually start to, it'll make the metal look almost a little bit duller. It won't be like a fresh sand scratch looking piece of metal. It'll be more like a brushed stainless look, kind of, sort of. But same thing, you can do that. And then hot water. Rinse it off. Thoroughly. And when you're drying sanded metal, I would not really recommend wiping so much, because then you're going to shred your rag and you're going to have a bunch of lint on there. So I basically wipe it dry as much as I can. And if you do it right, you shouldn't have any ground. But if you look at that metal, you can see it's not really super shiny anymore. It's got a dulled out, kind of a brush look to it. So that's the phosphate on that metal. And like I said, if you take a metal thickness reader and do a metal thickness reading on this, now you'll have around a half a mil of phosphate on top of the steel. So that's the metal prep breakdown. There you go. DX579, 520. It's really similar to the POR system, but the POR is probably one or the other of these. It's not both. It's one or the other. You know, I'm not wiping with wax eraser from the front. And if you feel it, you can actually feel it. It's like it wants to grab your finger as you drag across it. It like it's very grippy. You know, it's not like steel sanded to 80 grit. It's very smooth. This is almost like rough, and you can really feel the thing that's trying to grab. You know. So.
Does anybody know the difference between parts and weight and mixing by weight?
No, I'm fine right here.
Is anybody like done something supposed to be 2 to 1 by parts versus 2 to 1 by weight? Does anybody know that it's different? You've heard that before?
Oh yeah.
There's lots of people that if it's 2 to 1, you need to find out if it's 2 to 1 by parts or by weight, because it can throw the whole mix off drastically. If you ever like have, I think a clerk up and it says 4 to 1 or whatever, and you wonder why you ran out of one or the other, it's because you weren't doing it the right way. You need to get the PDS sheet and figure out, is it by weight or is it by parts? If it's by parts, you got to do here. By weight, you do it on scale. You can't do a 2 to 1 by parts on a scale. It doesn't work the same way.
Right. So this is 2 to 1 to 1. So if I did this on a scale, 2 parts, say I did 100, 20, 50, 50, 70, 50, 58, 85, it's going to be totally wrong, because this weighs more per ounce than this, and this weighs less than this per ounce. So that's all factored in. 2 to 1 or 4 to 1 is not 4 to 1 on the scale if it's supposed to be mixed in parts by volume. They're by weight, by volume. So I'm glad you brought that up. But this is 2 to 1 to a half. We're going to use SATA 100B with a 1.6. We're going to use the SATA cups. I don't know if anybody's ever used these SATA cups. They're similar to the PBS cup.
The only bitch that I have
Is that?
is that fucker right there.
Yep.
Either you think it's good and it's not, it leaks out all over, you take it off the gun. If you don't open this up and let it breathe and put it back in overnight, it'll blow this open and it goes all over your mixing tank. You start spraying, you forget you pulled it up, or vice versa. But otherwise,
Yep. All right, so 2 to 1. So this is 2 to 1 to a half, but we don't have a 2 to 1 to a half chart. So we're gonna use the 2 1 to 1 and basically eyeball half between these two. So if we end up with a little more reducer in there or a little less, it's not gonna be the end of the world as far as reducer, but you don't want to do that with activator. You don't want to guess on the activator. So here we go. Everybody know how these charts work? On these cups?
no.
So if you have something that's 4 to 1, you would go, say you only need a little bit. You're going to go to the first, you're going to go to number 1, column 4, number 1. And then you go to the 1 column, the 4 to 1, go to the 1. See how they're increments? So what I'm doing on the 2 to 1 is 5 to 2050, 5 to 7050, and then about halfway between 885. And we're going to use 885 instead of 8. A lot of guys will like use 70-degree reducer in their primer because they want it to dry fast. That's not how this works. 15-degree rule. So we're going to be in the booth. It'll be about 70 degrees with airflow. So 15-degree rule basically says if it's 70, if our panel temp is 70 degrees and we have airflow accelerates drying. So we're going to use a slower reducer. 15 degrees above ambient air temperature. So if it's 70, we're going to use 85-degree reducer. If it's 80, we're going to use a 95-degree reducer. So anybody, if you've watched any of the videos about painting, there's a lot, I say it in almost every video, fast is slow is fast. If you try to speed things up, you're going to run into problems, you're going to do it again. So don't ever rush things, basically. So
If I'm painting, it's extra slow.
right.
All throughout the whole way through. I'm just going as slow as I possibly can. Like you
said, if you try to rush it, you fix something, is it faster now?
When we spray base, it doesn't matter if it's 70 degrees, I'll use 895. You need to let that base be wet for a while, let the metallics lay out, let them float around, let them do their thing. I know a lot of people that I've talked to are struggling with silvers or metallics, and they're using DT870 in their metallic, and it's 80 degrees in the booth. That stuff is pretty much dry when it hits the panel at that point. So 885 is what we're going to use, and then the 7050. This is the activator for the 2050 that I showed you guys in that video. As I pour this out, you can see it's literally like syrup. It's super thick. You actually got to kind of squeeze the can to even get it to come out. But awesome stuff. So I'm going to go to the next 5 with that.
The only time I would ever use like a fast reducer is if I was like painting a small part. I wasn't painting, say I got a couple meters, or I got individual small parts, and fast reducer's fine. Anything that's big, it's as slow as I possibly can get it. And if it's 75, I'm still using something rated for 110. I still want it as slow as possible. I'll wait, let it flash out, I'll wait, rather than trying to make it force dry. Or having it dry too quickly.
Another thing that I want to mention, because I saw Ryan do it like a week ago, when you take a mix stick and you're mixing your activated primer, you got this mixed up. No, okay, I need some more primer. Do not take this stick and put it back in this can. Do not do that. And then as you can see, like on the sides, there's all this activator that's kind of stuck to the sides. A lot of times I'll take the stick and just kind of try to rub off as much of that as I can. Just try to get everything as uniform as possible, because that is part of your measurement. You know, if that's not mixed in, it's not really right as far as how it's supposed to be. But good thorough mix. I've heard, I don't know that it's all that true, but I've heard that, you know, thicker products like 2050, spray polys, stuff like that, you really shouldn't put on the shaker when you mix them, because it introduces a bunch of air bubbles. It won't spray as good, and depending on the product, if you're spraying spray poly out of a 2.5, you're pounding it on enough that you could end up with, really could end up with an air bubble in your product, you know, like a pinhole in between the layers, in between coats kind of thing. So I don't really recommend shaking. Once you're mixing it, activated, I wouldn't really shake it. Clears and base coats stuff is different. It's a lot thinner, a lot less build. But this I always just stir it. So yeah, so now we're mixed. Make sure my cup's closed. And then when I put a gun on any PPS cup, a soda cup, any of that, always pull the trigger as you pull it, put it on, and these kind of snap into place. And I always just to equalize pressures, like Freddy was saying, this thing can blow out as soon as you put the gun on. If there's pressure in there, it's going to blow that, and you're going to have paint everywhere. So with the PPS cups, they have a bladder. A lot of times it's a hard cup with a bladder, and a lot of times before I tip the gun up, I'll pull the trigger and I'll just kind of push a little bit of air and let it relax, let that bladder relax a little bit. But the soda cups are hard cups, so it's a little different.
Squeeze the side of it too. Pull it upside down, squeeze that, and then twist it up. Otherwise, if you let it go, it's going to go outside.
Yep. You gotta let it have vacuum. When you take this gun off, this cup should have vacuum, so it sucks. It's not blowing it out; it's sucking it back into the cup.
You pull it off, it just goes everywhere all over.
Yep. So with that, let's get these in the booth. We're not going to mask these for primer anyway. We may mask them for painting, just to kind of show you guys back taping and masking the plastic a little bit. Get everything wet. You're going to wipe it down. You're going to do multiple rags. You're not going to use the same rag to do the whole panel. Once you've used the rag, throw it on the floor, it's done. So this is SX 320. It's wax and grease remover. You can use acetone on bare metal. It does work really well for cleaning, but it's very harsh. I wouldn't use it on anything but bare metal. So basically, we're gonna fully wet this. I'll just do this header panel here to kind of give you an idea, but it looks clean. We blew it off. Yeah, they look clean until we wipe it. And when I wipe this, look how dirty that is. So I wiped it once. Now this panel's still wet. I'm gonna grab a clean rag, I'll wipe it off again. Still got stuff coming off. So now I'm gonna do it again. Wipe it down again. Wipe it again. Still dirty. You can fold the rag in half and use a clean side, but then we're still dirty, so now I'm gonna grab another rag. Basically, we wipe this until we stop getting black rags coming off it. So now we're getting pretty clean. Now we're basically clean. So that header panel is done, but you can even, if you look at it, you can almost see that this is shinier than this because it's clean versus that. Down in all these little sand scratches, there's dust down in those sand scratches, and we'll go over more of that when we go into painting with water cleaners and solvent cleaners. So this is a solvent cleaner. We wouldn't want to use a water-based cleaner on bare metal. That would be right, common sense. So, but before paint, we always use a water cleaner to try to get the physical dirt off the product or off the panel before. You have to get it physically clean before you get it chemically clean. So.
Have you ever seen what happens when you put chemical wax and grease remover on something that's kind of dusty? It turns into this mud that doesn't want to leave. Like it just kind of pushes around. It doesn't, but water one grabs it and pulls it right out. That's what it's made to do.
So, you guys have at it, wipe your stuff down. Everybody pick their panel, half their panel, whatever they were working on. Get everything wiped down good and clean, and then we'll get our paint suits on, turn the booth on. So, yeah, regulator.
Argument
basically we'll split it in fourths. So wherever you want to start. When you're reaching over like that, a lot of times I put this right around my leg. Then my arm. You have that hose around your arm. And anywhere your arm goes, the hose is right there.
When you try to do that, you reach out, this hose is going to have to find its own, and it's going to hit it down. So it's going to be a off you. Throw it over your together, and then just step over to the leg. There you go.
Anytime that you're priming anything, by the time you start over here, and if this was a whole car, you would do that side, you do half the roof, half the hood, you come to this side. By the time you're done, it probably took you 10 minutes to do that. So if you have a 15-minute flash time, now you have 5 minutes to wait from when you finish the car to where you should start, where you started again. Make sense? All right. Activators and primers and whatnot. So anything with isocyanates, activators, isocyanates, they say when you open this, so these are filled with nitrogen. The airspace, they fill it with nitrogen from the manufacturer. Because oxygen will attack isocyanates and start making them kick. So basically, once you open this and you break the seal, you got, they say 2 weeks to use this. So will it work after 6 weeks? Probably just fine. But they say 2 weeks. I wouldn't give it any more than a month or 2, 6 weeks, 6-8 weeks. They say 2 weeks though. So I just wanted to mention that to everybody because Justin was asking about it. I thought I should mention that to everybody. That's any activator. Any activator. Clear, primer, it doesn't matter. Anything with isocyanates in it is recommended 2 weeks. So
For the most part, you see when they start getting here, they start losing this. They start doing that. They're reaching. Now you've got the bottom of the pattern being down there. It's loading down right here. You're trying to get covered, you're trying to get other, and loaded in stripes instead of that, which is where you gotta be. You gotta get your wrist twist all the way down. Make sure that down stays consistently at that same angle across there. Like a lot of people, they start reaching, they start doing that. That's where I see a lot of people trying to get tremendous. They're changing the gun. It's just simply that. If they were just to be able to reach it out and cut it down, they wouldn't be this right.
it's always air. When you're coming across your spread, that's when you come up here, always keep the air out of it. That first click is air, and it's fluid. You always want air, always air. So air, you get spread, air, fluid, air, fluid. Yeah, air, air, runner. That's air, that's fluid. Yeah. Alright. So we'll kind of jump back in where we were here with epoxies and whatnot. So DP, LF comes in a few different shades. Gray, white, blue, red, black. I mean, I honestly think they might have discontinued the blue and the red, maybe. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, you can, all these colors you can mix and match if you want to, you know, if you want something that's a little like dark gray, you can mix 50 and 90, half and half, get like a value shade 7, like a dark gray sealer, you know, so we use DP as a sealer, not DPLF. We use DPLB, but same concept. But that only comes in white, gray, and black, so you can mix those any way you want to get any value shade you need, same as a sealer. So I'm pretty sure they actually have formulas in the PVG system for weighted formulas to mix a value shade 1 or a value shade 2 or a 4 or whatever in epoxy. But this is the epoxy that we're going to use as a sealer, DPLB. It's basically corrosion protection wise and all that. It's the same as DPLF, but this has less vinyl in it. It's actually, you can actually sand it, where DPLF is it's got a lot of vinyl in it. It's not a sandable epoxy. If you try to sand it, you're gonna have a rough day. It's just, I mean, you can sand it, but it just doesn't really work that well. It comes up, it's just not nearly as good. But LV lays out really nice, which is one reason why I like to use that as a sealer over LF. I'm not sure exactly what the difference is with that, but it does seem to lay out better. 2050 we just used, so we kind of know all about that. The spray polys that we were talking a bit about before is, in my opinion, is the thing of the past. Kind of, it's spray poly is basically sprayable glaze. It's polyester, activated by peroxide, which is another reason why I don't think that any spray poly can be truly DTM. It's activated by peroxide, which is an oxidizer, which is, any oxidizer is going to make metal rust. Same as your filler activators. We don't put filler over bare metal because in filler activator there's benzoyl peroxide, benzic acid, there's even water in filler activator. So those the 3 reasons why we don't put it over bare metal right there. Another reason is as filler kicks, it heats up. So if it's, say it's 70 degrees in the shop, your panel temp is 65, that filler might get 100, 120 degrees as it dries and as it cures, and that can create condensation between the filler and the metal, and you won't even see it. It's under the filler, you'll never see it. There's literally water underneath of it. So another reason why we always filler over epoxy. Never filler over bare metal, which is, collision shops do it all the time, but like Freddy was saying, no news is good news then. The guy picks his car up, and if 2 years later it's rusting, he'll be like, oh, my truck's rusting. And he'll never think it's because of you. You know, it's just the way it is. It's just 2 different worlds, totally different worlds. So, basically, now this is where we're gonna kind of start tomorrow, is prepping for filler and panel to panel blocking. We've epoxied it. So now tomorrow we're gonna come in, we're gonna start blocking on that primer. A lot of those panels look really nice. I don't think we're gonna find too much to fix, waves, dents, things like that, but the panel to panel is what we're gonna be focused on. Especially that Camaro front end, I noticed that the hood really kind of curls down as it comes into the header panel. That's the stuff that we're gonna fix. We're gonna get everything up to the same level so that when you look across it, you basically, the gap will disappear. As you look down the side, you won't even be able to tell that there's a gap there with the panel to panel. Like the Demon out there has been panel to panel, and it's in primer after filler work, basically. So that's basically where we want to be by the end of tomorrow, is all our gaps, all our edges are nice and crisp and flush, everything's flush. So, and then we'll go put more 2050 on top of the filler work at the end of the day tomorrow. So tomorrow we were thinking about starting at 7, just because tomorrow's probably gonna be a longer day. We gotta get a lot done tomorrow as far as filler work. So, and that's a little time consuming. So we gotta get filler work done and get more primer on by tomorrow, by the end of tomorrow. So
Get ready for filler work, primer. That's a whole day for 3 front ends.
And then Saturday, maybe another earlier day, because we gotta block it all out. We gotta block it with 240, hit it with 320. We will probably use 500 on the DA for a final sand, just for time reasons, but generally we wouldn't. We would block up to 500 or 600, whichever you really prefer. It's kind of a preference how high up you like to go. I always go to 500, but then using LV as a sealer, you can get away with it a little more. It's got a little more build, less shrinkage than a urethane, so I go to 500 and seal with epoxy. But some guys that use urethane sealer, they might go to 600 or 800 and then seal with the urethane. It's preference, really. But So tomorrow, basically, we're gonna do 80 once we start blocking everything out. We're gonna start blocking with 150. We're gonna start blocking that primer with 150. Any lows that we find, any dents, waves, we'll fill them. We'll block everything. We'll block that filler with 80. Finish it out with 150 before primer again. So we'll go over a lot more of that type of stuff tomorrow. So tomorrow, when we do start doing our sanding and we start finding areas that need fixed, we always use a number 2 pencil to circle things because it's just graphite. You don't want to use a marker or pen, anything with ink. You don't want to do that. Even if you get it off, you'll probably see it in the paint job. I've seen it before where you use a Sharpie or something like that and you're circling stuff even on metal and it will come back. It's the ink just keeps bleeding through everything and it really won't ever stop. So really the only way, like you can use Sharpies and stuff during metal work to mark stuff and whatnot, but I always wipe it off with lacquer thin or sand it off, make sure it's off of there completely before you put epoxy on anything. And then a lot of guys like to use 36 grit they think it cuts faster. Honestly, in my opinion, I don't think it cuts any faster than 80 because the rock of the sandpaper is spaced so much that you're not really cutting consistently for one. And honestly, 36, the only time we really ever use that is if I got like some Duraglass on something. I'll take a DA with 36 or 40 grit and basically shape it with that and then run a block over it a little bit and then go fill it. But generally we finish everything with 80 before filler. You don't ever want to do 30, you don't want to try to put 36 grit or filler over 36 grit because it's kind of back to the sand scratch thing. If I've got 36 grit scratches in a panel, they're real deep. And if I go and put filler over this, you're probably not going to be able to get that filler pushed down in each one of these at the bottom of each one of these sand scratches. And you're going to end up, when you start blocking into this filler, you burn through that's going to be a pinhole. So 80 grit is much better for adhesion and fighting pinholes. And you were asking about etch earlier. One of the differences between etch and epoxy is etch has very small film build, like a half a mil. So if I've got, say I sandblast something and I've got a blast profile, say this is from top to bottom, say it's 1.5 mils. So the depth of our profile is 1.5 mils. So we've got basically these mountain tops our tops. And if I use etch primer that only builds a 0.5 mil, I'll put it on there, it'll look like it's covered, but when that dries down, it's gonna do the same thing. It's gonna fill everything from here down, and these mountain peaks will be exposed to bare metal yet. As that dries, as that solvent leaves and it shrinks down, that's what's gonna happen. And then you're gonna have a possibility for rust to happen. If you do this, and then you put a 2K urethane over this is definitely gonna rust, all of that. It's not gonna last. So use epoxy. Now you can, say you do 2 coats of epoxy, you've probably got 3 mils, now you're way up here, covered all that blast profile. So, kind of about depths of profiles and depths of scratches, kind of a little more explanation. So this part of things is where we get into thinking about the uniformity, why we only use one primer from metal up. We're gonna weigh body filler. I don't know, I know some of you guys are, I don't know if all of you guys are, but when you mix filler, even the manufacturer, they just basically give you a general 2% hardener ratio. So a lot of guys will scoop some filler out and they'll just run a ribbon over the filler and that's good enough. And it works, sure, it'll get hard, it'll sand, whatever. But then if you're using filler that has a blue activator, you've got, when you're done with filler work, you've got light blue, dark blue, medium, somewhere in between, you've got all these different tones and shades of blue down the side of the car, and that's all those filler, all those layers of the different colors of filler. It's not just different colors. It's this one's harder, this one's more brittle, this spread is softer. So when you go to block all that, you're gonna fight it because this is harder, this is softer, things like that. And uniformity, we weigh everything 50-1. So if we mix 100 grams of filler, we put 2 grams of hardener in it, mix it up, and then I'll block that, say I gotta put a little more on. I do the same thing when I put it on and block it out. It looks like I spread filler on it one time and was done. You know, everything's uniform, which kind of brings me to this other video I was gonna show you guys that started playing a while back. This is at Aston. So this was earlier this year, but this explains.
So was he pleased?
Yeah, he was happy in the
$4,500.
end, but he was just kind of a wiener, you know, one of those guys that just double questioned everything, and I had to use the emails. No, you did tell me to do this, you know, and it was fine. But he just, I think he was looking to get more than he paid for, kind of thing.
Did he
You know what I
pay for
mean?
what he should have got?
Yeah, I mean, he paid for what he got. He didn't have a problem paying the bill. It was just
He wanted to.
he was just very particular about how it was.
Hi guys, today we're in the body shop, and we've got this Aston. This is a 69 Aston DBS. This is a all aluminum panel car, steel structure with aluminum.
So I want to add this red here on the door. This is how particular this guy is. So this car is all aluminum. The doors and the deck lid from the factory were sprayed with red oxide. None of the rest of the car was. So this car came to me, the metal work was done, the gaps were done, it was ready for filler work and paint. So he had the shop in California that did the metal work, he had them put DP48, which is the red oxide epoxy, over the doors and the deck lid, and then took a picture of it just to say that no, my doors were red and all that originally because that's how they were. Nobody's ever gonna know or care, you know. But he got to have the picture of the red door, the red, you know. That's how particular he was.
Aluminum panels. But yeah, this car here is actually going to be going to Pebble Beach and the Concourse of Elegance in England. So pretty high-end build, I'll say. Really all that we're doing on this is bodywork and painting it. It's going to be olive green, the correct Aston color. So when we do a car, really any car, we always focus on gaps is one big thing we focus on, getting them to 3/16 uniformly, and also panel to panel blocking. And that's there's a few shops out there that definitely do, but most shops don't take the time, I'll say, to do this. And that's one thing with a higher end build is there's a lot more time, there's a lot more steps of things. But when I say panel to panel, what I mean is we take a block and we block this from one panel to the next, so you can see how well each panel fits the next. It's a perfect fit from the fender to the door, almost as if there was never a gap there, all the way down. Each panel fits very nicely. And that is one thing, any car, even new ones, they don't fit like that. So that's one thing we do to make sure the fit and finish is, I'll say, perfect on a car. Another thing that we do here is after we've done our filler work through every stage of bodywork, we will bake all the products with an infrared light. That's what this is here. So then we use a laser thermometer, and you can see we're at about 145 degrees, and we'll leave it there for about 20 minutes. And what that does is that prevents any shrinkage, anything from coming back down the road. When I say from coming back, so sometimes if you have products that aren't completely cured, they will keep curing over time, and that will cause issues. You may have sand scratches coming back and things like that, and doing this process will totally eliminate that in the future. So we do this process after every stage that the car goes through. So filler work, this stage here, we bake everything, and then after we prime, we will let it sit a couple days, we'll bake it again, we'll block that primer out and do any spot primes that need done, any little areas that maybe aren't quite there yet. We'll prime those areas again, we'll bake those areas again, we'll sand those areas again, and then after paint, we typically let things dry for 5 to 7 days naturally, and then we run the infrared bake light over it. And what this light really does, the whole point of it is that it heats the metal, not the surface. So, like here, there's not much metal. We've done epoxy primer over metal so that we can do filler work over epoxy. And in doing that, there is metal, there's products on top of metal. And what this light is doing is actually heating the metal and drying things from the metal up, versus baking in, say, a bake booth where it's 140 degrees air temperature. You're drying things from the top in, and you can get trapped solvents and things like that. So as far as primers, what we generally like to do is use the same product from top to bottom. There's a lot of shops that are doing filler work over bare metal, and there is peroxide in the activator for filler. It's benzoyl peroxide, and peroxide is an oxidizer. It will actually cause rust. So if you're putting body filler over bare steel or bare aluminum, you will have corrosion down the road. It may be 5 years, it might be 10 years, but it will happen. And that's one thing that we are super particular about, is the process in which things are done and the longevity that's going to come with those processes. So that's why we do all our filler work over epoxy, is to have a barrier between the metal and the filler so that you don't have issues down the road. But when we prime, we like to use the same product throughout. So once this car had been stripped and epoxied, it was primed with VP 2050, which is Vibrance Lines, PPG's custom line. Awesome primer. We have shrink tests. We've done shrink tests on this primer. It is a great primer in just about every way. We'll have a link to that shrink test on YouTube here in the description on these posts. But basically, when we prime, we want uniformity. So some shops will put filler over bare steel and then they'll prime. They may use an etch primer over the bare metal, and then they'll use a 2K surfacer, and 2K surfacers really shrink down a lot. They don't build a lot. They are just far inferior to an epoxy. They may use a spray polyester and then a 2K surfacer, but spray polys are honestly very inferior to an epoxy as well. And this 2050 is a true epoxy, but it's also a high build epoxy, sandable. So it allows you to use the same product throughout the entire process up to paint. When you're able to use the same product throughout, you have less issues down the road. Because this car in here right now is, you know, except for where we have the light on it, it's about 70 degree panel temp. If this car, say this was a black car, and we pulled it out in the sun on a hot sunny day, these panels could get up to 140, 150 degrees. And when that happens, things move and expand and contract, and they you know, everything expands with heat. And when that happens, it can form what we call a phantom wave, and that's generally caused from different products expanding and contracting at different rates. And that's where a phantom wave comes into play. So if it's out in the hot sun, or if it's out in the 0 degree winter, things shrink and things expand and contract at different rates. So using the same product throughout for every step is crucial to a long-lasting job. And that even goes down to filler. A lot of people that are doing filler work, they're just kind of spreading a glob of filler and putting enough hardener in that they think that's good enough, and it's not uniform. What we do is we actually weigh all the body filler. We weigh everything before it's applied. We weigh things 50 to 1 with hardener over epoxy, and that is very key steps to having a long-lasting, super straight, flat car. There was another one that I wanted. Hi guys, today we're in the body shop.
So, quite some time ago, probably through.
This one just kind of elaborates a little more on that kind of stuff as far as.
I've got the 70 Chanel here. We've been working on a little bit. I got a good start on it, and now we're gonna kind of switch gears and we're gonna go back to maybe 33, and we're gonna start painting that tomorrow with some tri-coat candy. We'll have a video coming up on that, kind of the whole process of doing a candy, assembling the car, spraying the candy on, disassembling, masking jams, spraying candy and jams. The whole process is going to be coming up. But back to the Chevelle, this is actually our Finish Master Rep's car, and he does good work. Everything that was done with this car is done very well, but he's just kind of getting impatient. He wants it done, and he knows that we can do it a lot faster than he can. So I've got about 10 to 12 hours in basically doing half of this car as far as panel, things like that. So Tom, our Finish Master Rep, he did do some body work on this car. He did the doors and the roof, and he got them pretty good. I didn't really find a whole lot, just a couple spots here and there, so I did panel to panel. So when Tom started this car, he put everything into epoxy, and I'm not really sure which kind of epoxy he used. This green primer that you see is the epoxy, and then he went the pieces that he continued to do. He did some spray film over that epoxy, and he used the speed spray poly, which is probably one of the best spray polys as far as a spray poly. That was kind of pre-hybrid primer days. A lot of guys are using spray poly and that speed, so it was really the kind of stuff to use. But so he did some spray poly work, and then he used the speed 310 2K urethane primer, and we're going to kind of go away from that now, and we're going to start using the 2050 on the car. Just more for uniformity, and that's what we like to use, and that's what our shrink tests are telling us is pretty much the best product as far as shrinkage and build overall. So we're gonna prime this with the 2050, but also I've got a variety of blocks here that I've used to get this to this point, and I'll kind of go over and show you which blocks I used where and why. But pretty much every block on the table here, and mud spreaders. This is the same mud spreader I've been using for 6 months probably. I've sanded on it, wiped it with just about everything in the shop. So first here I've got the 32-inch flex block, and as you can see, I've been using this block for a while. There's some body filler from my hands on it all over the place, stuff like that. But I use this 32-inch flex block, and as you can see, it really forms the shape of this roof quite well, in the big sweep all the way up to where it's just about flat and sweeps back forward. It forms to that shape pretty well. I also used it on this quarter panel for the same reason. It kind of forms to that big sweep on these larger panels. And the 24-inch flex is the same. I've used it here a little bit for panel to panel. So these doors in this fender are really quite straight, just flat and straight until about here in this door. And then the door starts to kick out into the quarter, and the quarter starts to roll. So right in this area especially is where I use this 24-inch flex, where we're going from this straight to starting to kick back out. There's a little transition there, and a rigid block is just too rigid, a ultra flex is just too flexible. So that's where I use this. And you can see that there's been a few spots where we have burned through to some metal. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's high. It just means that you know, that metal is in the right spot, and we don't have filler over metal. So you can see that we've got metal, we've got epoxy, we've got the spray poly, and then we've got filler on top of that. And anywhere that we've burned through, you can see there's not filler or spray poly over bare steel, which is one thing that I've talked about quite a bit in the past as far as the peroxide and what filler over bare metal can do. The 24-inch rigid I use quite a lot in this area, because like I said, this is flat, this panel to panel, this panel to panel. All of this is basically just straight and flat from the middle of this door all the way up to the nose is pretty much just flat. There's really no hip on this front fender like there is on the quarters. And I'll go to the 18-inch flex. I use this block quite a bit in this transition because this quarter, right after the door, this quarter kind of starts to really about 2-3 inches back is where it really starts to kick out. You can kind of see it right here from about here. It just really kicks. So what I've done is use that block right there, and you can see the shape that it takes. As that quarter kicks out, you need something to flex a little bit better. So right where this hood really starts to kick down and you're going panel to panel into this headlight panel, the Ultra Flex blocks is what I've used pretty well religiously in this certain area. Is you've got a lot of curves going on, you've got curves coming up this way, you've got curves coming down this way. I like that Ultra Flex for that particular spot, and you may even use something like that right there. You know, you can see how it would flex, but mostly in this area, I was back to that 18-inch flex block because I was blocking this way on up to this. I might have used a 24 up into this. You know, most of this was with the 18-inch flex. Now, as far as panel to panel, one thing you really need to watch is your door edges. I actually did have to beat on this edge a little bit because we don't want a super thick edge. When you open the door, you don't want the edge of the door to be a 1/4 inch thick. So you want to get your metal out as far as you can, and you will have some filler on the edge, most likely front and back, but keep it to a minimum. And you might see in the time-lapse videos that when I do a panel to panel, I do one side at a time. I don't take and just spread filler on all this and fill this gap with mud. What I like to do is take a piece of 2-inch tape and tape the gap shut, basically, one way or the other, and then I'll come in and I'll lay my filler, and I might even use this big mud spreader and just kind of do my filler work. So these little round blocks work real good for areas like this. We've got this round curve to the door, the fender's starting to curve, and then it curves up and it starts to flatten back out here. So that's where I really like to use that round, because it's round. You can bend it to this shape, and you can just kind of bend it really to all these shapes kind of all at once.
So filling panel to panel with tape, this will show you a little bit. So this is our first prime after bodywork, especially mainly on the back half of this quarter, this door, fender hood. First round of panel to panel, first round of real bodywork on those panels. As you can see, it's very straight. The primer laid out very nice. We have very minimal pinholes or any real imperfections to deal with. One key thing to getting a really nice first prime finish is what I like to do as far as my body work. I'll finish everything out to 80, almost like it's ready to prime, and then I'll use the 3M powder guide coat, and I'll rub it all down with that, and then I'll switch to 150. And
you're almost sort of eliminating a prime when you do that. So when you do that, you might see little edges where you put some fill, a little spot of filler here, a little spot of filler there, and you really can't see that until you get another color on it. You know, you might, I'm sure you've primed something where you go, oh wow, how did I miss that? Well, if you guide coat, if you finish out to 80, then you guide coat it, and then you block with 150 or 180, you're gonna see a lot of that kind of stuff. And that's one thing that has really helped me as far as saving time and really saving sometimes an entire prime is really, you know, get that guide coat on there and really see what you got to work with. Sometimes you'll find stuff where, ooh, wow, yeah, how did I miss that? I need to put some more filler on that, or wow, that's really high. Just being very thorough is really the first step.
So that is out in 80. Now I'm guide coating that, then we do 150, then go on to primer. So some guys they'll finish it out to 80, glaze everything, and then start going at it with 150 or 180 right away. And now you've made it all lumpy and not straight again. So you're gonna try to carve that straight with 150. It's probably not gonna work that well. That's why I like to do 80, and then just don't even like to get guide coated, refine the scratch,
I've had some questions as far as the process of doing a really nice bodywork job as far as restoration. I guess our process.
I guess that's really all I wanted to show you out of that video, but let's go back to this. So uniformity, why we don't put filler on bare metal, all of that. Uniform substrates, kind of the same concept. Blocking. So this is kind of where we're going to start off on Saturday, blocking our primer after we've primed after filler work. I will show you a video about case hardening. Has anybody ever heard of case hardening? I know you guys have, but anybody else ever heard of that term? Gotta find it.
So now that I'm ready to do a spot prime on the Aston, I thought this would be a good opportunity to talk about case hardening. So what is case hardening? Case hardening is when, in this circumstance, in this particular case, I had blocked this car, kind of started here and ended there, wherever I started, wherever I ended. This car, the primer, has sat for days, maybe even a week, that I've sanded this, moved on, got an area ready for a spot prime, moved on. So the first area that I started sanding has probably sat for a week or more since I've sanded it. And what's happening is as this primer is drying and things are evaporating into the air, the solvent is leaving. Even though I let this primer sit for about 3 or 4 days, which according to our shrink test is enough to make 2050 stop shrinking, but 2050 uses a ketamine activator, which is somewhat of a self-healing activator. So when I sanded this, sure, you can still see that there's sand scratches in it for mechanical adhesion, but when I sanded this, these sand scratches were, I sanded this out with 240. So we've got a 240 scratch in there. Well, as that activator, that self-healing property, it actually will take a sand scratch, a 240 scratch, and it'll close it up even more. And that's why it's always a good idea to scuff everything just before masking. Even if I were to have scuffed this yesterday and masked it and said, okay, I'm going to prime it in the morning, it's always a good idea to at least come back with a Scotch-Brite or a 3M foam pad and just scuff everything again to put a fresh scratch in before you top coat. Even before paint, it's always a good idea to scuff it the same day that you're going to paint. You know, scuff it, get it in the booth, mask it, paint. Don't let it sit in the booth masked for 2 or 3 days or whatever. So case hardening happens to just about every product, not as much not only the products that use ketamine as an activator, it's every product, especially like a 2K surfacer, being that they take so long to stop shrinking and there's constantly solvents coming out of them for sometimes months at a time. Those scratches that you have, if you got it blocked up to say 400 and you think you're gonna seal it and paint it, well, if you let it sit, those scratches are getting smaller and smaller. It's not that your paint won't stick, but it will stick better with a fresh scuff before paint. We're gonna be going into more detail about case hardening and
Basically, we're going to start blocking this all with 150 and kind of see what we find and go from there. We're going to do panel to panel, so basically everywhere where one panel meets the next, there'll be filler along all of that, more or less. But everything else, like if this was a full car, we would most likely skim everything and block it all down. But with time, we're going to try to not skim everything. We're going to try to just find the problems and fix them instead of glazing the whole thing, because that would take way longer, twice as long probably. So basically what we're going to do is start with 150. And this primer, as you can see, is pretty shiny. It's pretty much kind of like a built-in guide coat in itself, really. So when we start, we're just basically gonna start blocking, and I mean these panels look really nice, but you can already see there's a little bit of waves. This is very high build primer, so we'll be able to block a lot of that out. But if you start hitting metal, you're not gonna continue to sand anything out. You're just gonna if you keep sanding, you're just gonna make things worse, really. So if you hit metal, that's a good indication to stop and then fill whatever you need to fill around that. Or maybe that's high. You have to it depends. Maybe you just sanded too much. Maybe it's a high spot. We'll come around and help you guys if you got questions. But that's in general, stop sanding when you hit metal. Something is wrong. So so there's dust mask gloves. There's an assortment of blocks around here. If we need another one of one certain type of block, just let me know. I'll grab another one and go from there. So have at it. Alright, so basically these are flexible. So because this is not straight, it's kind of gets out or something on this and whatnot. So like something like this is going to be the flex block. So we're not really going to use a rigid block on this. It's really nothing that's just dead straight flat. So basically when we do panel to panel, especially, we're basically acting like this doesn't exist. You're going across this whole gap like this. So as you can see, we're going to have some filler on the edge of the hood here and here. And the whole point of that is to make this panel and this panel not have a difference. Dead straight. So when you look down here, you don't at a certain point when you look across it, this gap just disappears. You don't even see it because everything's fixed so well. So that's the whole idea. So basically, when we start doing panel to panel, I just kind of like to run a block across, see what we got to work with. Like out here in the middle, towards the middle of the hood, we might not even have any cover out here. We might have a little in through here. But it depends. You just gotta kind of block and see. But so at that point, basically, I know that I'm gonna need filler pretty much on this entire edge. And over here, we won't really have filler on it. This is what we're basing everything on. So at this point, I'm gonna take a D8 and just sand all this. We can't put. In general, you can't put anything on top of anything unless it's sanded. So, otherwise it won't stick. So if we put filler right over this, you'll be able to literally just strip it off. Strip it off, and it won't stick. So we got to sand everything. Let me grab the D8. Filler like 80 gauge. That's filler like 80 gauge. So we get some actual filler. try to not burn the front. And like I said before, the primer being shiny, that's one thing I really like about it because you can see everything. Most primers are dull, and you're like, yeah, you gotta use Geico. We will use Geico, but for the first step, being that we know there's changes out here, I'm just going to fan the body lines with this net, and we're going to basically fill this entire area. It's going to be easier. It's actually going to be faster to get the spray that way. Wash the whole thing with water. It's faster to fix it. You can obviously put a little here, a little here, a little here, a little here. All you're doing is looking at where we got to get your spread smooth to begin with. Obviously, the whole head right here you don't necessarily have to see all the way down to where you only have this spot, this spot, this spot, and that spot. As long as this straight is whole piece right here, this whole thing right there is all going to have very limited. And you take your hand and let the blocks in order, don't get over the cars. If you pretty much too hard, it's all carry put in there. Yeah. The reason why these are all right. It shows you everything, but if you push, it'll take away the whole purpose of what you're doing. Let the block do it. And when we're blocking on here, let it form adjust it up, and then just let the block right. Don't push down. I know you want to push them things back. Be patient and let the block do the thing. Make sense? Yep. You know, this with this radius on here, we'll fix that here. We're just kind of coming back into there, and then we're going to come back here. But we just, this is basically just looking at the side. Right. This is one area where you see it's got a curve to it. We haven't got a shape that block to it. Push you down one by the back. Back all the tire that you can see needs it. And you can see it up to here. All we're doing is we're not really fixing anything right now. We're just looking here. Where do we got trouble? The body color at. This is just a really good guide of just saying, okay, low, high, low, high, low, high. Still try down there? Front end? But all you want to be able to be on both sides of it. So now I've sanded this, I'm going to blow it off, give it another look over. I can see a couple spots that might need sand a little bit better, but just so you have a mental image of where you think you're going to put lines. You're not fixing anything, you're not even like keeping it sanded all that way. It's just like, okay, I know I need from here, here, that's where we're going to put it. Then we kind of figure that out again when I put the rest of it in it. Just kind of make sure the whole area is different. So like now we've got all these edges that are shiny, we can't get down to the DA, we definitely got to sand them before we put feather on, because that is where our feather really is going to start. You know, we're trying to plan, we're actually going to be building it up on the edge, not out. We're not gonna make an edge out of filler, but we're gonna, this edge is really rounded. We're gonna basically crispen that up a little bit. So we definitely need the filler to stick right on the edge. So I'll just sand that real good too.
So is your first step basically looking at the panel, then the second step looking at this portion of it right here?
Right now we're just on the panel. We'll move into the middle here. You can see most of this I think is going to block out without no filler. Right now we're concentrating on just making sure the panel works and you door work. I don't know how much time we're going to have to do on a lot of it, but I do think we're going to concentrate on the outside edge.
There's people that do just fill them up and then they take a power wheel or something and grind it all out of there. And I've done it that way, but I always, when I'm cutting it, I always end up going off the side, no, I gotta fix this, no, I gotta fix that. So it's just better to mask it, but basically we're trying to take this gap shut. So I'm actually overhanging the gap a little bit. I'm running the tape on right on the edge of the actual filling, not on the edge of it, not in the gap. I'm actually kind of almost just barely something there. Like that. And then back here we've got this body line that dips in. There's lines in the cowl. On the this line. I don't want to put any filler in here, so I got to stand back out of it. So I'm going to basically just stand right here. I'll just put that mask it. It ain't got to be masked perfectly. You're going to sand it all. So now this might be a little crowded, but let's go to the next one here. It's the muzzle. Now I'm going to have to try to drag more into it. So now I've got some extra on my paddle. So now I'm going to take this and kind of put it where I need it. And then I'm going to do it again. And with these big spreaders, the slower you go, the better the spread will be. Because if I drag this across like that, look how it just kind of rips it, you know. So you got to work it real slow, and you got to try to keep the pressure from your fingers even across this whole spreader. And areas like this, okay, I've got a rough line here. This is all real good, but I got a little bit of a rough line. I'm going to have to just take this little one and just kind of tone that down. This bigger end, we'll just get rid of that. And then you got to pull the tape while the filler's wet, otherwise you'll literally pull it out and have to suck to get it off. So that's that. And then like right here, I've got filler that kind of starts to go down in the gap. I'll run my spreader down. And that is almost going to help square that gap up. You can already see how much more square that edge is than it was. And then with the cleaning, you always want to try to clean it before it dries. And then plastic thinner and paper towel, clean them up. And then so plastic thinner, paper towel for the mixed room. If you don't do it when you've got to wait till it dries, then you've got to stand it off and go into the table. So there you go.
Yeah, it does pick fairly quickly,
but it's decent. In this temperature, you got it. But when it's hot, you better hurry up. Have you ever used the Dalton place? Oh, the Dalton place? What do you use?
Basically, I just use it for everything.
This stuff does sand way easier than coat. Like, so when I'm done here, I'll go back to this. I'll block this all with 80, and it'll take very minimal time to do that. Yeah. And then I'll guide cover when I want to. Oh man! I know.
I got metal plates.
Like shit, like accordion too. Yeah.
Like $59 a piece. And I was told was doing $50 a piece on.
Yeah.
I bought 16. Well, 16, I got $50 extra. That's.
You can't buy 1 tube for that. You know?
Oh yeah, you fucked it so.
Yeah.
And then later I called them. I said, you get any more?
The worst part is you have a little spot, you know, then you'll be like,
You just keep keep it up.
Right here.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't keep trying to sand that up.
What's it? 8 in the case probably. 6. Yeah. Yeah. So he lost his ass on that.
Yeah, I was giving it to all my buddies.
Fuck something else up. Trying to sand that up.
$10. I guess I pay for $10. Yeah.
But, give us this.
and that's the nice part about that, you can fix it. Thank you.
Today we're going to use the different cups. We're not going to use the soda cups. Honestly, we're sponsored by soda, but I don't really care for the cups. So we're going to use the PPS cups. I have a PPS adapter for this soda. But I like these cups a lot better because they're a bladder system. It's a hard cup with a liner. I know a lot of you guys are probably familiar, but some of you aren't. It's a hard cup with a bladder.
They're drop proof too.
They don't break either, so. But basically we fill it up, and I like these because you actually take the whole cup off the gun when you want to switch. So like if I'm going in, if I'm going to prime a whole car, I'll take like 3 of these full in with me, and then basically these slide in, they lock on, twist on, then you put the gun on, twists on, locks on. And then I always pull the trigger and just kind of let some air. I push on the bladder on the bottom, kind of let some air out, make sure that when the trigger's not pulled, it's sealed. You make pressure. You can't, it's not going to blow out when you tip it over. But then you spray. You don't have to worry about the cap deal. As you spray, the bladder just sucks down, and you can actually spray completely upside down with these. Once we get in there, all the air that's in here, if you spray the gun upside down, it'll suck all the air out, and then you can literally spray upside down, whatever you got to do. But the main reason why I like these is I use this cup, pull the trigger, unhook it, hook it up to this one, keep spraying. So that's why I like these. I don't know, soda cups, I guess you could do the same thing, but they're just more of a pain in the ass.
Yes, it's better.
Yeah. So, there we go. We'll take a couple cups in at a time. Tomorrow we're gonna block all that. Start with 240. We're gonna get it really close to all the peel and everything being blocked out. Then we'll go to 320 on a block, and then we'll go 500 on the DA with an interface pad. Carefully, just kind of DA it, get it up to 500, and then we'll paint. But once we get in the booth, we're we'll get them in there, and then we're gonna use the water cleaner that we were talking about that we don't use on bare metal. I don't use it over filler either, just because polyester absorbs water. So
putting a water cleaner over filler, I mean, it makes sense as far as like you're trying to get all the dust out of the scratches and all that, but in terms of what polyester is, I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't, because filler is polyester, more or less. So I wouldn't use any sort of a water cleaner or anything like that over filler, but I just use the solvent cleaner because it evaporates so fast. The filler may absorb a little bit of it, but it evaporates so fast that by the time you wipe it down and mix and get in there and start spraying, I would say it's out. I've never had an issue doing that, I guess. I know a lot of people that say you gotta spray it on the rag and then wipe it on the panel, otherwise the filler will absorb it, and I think that's true to a certain extent, but if you give it enough, if you give it 10 minutes before you spray it, I would think it would be just fine. You got tons of airflow, that stuff dries pretty fast, so I've never had an issue, but we're gonna use, it's actually an Exalta cleaner that I like to use. PPG has one that's called H2O So Clean, but I don't have any reason why I don't like that. I guess I just have always used this Exalta 210. That's what I'm used to using, so that's what I use. But water cleaners, really any cleaner, but especially water cleaners, if you have a jug and you're gonna pour it into a spray bottle, shake it, put it in the bottle, and then shake it every time before you use it, because there is something in a water cleaner that will cause fish eyes if you don't use it properly. I did a 41 Willys, it was black, and we sprayed the body, and that was the first time I had ever used a water cleaner. And I used wax and grease remover first, and then I used a water cleaner, and I wiped it like I wipe wax and grease remover, where you spray it on, you wipe it. Okay, if it's a little wet yet, it's gonna dry, it's gonna flash off, and you can't do that with water. You gotta, with this stuff anyway, you have to spray it on there, and I'll have like 3 or 4 rags ready. I'll wipe the main wetness off, throw that rag away, keep wiping it. You have to just continuously keep wiping this area until it's totally dry. You gotta keep it moving, because if that stuff sits, there's something happens. I couldn't tell you honestly, but that Willys had about 400 fish eyes in it, and that's about the only thing I could equate it up to was that. And I asked the rep, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you gotta wipe that. You can't do that, basically." And I've never had that same problem since, so I'm convinced that you can't let that stuff just sit and flash off. You gotta keep wiping. So, and then as far as the wax and grease remover, we're gonna use the same stuff we've been using. It's DX320, one choice line. Technically it's SX320, same as the DX520, 579. They just moved it into the one choice line, same stuff, different label. So I kind of talked about using sealers and using urethanes versus epoxy as sealer. I got a video that explains it really well.
So judging by some of the posts that I've seen lately, a lot of guys are asking what's the purpose of sealer, or which sealer, or 1K sealer, 2K sealer. There's a lot of things to consider when you're going to decide if you're going to use sealer, what sealer you're going to use. So in order to understand all this, first things first, we got to kind of understand the different types of adhesion. So there's physical adhesion and chemical adhesion. And physical adhesion is going to be your scratch. It's going to get in that scratch and bite in and grip. The chemical adhesion process is more in depth. You get into isocyanates and cross-linking and products that work together, products that don't work together. So we're going to talk a little bit about that first. So isocyanates are basically the backbone of the cross-linking process. Most products that you're going to use that are a 2K product, they have an activator that's going to have isocyanates in it. And what the isocyanates do is allow a chemical reaction for cross-linking. And when you have chemical adhesion, is much better than relying only on physical adhesion. So if I'm using a sealer, here I've got my sealer down, first coat, my base coat, and then clear on top of that. When you use sealer, this is an activated product.
there's isocyanates in that product. This is the first step of your foundation. So then you use base coat over your sealer. Your sealer, you're going to use a value shade, most likely 1 through 5 or 1 through 7, whatever your system is. But when you, as you're painting, you're stacking these products on top of each other, your base coat is probably not activated. And maybe you can use activator, but we'll get into that a little bit in a minute. When you use the isocyanates, the activator in the sealer, then you put base coat on top of that. So sealer is going to have, most sealer is going to have a lift window, they call it. It might be an hour, it might be 3 hours. You got to look at the TBS sheets. But the sealer that I use is DAS sealer. It's a Deltron sealer. I think the lift window on that is roughly an hour. But if you seal something and you don't put base coat on it before your recoat window is up, or it will accept new solvents without lifting. If you exceed the recoat window, you get into the lift window, and that's where you can have problems. Your isocyanates are at a point where they've pretty well kicked and they're not really willing to accept another layer of solvent, and that solvent tries to drive into that sealer to do its cross-linking, and it is rejected, and that's why you get that wrinkling up. That's pretty common with 1K versus 2K, which we'll get into a little more too. A lot of times if you put a 2K product over a 1K product, it's going to wrinkle or lift. But when I put my sealer on, that's got the isocyanates in it, it's an activated product. Base coat is probably not, it can be, but most likely not. And then my clear is also activated clear. It's a 2K clear. When I have isocyanates in here and isocyanates in here, these as you're spraying, once you're done, the isocyanates from the sealer and the isocyanates from the clear they're gonna cross-link, and they're gonna chemically cross-link your whole paint system. This is all gonna be, I'll say, essentially chemically glued together. So when you don't use sealer, you're probably not activating your base coat either. This is sanded primer. This is dried, it's cured, it's sanded. You're gonna go straight to base over sanded primer. So there's no isocyanates down here to drive up to your clear. And
Don't be confused by that. So there is isocyanates in primer, but your primer, once your product is cured, your isos are dead. They've done their thing, they're gone. Even the sanding dust that we're breathing in, there's no isos in that. The isos, they've cross-linked, they're out of the equation completely. So there's no active isocyanates when you put base coat right over primer. There's no active isocyanates to chemically bond that paint system together, except for what's in the clear. Does that make sense?
therefore there's no crossing. This is going to make your whole system weaker, and it will work for you. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is wrong or that's right, but these are, in my experience, what is best. I like to use sealer. It's a good product to use. There's many reasons to use it. Certain scenarios, there's reasons not to use it. Another important thing to understand about isocyanates is temperature, panel temperature, not air temperature. A lot of guys are, if you're using 70-degree activator, you think the air temperature should be 70 degrees. That's not how that works. Your panel temp, your metal temp should be within whichever product you're using, within that temperature range. Isocyanates lock at 58 degrees Fahrenheit. If your panel temp is below 58 degrees, your isocyanates will not cross it. They basically die, and you can, once that happens, once those isos are dead, you can make it all you want. It's not going to bring it back to life. Your paint will dry, and it may or may not look good, but you might have some hazing and some
like dieback looking type of problems. But you won't have any cross-linking. Your isos will die at 58 degrees. So that being said, a lot of guys, when it's colder outside, you know, you heat your shop during the day, shut the heat off at night, you get your panel, even though that product is dry, it's still cured. Those isos are probably still kind of doing their thing a little bit. You need to keep the panel temp above 58. The warmer the better, most often. Another thing to think about with isocyanates is keeping the shelf life of the isocyanates.
We talked about this yesterday.
They're sealed for a reason. When you open it up, you open the cap, you gotta unseal the cap. And the reason that is that can, the airspace in there is filled with nitrogen, probably nitrogen, they may use other gases, but the whole point is to lock out the oxygen. So once you open that activator, technically it has a shelf life of about 2 weeks. Once that isocyanate is introduced to oxygen in the air, it is technically has a shelf life of 2 weeks. Now they probably won't tell you that because they don't want you to think you gotta throw your stuff away after 2 weeks. Are you gonna use it? Yes, you're gonna use it. It's expensive, you're not gonna throw it in the garbage. And that's fine. I've never had an issue with using something that's been a little bit longer than 2 weeks or even months. But to a certain extent, I mean, you wouldn't want to use something that's years old, I would say. But within reason, in my opinion, it stays good. But they say 2 weeks, the isos start to die in that product. So 1K products versus 2K products. 2Ks have isocyanates in them, 1Ks do not. So you use a 1K, say you use a 1K product of some sort. That basically means that product's not activated. It's a one part product. Spray it straight out of the can. Adhesion promoter, things like that, or a 1K. There's some 1K sealers. A 1K is referred to as a thermoplast product, which means that it's going to, if you spray something else at it without scuffing it, it is probably going to allow that new solvent to wipe back in. So base coat, when you don't activate it, is a thermoplast product. It is willing to accept solvents. A lot of the base coats say don't recoat after 24 hours, even if you don't activate it, because it's that clear. That base coat will accept clear being put on it days, even weeks later. A thermoplast product, if you had a super clean environment, you could even just sit for months even. You could come back in, tack it off, and spray clear at that clear. Even though the isocyanates in your sealer may be dead and have done their thing, and now those isos have gone, you won't get that proper cross-linking. But it would be kind of the same as using base coat right over primer without it. Chemically, it would be about the same. But when you use that base coat non-activated, you can come back really at any time and clear it without scuffing it. Now, if you activate that base coat, it's a 2K product. This is a thermal set product. So you have a recoat window now. And I found this out the hard way.
So, 1K versus 2K. When you get base coat, really the only time that they technically tell you that you have to activate base coat is if you're doing a mid coat or a candy, because your mill thickness is so thick. So in the video, we've got sealer or epoxy, base, and then if we're doing a candy or a pearl mid coat, something like that, your base is what, 1/2 mil per coat probably? It's pretty thin. Base is real thin. So if you do 3 coats of base, you got 1.5 mil. That's probably thick enough for the isos from the clear and the isos from the sealer to cross through that base coat. The clear is going to drive into the top half. The sealer is going to drive up from the bottom. They're going to meet. They're going to do their thing. But when you have a mid coat in here, you have too much thickness. Now you might be up to 6 mils instead of 3, or 3 mils instead of 1.5. Because say you got 3 coats of base, 3 coats of mid coat, now you're at 3 mils. Now the isos from this to this probably aren't going to reach each other. So when you have a mid coat, basically they want you to put isocyanates is DX57 is the base coat activator for Deltron. That's basically just adding isocyanates to your base coat, so that when this drives down and this drives up, then you have isos in here to kind of fill the gap, more or less, to really cross-link that system. But if you use DX57 in base coat and you do not keep going, if you give it more than an hour, you're pretty much screwed, especially if you are using a metallic, because after an hour, you're into the lift window because you put isocyanates in the base coat. After an hour, you're getting to the lift window. So you're in the lift window, for say 1 to 2 hours. If you put anything on top of it, it's gonna go nuts, it's gonna lift. After the lift window, you're not in any window. You have to sand this again, you have to go back to mechanical adhesion. There's no fixing it from here. And if you have metallic, especially a metallic base coat, and you go to scuff that, you're gonna have to rebase it and then go to clear. But GX57 I used on a Pantera candy job. You know the car. So it was a pot of gold with wineberry candy over gold, basically. I did the gold. We used DX57 because we're putting like 10 coats of base technically on this car, so we used DX57, and took me till about lunchtime for base. I ate lunch, came back, started spraying mid coat. That was fine. Just got a couple coats of mid coat on, and then went out of the booth for a while. I came back in, put the 3rd coat of mid coat on, and I'm spraying away, and I get like half the car done, and I walk around to go back to the other side. I'm like, whoa! And the whole quarter panel was just wrinkles everywhere. And everything that I did, it doesn't do it right away. It might take a minute or two, and it'll just erupt with alligator or lifting or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, DX57, don't use it. Junk, in my opinion. So even doing thick mid coats and candies and stuff. When we do candy tomorrow, technically we should use DX57, but we're not going to because of that. If you're doing a full candy, it's very possible you're going to have a lot more than an hour between coats, for sure. So base coat in general, any base coat will do that. If you activate base coat, it'll do the same thing. So DX57 totally out for me, basically. I would not use it. And I don't use it, and I don't have a problem not using it. I've never had anything delaminating or anything like that. I don't have, it seems to be just fine. So, but there again, most of the cars that we're doing, they're not sitting in the sun every single day, and they're not in 30 below weather, and so there's that too. But collision job, maybe throw some DX57 in it, hurry up, so.
If you're using waterborne, particularly Axo and PPG, they want you to add a hardener in every base coat because they were having D-lamp problems.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't put it in everything, but I would put it in my last coat of base, just for shits and giggles, 5%.
Yeah.
It doesn't spray quite the same once you do it. If you have a metallic, it kind of makes it want to look a little more modelly. But I don't know what it is like in Delta. I don't know if they add anything to it or.
Not usually. I mean, like if it depends. I guess if you're spraying a candy, if you're spraying a mid. If you're spraying a mid, then yes, we activate our base. But like if we're spraying a candy, I mean, all your water dries out of that anyway.
Yeah.
So no, we usually don't activate our base when we spray a candy. Because I mean, you're not. We don't believe you have ISOs. You don't have ISOs in that water.
Right.
When
water's different.
Right, so you're not
water's different. I don't understand water. I don't spray water.
I spent about 2 weeks with the chemist from Axo Nobel trying to figure out stuff he can't do. And he wanted to he wanted me to put hardener in every base coat I did, no matter what, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It makes it a little harder to sand initially. It makes it gummy. And it takes longer to dry. And those are all fine if you have time to do it, whatever. That's the game. No problem. And then the sand are actually really good after later. If you got to sand some stuff on it later and touch it up or whatever, it sands great. But they wanted everything to have in it, no matter what. If it's a black color, they wanted it in there just for safety.
So yeah, we're gonna use DPLV as epoxy. The 15-degree rule, we talked a little bit about. I don't know if all of you guys were involved in that conversation or not, but if I have, say my panel temp is 70 degrees, which is pretty typical, about 70-degree panel temp. With airflow, I'm gonna use an 85-degree reducer. If it's 80 degrees in there, I'm gonna use a 95-degree reducer. If it's 100 degrees in there, I'm going to use 895 with 8110 or with 8110 retarder probably. I think they make an 898 too, which is the very highest straight reducer. 8110 is not a straight reducer; it's a retarder they call it, which will basically just really slow things down. If you used 8110 straight, I don't know how long it would take to dry. It would be a ridiculously long time. But that's for like those particular 898 and 8110 are for like you're spraying silver in Florida in July, basically. It's like ridiculous hot temperatures. I really don't ever use either one of those here in Wisconsin. Maybe once in a blue moon on a really hot summer day, but probably not. 895 for most colors is fine, but that goes to epoxy too, or your sealer, your clear in general. Like if it's even clear, you kind of got to play with it and see what works for you. I put 895 in clear when it was 80 degrees one day, and I used the 95-degree reducer, the high temp reducer, and all that, or activator, and it was so slow. Even at 80 degrees with airflow, using the 95-degree stuff, according to the 15-degree rule, it was just way too slow. I ran the shit out of it. It was terrible. So. Yeah, even if it's 90 degrees, I'll still use the 75-degree activator or the 80 with VC 5700. It's technically an 80-degree activator, but I'll use that. They have a 95-degree activator for 5700 too, but I've never even used it, and I probably never will, just because I'm scared of running it, honestly. With that, with a high temp reducer, everything is super slow. But if you're gonna stack a ton of coats of clear, I would use 895 because I would use the faster, the 80-degree reducer, but I'd use 895 if you're gonna do like 6 coats of clear, because you need to just let things. If you're stacking clear, you're gonna be there all day anyway. It doesn't matter. Just slow it down. Safety, be safe, basically. Use 895, but I wouldn't really recommend using the slow activator because you want it to tack up, but you want to give it time to breathe too. So I don't know, that's just my 2 cents on it, I guess. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's right or wrong, but that's the way that I've found that it works the best for our conditions.
Yeah, I would say if you're going to stack it, you want to use as slow as possible to allow as many solvents to get out so you don't just have to skip them over. Leave that tail solvent as slow as possible so it stays open and lets them come out.
Yep. You don't want it to skin. If you used 870, it'd be like skimmed over and you'd have solvent pop almost for sure. So.
And have you ever had solvent pop? Like real solvent pop? Like it's...
Like solvent coming out of the bubbles?
Yeah. It blows open and there's a white inside of it and it's over.
Have you ever had a run with a dot in it, a white dot in it?
Oh yeah.
That's solvent pop because that run is so thick, it does that. That's solvent.
There's no fixing it.
No. You can sand the run out. You ain't gonna get the pit out.
You sand it and then you think you got it and then you polish it. Now there's compound in that little dot and it's over.
Yep. Another thing, if you're having trouble with, modeling or striping or whatnot with a high metallic, you can take reduced DBC 500 and reduced base coat, mix them together. It basically just makes your base coat way more transparent. But you'll have to put more coats on, but it'll make it. And you wouldn't start with this. You would get a few coats of base on and go, okay, what the hell's going on here? And you would basically, it will more or less make it more transparent. It'll make it a lot more forgiving, basically, is what it'll do. And you can do, with the forgivingness, you can kind of do the same thing with the candy. If we take that candy in there, reduce it 1-to-1, it'll be fairly strong. I mean, if you don't know, if you've never sprayed a candy before and you're, not a good painter, I'll say, you're probably gonna have striping and all kinds of stuff in that candy. Whereas if you over-reduced it, say you reduced it 2-to-1, it would be way more forgiving. You might do 6 coats instead of 3, but it'll be a lot more forgiving. If you are a little heavier here than you are over here, it's going to be way more forgiving. Where if you leave it as a strong dye, it'll be not forgiving. If you mess up, you're going to see it. And in a candy, everything you put on top of it will only amplify it. A lot of times, people think that they can fix modeling with a mid coat. No, it's only going to highlight. It's only going to make it worse. Everything you put on top of that, it's only going to magnify it, basically. So. Candy, if you mess up, you messed up pretty much. You got to nail it, otherwise
There's no coming back.
There's no coming back. You start over. You either nail it or start over completely. Basically, you screw up. You got a real dark spot in your candy or something. Base the whole car again. Start over, pretty much.
Yeah. You can't blend it. There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's a few tricks you can do like on the edges that I've done and because you still got to paint the bottom color no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Mask up on edges and peel it back, and then get the candy and peel it back and kind of milk it in.
Yeah. Which brings me to this. So this is a candy that I did a year ago, maybe.
So we've got our 33 window in here. What we gotta do, we're gonna do a candy paint job on this. We're gonna get the body into the first color of the candy, the first stage of a candy paint job, and then silver. I'm gonna come in here, I'm gonna seal the body, we're gonna get the body silver, and then we're gonna bring in another batch of parts, we're gonna seal those, we're gonna get those silver, then we're gonna mold this thing together, and that's why we've got so much room on this rotisserie, is we're gonna have the body here, we're gonna have the doors on the body, we're gonna have the trunk lid on the body, we're gonna have the hood sides on a cart that we've rigged up to go here, so that I can walk this whole car and spray candy. So we're gonna have hood sides, hood top, grill shell, doors, everything laid out like it would be on the car. So I'm gonna go ahead and seal all these parts. For this, I'm gonna use the Solid Jet 3000 HVLP gun, one pre-tip. I'm gonna use this gun for sealer and also for base. So now I've got my sealer down, I'm going to start spraying some silver. This is sterling silver. This is basically just DBX 1689 and DMD 650. It's basically straight silver flakes. There's really no color to it at all. So it's going to take quite a bit to get it to cover well. But before I start spraying, I'm going to check my panel temp with this here laser gun. And we're going to see what our panel temp is so that we can try to duplicate that on the next batch of parts that we're spraying silver today, hopefully. Check our panel temp here. We're at about 63, 64 degrees, so 15 degree rule would tell us we have airflow. Our panel temp is roughly 65. We should be using an 80 degree reducer. Well, I'm going to use a 95 degree reducer with this silver because slowing it down will only help you, especially with modeling. It's tiger scraping. You want to give that
it's all silver, it's ready for candy. So now we have all the pieces, the hoods, hood sides, doors, grill shell. We've got some random small things like the hood side supports and things like that hanging. Trunk lid, all that stuff is hanging in there. We're going to make all that silver. So what I'm going to do first is use this DAS 3025 sealer, value shade 5, because we're using silver. Silver will cover the best over a 4 or 5. This one particularly calls for a 5. If you use a low temp reducer like DT870 or even 885 in some cases with the high metallics, you're going to get modeling, you're going to get tiger striping, all those types of things, and just the high temp reducer is just going to help. For extremely hot days, there is a DT898 retarder, which I've used very seldom. If it's over 100 degrees in the booth, I might use it on a silver, but it makes things dry very slowly. So now we're getting ready to go in and spray our candy. What I've got here is, this is 15% DMX 211, which is a candy toner, 15% DMX 211 mixed with DBC 500. So I've got, I've got 100 grams of DBC 500 in here. I'm gonna add 100 ounces. I'm gonna add 15 ounces of DMX 211. So this is mixed by volume, not by weight. And what that gives me is this here is this is the candy reduced 1-to-1 with 895. So that's as you can see, it's a super transparent. That's what candies are, is they're a transparent coat. So if you think that you've got a little something going on with your base color and oh, the candy will cover it up, the candy won't cover it up. The candy will most likely highlight it. So you want to make sure that you get your silver, your gold, whatever first color you're using for a candy. You want to make sure that it is, you've got every imperfection fixed. You've got everything like you're gonna clear it, and then move on to your candy. But this is the color that we're after right here. It's a really nice color. This is 4 coats of this candy mixture over top of sterling silver, and I'm going to use this Devilibus Techno Pro Light. I got the Vigilante edition, but we're gonna use that Pro Light. We got this gun a few years ago for a candy job, specifically on a Panchero we did. So I really like the way it sprays candy, so we're gonna go ahead and use that gun today. So we're getting
got clear on it. We're done with this. We're done with the paint job. We gotta do, tomorrow we're gonna get the... So basically, that's the gist of it. We keep going, we do the doors the same way, mask them on the mask the outside right up to that little rolled edge, and then we do the candy in the back doors, do that in another separate spray. But that's the gist of candies. Some guys will they'll paint the jams candy and then bolt it together and then paint the outside. But when you do that, your base color is probably either silver or gold or some crazy high metallic color. So if you're doing a blue candy with a silver base, you paint the jams, you bolt the car together, you mask the jams now. Now you seal and have silver before the blue. Now you have a gray line. When you open the door, you'll have a gray line because where your tape is that product is going to build on there, and then the next layer is building, and the next layer is building. When you peel that tape off, you'll see a gray, silver, and blue line. So that's why we do it this way. It's a pain in the ass, for sure. It takes days to do a paint job, but it's worth it. So. Blending, I mean, we're not really going to get into that in this class a lot, but DVC 500, if I'm going to blend, I'll seal my repair area, I'll coat the whole everything I'm painting, I'll coat in DVC 500, and then I'll blend into that. They call it a wet bed, even though it's not wet technically. It basically is they call it an intercoat clear, where DVC 500 is really good for a lot of stuff. You can use it for blending wet beds. You can actually use it as an actual wet bed if you're really having trouble blending the color, like you're having trouble with the blend edge on a silver. You can wet the entire panel down with DVC, come right back in immediately and blend into it while it's still wet. Sometimes that'll help with blend edges. It's a candy carrier. It's a carry candier, it's a blender, it's more or less a diluter. I wouldn't call it a reducer, but you can dilute your base coat with it if you're having problems with modeling or striping. It's just a all-around fix-all for a lot of things, really. Awesome product. But metamerism, I'm going to talk about metamerism a little bit. So metallic colors, high metallics, especially high metallics. If you ever had a car where you painted it and you rolled it out of the booth into the shop and the hood or the whatever looks modelly, it's like you can kind of see it. It looks like it's kind of there. It'll pass, but it's kind of there. Kind of looks weird. And then you pull it outside, it looks fine. Or you put it under different lighting, it looks fine. That is, if you have high metallic under fluorescent lights give off frequencies of light. It's not a constant light like an LED or something like that. So, when you turn a cold fluorescent light on and you can see it kind of like going back and forth, it's doing that when it's on, but your eye can't detect it. It's like 10,000 hertz or whatever. But that variation of light can actually make your color look mottled or kind of funky. And then you take it out in the sun or you put it under a different light and it looks fine. It's called metamerism. So we just talked about tricoats, candies, candy paint, clearing. So when we cleared, when I wrote all this, I was mainly using 8152, but same things apply to VC 5700. It's super similar. So we talked about the 15-degree rule. Flow coating. Is anybody flow coating things, or has anybody flow coated anything? Anybody know what flow coating is?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay, so basically you clear it, you sand it, you re-clear it. So basically the idea is give you more depth, and maybe you'll have a cleaner turnout when you re-clear it. In my opinion, flow coating is one of the biggest wastes of time I've ever heard of. It's if you want to put 6 coats of clear on it, put 6 coats of clear on it. Don't put 3 and then sand it all down and respray it, remask it, waste 2 days on all that. basically just start stacking clear, but you gotta use the right clear. You can't use a production clear like DCU 20, or what is it, DCU 2021? I would never use that as a stacking clear. It's just it's a production clear. It's meant to be baked and out the door tomorrow. You know, where like 8152, 5700 are glamour clears. They're made for what we're using them for. They're made to be stacked. They're made to be polished. They're made to be super shiny. So,
Here's the problem. If you put 6 coats of clear on, you get this sort of chatter comes out of the gun. It's a long wave. It's a urethane wave that kind of, you look down the side of it. It's the only way to get rid of that is by going 600 or 800, depending on how bad it is. So you got a long block with 600. If you flow coat and then with 3, and then you put 3 on again, you don't have enough there to step all your sandpaper down to be able to polish it. You'll burn through into the next layer, and when you burn through the next layer, it may not be really obvious, but it'll ring. You'll see the ringing, and it's not like the 2 clear coats just like blend together perfectly. There are 2 distinct different layers of clear coat. If you get into the second layer or the first layer, you see it. So you gotta have enough build there to be able to walk out.
And over time, it will look like a clear blend. It'll get white. It'll start delamming from that. All that. So, yeah, if you're gonna do more than, you know, if you're gonna stack clear. Flow coating is a waste of time, in my opinion.
There's plenty of people that can get online and lose their mind when they find out you stack clear. I've had so many arguments with people saying you can't do that. And I keep with mine.
I just
did it. Watch me. It's on video. You just watch me do it.
Yeah. So when I stack clear, it's kind of, there's really not a rule book on stacking clear because you're not supposed to do it really.
Nobody's gonna tell you should.
Nobody's going to tell you that you should do it besides us.
Yeah.
But PBG's not going to tell you should stack and put 8 coats of clear on it. They're not going to tell you that because they're covering their own ass basically. But when I stack clear, I'll do, you know, it depends on how hot it is, what reducer, what activator is all factors. But in general, first coat of 8152 or 5700. I'll get that down, I'll give it 10-15 minutes, put the second one on, I'll give that 15-20 minutes, get the third one on, and you know, after that I'll go 30-35 minutes, fourth coat down 40-45 minutes. Basically you're adding roughly 10 minutes every time you add a coat. You add roughly 10 to 15 minutes of flash time. So in the end you're up to almost an hour of flash between coats. So it's otherwise you get solvent pop, you're gonna run it, you're gonna get solvent pop, all that, you know, slow it down, take the whole day and just clear shit basically. So flat clears so after we clear on Sunday when Jason does his buffing thing, after that anybody that wants to do a flat clear, like, you guys don't have to stick around if you want to get rolling home or whatever, but anybody that wants to do, we're going to do a flat stripe on one of those things, or a couple of them depending how many you guys want to do it, what time it is, and all that. But these flat clears are the best flat product that I've found. I've used a bunch of like single stage flat, hot rod black and all that type of stuff, and it's just that type of paint. You have to almost texture it to get it to look even, where this is literally, you spray it like clear, it's shiny when you spray it, and as it dries it dulls out, and you can get I think there's like 5 different levels of gloss. There's full flat, and then there's like eggshell and this and that, but flat up to semi-gloss. So 8115 is flat clear, 8117 is semi-gloss, and then you can mix them together to get anything in between. Basically, they use a 8239 as the activator, but we will go over that, and you can put this over any color. Like base coat, you use it, it's a clear. You can put it over any color you want.
Buy that way? It's not in a system where you can change that by the additives?
No, so in the PBG computer system, like in the touch mix system,
that tells you how to mix your base coats and all that. You can go in there and they call it FC, flat clear, and then it'll say 01, FC02, FC03. They have a little pamphlet that shows you the different flatnesses and stuff. So if you want to mix a FC03, it'll give you the formula to mix it, you know. So, yep. But you guys don't want to play with that, we'll play with that on Sunday. And don't buff. If you buff a flat clear, it will be shiny. Most of them, anyway. You can't correct anything. If you're gonna paint like a whole car flat, it better be clean. Because if there's a piece of dirt in it, it's in it. You have nothing you're gonna do about it. So you can sand it out, buff it, but then it's gonna be shiny. So.
And sometimes you can take a razor blade and very carefully shave it off, and you can still kind of see where it was.
Yeah.
But there's no fixing it. That's why people love like even I painted a 69 Mustang that had rally stripes on it to work on that, and someone in the shop did some polishing by it, and some compound landed on it. We wiped it off, and it was shiny little spots right there. Ruined the whole thing.
People paint cars flat because, I don't have to clean them.
Oh, yeah.
It's maintenance free. It is far from. I would much rather have a shiny car, you know. So. And then cutting and buffing, that'll be Sunday. So that's kind of the spiel on painting. There's a bunch more videos on here we can watch, but I'm not boring you guys with that. So you can watch them on YouTube if you want. I like to do 240 and get it straight, fixed. You know, you'll find real little stuff that you'll be able to block out, and we'll get it like really close. So I'll kind of show you. I'll do a little slide here to kind of show you how far I usually go with 240 if we're going to step it up to 500 to paint. So if I was going to reprime this, I would just go back to 150, but I'm going to get most of it blocked out. So more or less it's going to look something close to this area where you might have a couple little pieces of orange peel that aren't completely gone. You might have just a very, you're basically just down to a few little bits of orange peel that is still there. Then you go to 320, guide coat it, go to 320, block it all again, make sure you get all the 240 out, and then after that, where I blow everything off, we'll check for pinholes. I know there's pinholes in this stuff, so we'll check for pinholes. We'll take some glaze on a razor blade, basically just fill them in, block it out again. Typically you would prime over filler on a pinhole though, especially being that we're using epoxy as a sealer, work over. So as long as we don't have like a spot of filler, I wouldn't paint over that. But if you got a pinhole or a tiny little, like you got a little chip you had to fix or something, you're just fine to use LV over and paint it. So yeah, 240, 320, paint it. Well, 500 after we do 320, we're going to DA with 500 just to kind of smooth everything out a little bit, get rid of those directional scratches, especially on the metallic ones that we're going to do. So not bad. So now that you guys are pretty well getting real close to being done with 320, I'm just going to go over the DA. Typically, if this was like a really nice build, you wouldn't do this, you wouldn't use DA, you would block up to 500 or 600 or whatever you want to go to, and then paint it. But being time and this will kind of help get the directional scratches out, because you're going to see a directional scratch a lot better than you're going to see an orbital scratch. So basically we're just looking to get the directional scratches out. So I've got 500 on an interface pad. We're not going to run it fast. We're just going to kind of glide it across. We're not really putting any pressure on it. Just kind of back and forth. Just let the DA do the work. Don't create a wave or a crater. Don't be riding it up on the edge. Things like that. I mean, there's certain areas where you're going to have to really be careful, like with all these body lines and that. You're going to have to kind of try to keep it as level as you can in that body line, etc. Up in these rolls, you're going to have to kind of come in judgment on that. Whenever you guys are ready for 500, you can go ahead and do that. And then make sure everything's scuffed, there's no shiny. Make sure everything's scuffed down the jam, up in the front, the wheel lip. So, and then we'll make the white cloths like we did before. These are the best ones that I've found, the most lint free. They leave I mean, everything is going to leave a somewhat lint, but these are what I like to use. This is what I like. I have good luck with them, so this is what I use. But they're Satara whites. They're not cheap, but they're worth it in my opinion. Like I was saying yesterday with water cleaner, you always shake it before you use it. Like now that I've shook it, we don't have to shake it whenever the other person grabs it, but pump it up. And then I'll do like a section at a time. So I'll do from like this body line to this body line, and basically just wet it out. And you don't have to drench it either, because when you come across like this, you can see it's going to spread that all out. But you got to be kind of quick with this process, because you don't want to leave that stuff sit on there, like I was saying yesterday. So I'll get it somewhat wiped, come in with a new rag, keep wiping. Grab another one, and literally just keep wiping it until that is all dried off there. And like where you're going, like right up here, I've still got some streaks and some water up there. I'm not really worried about that, because when I come to clean, my next will be, say, from this body line to that body line. We'll do the middle of the hood, we'll do that side, then we'll do the fender, you know. So we're gonna do water first, because as you can see, that's everything that came off with the water cleaner. Whereas if I take some solvent cleaner, if I were to start with solvent, say I do this one, it'll pick up some of it, but it mostly just kind of smears it around into mud. So I got some stuff with solvent, there's a little bit on there. But now if I take some water cleaner and do the same thing over what I just cleaned with solvent, way more. So that's why we use water first. You gotta get it physically clean, free of dust and dirt before you can get it chemically clean, in my opinion. So if I took solvent, wiped this down, and then took water and I'm getting all this, the solvent probably didn't even do its job because of all the dust that's still on here. That solvent ain't gonna get under there and clean anything. It's just gonna kind of sit on top and make mud. So water, then solvent. The water is also an anti-static wipe. So you could do water, solvent, go back, wipe it with water again if you were doing like a plastic bumper cup or something that would be prone to static, fiberglass parts, stuff like that. Otherwise you can use, they got all kinds of static wipes.
I still use anti-static in between. I water, anti-static, then wax and grease.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, every single time we're rubbing on something, we're putting a charge in it.
Yeah.
You can eliminate that at any step, might as well do it.
Yeah.
I'll even do it later. Before I do it, like, you come back in and just kind of get a moist, get straight on a towel and just wipe anti-static on it. Just make sure you're wiping nice and dry.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you can kill more static. I think that's the biggest. If you've cleaned everything, everything's clean, you got dirt, you got a static problem.
Right.
You guys got a static gun? You guys use static fluid?
I've used them before. They work really, really well. They're just expensive as hell.
One thing with static I've heard of guys doing is like if you're doing a fiberglass hood, you got it on stand or whatever, it's really staticky, take a chain and put it on a bolt on the hood or something and ground it to the floor. And that'll help a lot too.
I had grates on the bottom of the floor and they had wires sticking up and I would reach them, I would climb under there and hook them onto something to see if I could ground them.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's this anti-static spray you can put on.
Yeah.
That I would put on all of the floor right between every time I paint. And then there's anti-static towels that are treated with, like, I'm sure it's something similar to like what's on your clothes to eliminate static in there. Do that. I would do that one time and then I would put it inside my tack rag and have the tack rag around it and I would do that again.
I mean, it's complete overkill, but that's to me where you get a lot of dirt from. Static. If you've cleaned it properly. If you didn't clean it properly, that's because that's why. But if everything's clean, you're still getting dirt. You got a booth problem or you got a static problem.
And back with dirt, if your air isn't top notch, you're gonna get dirt in your air. You're gonna get water, oil, dirt, all that coming through your air. Like a lot of guys that are painting in their garage, they're like, you know, they'll spend a day cleaning the whole garage out, wash everything, and then their paint job's still dirty as shit. And that's probably because they don't have good air. You know, they're probably using a compressor from Menards, and they might have a filter on there, but one filter is not going to do it. You're gonna, like what we've got is a dryer off the compressor to the shop, and then on the other side of the booth here, outside, there's 2 3-stage filters that come into this Tsunami 3-stage in here, and then we've got the fisheye filter on the gun. So
You'd be surprised how much different your gun sprays, the paint goes on when you have good air versus bad air. It's like a really intangible difference. It lays out flat when you've got clean air. If it's got dirty air, it looks good, but when you go to something that has all the stuff you're supposed to have, you go, what's the difference? It's your air. It changes the way it lays out a little bit. And there might be grease, it could be dust particles, it could be whatever contaminants in there are affecting the way it's going down.
right, and that fisheye filter. So we'll use that same filter throughout all the spraying we're going to do. When we're done clearing, I'll take that filter apart, and even though we've got 9 filters before that, you've got a hose from that to your gun. Hoses break down, things come apart sometimes. You're kinking the hose around, that hose is going to break down. That filter is just cheap insurance that you're not going to have dirt coming out of your air, because that is right before the gun. If you got dirt after that, it's in your gun, you didn't clean your gun good, basically. So I guess everybody wipe everything with water, and then wipe everything with solvent, and we'll turn the booth on and we'll get some sealer on this. And really with any sealer, white is going to be the runniest sealer. Like, you'll have to be real careful if it's like white sealer, because it has way less pigment in it, which means it has less vertical stability, way more apt to run than a dark sealer. We're going to have kind of a light gray, so it'll be like, it'll spray basically like any urethane sealer, like a Bag Shape 5 urethane sealer. This is probably going to end up being like Bag Shade 3 or 4, be my guess. Yeah, this is 2 1-to-1 as a sealer. You can spray it 2-to-1 as a buildable primer. Like, it doesn't build nearly like 2050. This builds about like it's a urethane, but you can. What we're going to do for sealer is 2 1-to-1, and then I'm going to over reduce it 10 to 15%, get it to lay out a little better, just come out atomized better, more or less. And even like if I'm spraying a white color and it calls for a white sealer, I will never use straight white sealer. You can't tell where the hell you're spraying. So I'll always use at least a 2 or 3, something that has a little bit of gray in it, so you can actually see where you're putting the base coat when you go spray white. So.
Do you just go to 1 coat?
Yeah, generally 1 coat of this, but like in this case we've got a couple spots where there's burn throughs to filler. So what we'll do is we'll go in, we'll hit those spots, and then we'll start sealing. Like, we'll hit some spots, and then we'll go to the first clip that we spotted, and then we'll seal the whole thing as if we didn't spot it. So that over the filler we've got 2 coats of epoxy, which is going to work out fine, because after this we're going to eat lunch. We'll have some time to just let this sit and dry for a while before we start putting base on it. So generally they say an hour after 1 coat, but honestly this stuff, 30-40 minutes, you can go in, touch it, you can rub it, you can grab it. It's if it's flashed and it's you touch it, you can touch it and feel it, and you're not leaving fingerprints, it's probably ready for fixing. So, but it's always good to be on the safety side and just give it what it says to give it, or more even. So, you can grab a big next up. Lights we will use probably more for base. I really don't use them for sealer or clear, because when I'm laying a solid color or clear, I like to use the light bulbs that are in the booth and look at them in the reflection, not have a light right here, but it's awesome for base, especially metallics. You can actually see how it's laying out, and when we shut the lights off to check color, it works awesome because you don't have to have a sun gun in one hand and a spray gun in the other and do this whole thing. You can just use a spray gun and, oh, there's a spot, you know, so we'll get to that, but for this, so now that we're painting, I know some of you guys, your paint suits might not fit you, but if your paint suit fits you, put it on. So this is 401 LV is the activator we're using. There is a 402, same with LF. There's a 402 LF activator. The 402 needs an induction period, they call it, which is where I would mix this up, mix it. I have to let this sit for 30 minutes, an hour, whatever it says the induction period is. And you have to basically let this product start reacting before you even spray it. But the 402 is a slower activator, the 401 is the faster activator. This we can mix it up, spray it right away, there's no induction period. Certain epoxies, mainly epoxies, have induction periods where you have to let it sit in the can, stir it every 5 minutes and basically just agitate it. Some of them have an agitation cycle where you have to shake it constantly for 30 minutes before you spray it. It depends on the product. And this too is, if you look at this activator, it's pretty resiny, which is epoxy in general. It's rock solid product. So, and we're gonna put 885 in here, because our panel temp's gonna be 65, 70 degrees. So I'm gonna use 885. So it's 2 1-to-1, so I'll go 2 1-to-1. So that would be our mix. Now I'm going to over reduce this just a little bit, roughly 10 to 15%. That's just going to make it lay out better, spray better. Won't be so peely when we spray it. After you guys get your suits on and everything, we want to close the blue up, and we'll turn it on, and we can go in and tack everything off. We got tack rags in the mix room. Want to get a few of them off. Take them out of the bag though. Don't put the bag on there.
come out, big droplet coming out every time. It's the same droplet size coming out every time, no matter what. So it's a habit that you have to get out of. Go shh. Like if you hear somebody when you're popping on, they need to work on just staying in, staying in it. And if you're worried about running it, the hard part about it is that someone will go like this. You need to work on getting it out and then coming into it. And you just need to work coming into it here. You need to be full trigger the whole time. And if you're not full trigger, you're out here and you come out here in the air, that's fine out here. But when you're on the panel, full trigger. And you run it down. Out here, you run it in the air. Not your thing. Yes. Yes. Out here, you hold it out. Yeah, I'm not going shh, shh. Okay, if it's on the panel, it needs to be the same size drop all the time. So if you come out here, so you're coming, say I'm letting here. If I come out here, then I can pull out, right? It's not on the panel, it's out. But when I'm on the panel, I need to be full trigger. Because do it yourself. Make a spray out panel, but just different lengths of the trigger, right? The droplet size, the air material will change and it will look different. It's not going to matter here, but it definitely will matter on the panel.
hundreds of very faint, tiny little fish eyes in the tops of every panel. So like if you do a whole car, it'll be the roof, the hood, top of the quarters, top of the fenders, everything on the side will be fine. But it's practically raining solvent back on the car. So we let the booth run as long as possible, or your airflow, if it's a fan in the garage, let it run. Let it run as long as possible, and then at the end of the day, if you let the booth run for 2 hours, say, and then you go home, that's fine. But open the doors up, put a box fan or something here, just to keep air moving around. It doesn't have to be a lot of air, it's just gotta be air movement, so that when those solvents come out, they can leave the room. Otherwise, you'll run into problems with that too. So.
Let it fall in your hand. You got a lot more surface area of max available for that.
it's not like.
Okay, so I'll show you both ways that you can do it, right? Full panel, and then I'll show you the way that I would do it typically. Both are right, it just depends on how you do it. So first I'll agree. Both are good, but don't do that. Spin off?
Something must have spin off.
Yeah. Anyways, you do a full panel, you do a short panel. The key is right there. Can you blend that correctly? I don't think one is wrong, one is different. It's just a matter of whether you like it or not. They're not going to be flatter. It's not going to be anything. It's just going to be how do you like it. I like cutting it up in a short, quick little areas and cutting correctly here rather than going across a big area and having to go like this. I don't like doing that. But if you can't do this right, don't do it. It takes time to do it. Fucking solid, bro. Cups, that have a rubber lid on top of them. There's been plenty of times I've gone across here, and there's a little hole in the top of it, and it gets caught, it'll just go boom. And I'm coming across the hood, and they just blew up and spilled all over the. When you see this thing come flying across the shop. We're switching to BPS, we'll be okay. We'll be all right.
Continue on.
All right.
They are.
Okay, so because it's a solid, I know Carol and air pressure is, I just know. It doesn't matter to me. I go by here, I like it. One trigger, I like that. Goes too high. I don't like that. That feels a little bit better right there. If the air pressure is too high, you think it's going to put it on flat. So what it'll do is, too much air pressure, it'll throw a bunch of dry spray everywhere, but everywhere around you, you'll be like cutting over sand. Unless you've got super slow reducers, they don't have a hard time eating into itself. You got to find that sweet spot on there. And sometimes it's exactly as the gun wants you to be. 180 pounds or whatever instead of what here. Most of the time I'm a little bit under that on a solid, depending on the gun. Typically I'm under right here, it's different than I'm on it. You'll see me, if I start, I'll stop and adjust it because I'm watching it go down. I'm not obsessed over what the gun said I'm supposed to be. I'm watching. When I watch what happens, because it could be hot, and it's going to go down differently. I need to adjust my air pressure accordingly, so you kind of got to modify. Now, it's going to change when the pallet happens up. Maybe your first couple coverage coats, you can do that. You can be at whatever air pressure you want. So, with the metallic or with the solid, you just stop and pick it, right? You just put it on the way you want to put it on. Air pressure is not going to be changed the way this goes when it's all set down. Obviously, like I said, in case it's hot, if air pressure is too high, you get rattling and it will drain. But if it's not your breathing, then it will drain damage when you're look at it under control. This is just, let's get it, put it on nice and wet and consistent. Again, you're not trying to win any awards, just put it on nice and wet. It doesn't have to be super wet, but a medium wet coat. All you ever need to do on a saw. So, my preference is to pull from the middle of the hood. When I get here, I'm grabbing the middle of the hood. Now the argument's going to be, this is now going to be not a wet edge. So if you come back here, if you come this way, now you're chasing the wet edge, right? Does that make sense? This is the wet edge, and when you start here, you don't melt it right here. Where if I start here, that's a little bit of time before this comes in and it won't melt in. Use the proper adhesers and build up melt in. If you get it wet enough, it's going to be fine. I prefer pull versus push. Just me. I like doing it that way. It's not wrong. It's not. Either one of them is right. This one could be an argument for saying push it here, but it's not right or wrong. Maybe if it was so hot and it wasn't doing that, I would do it this way. I just thought about it. Like it's 120 degrees. I start here, and if my first coat doesn't melt, I'm pushing this way. You come back that way. Same way. For the most part, I'm going to do what that was most comfortable for me is right. Now I'm pulling. And also, on the front of this, because of the solid, now you can do it with the metallic, it's fine, but you got to be a little more careful. Because of the solid, I would probably grab the front of this and get here, so that I'm not having to try to reach all the way out across here. Now I've got to be here, it's comfortable. And I just blend this section right here, so I'm not reaching so far. Okay? I don't want to have to be digging out across that. That might stuff get in there. That's just me though. With a metallic, you got to be more consistent. You got to make sure you're trying to pull across everything. You can do your first couple coverage coats that way. Make sure that you're not putting your whole line here gets too wet. You can get a dark streak in there. Can you watch that coming out? It started sputtering out as it's going. You know why that usually happens? Either, the cap isn't tight enough, and sometimes it's you do got to crank that sucker down. Or you've got a bad overhang inside there. Like the old saws have like a plastic piece that goes in there. It's not allowing it to seal. And it'll start backfilling your gun, bubbling up. And if you have PBS cups, it'll get that back so big. And eventually, you can pull the
instead of having a straight line, they start turning it into an arc until they get here and then it starts to. So you'll notice a lot of people where their tire traffic happens is in the middle because they're trying to reach way the hell out and they're trying to get it. I would try to figure out a way. If you can't, I mean, sometimes it means getting a bucket or something so you can stand over it and be consistent. But try to avoid the reach. It is difficult, but that's what it is. There it is. Like I say, if it's on a car, you can't reach back there. But if you're doing a part like this, be nonsensical. Like it, you don't have to try to reach across the whole foot and try to get the big length of it. It's not going to matter if you snap thickness if you have coverage. It's going to look the same no matter what. So I would literally break it out on both sides. this up into things. You're just not going to be able to do it. The candy has to be 100% exactly flowed across, or you will have dark spots. There's just no question about it.
So are you actually trying to basically cover the whole panel with what you're doing? Are you trying to cover the whole panel with what you're doing?
Yes.
Just to...
Yep, I'm just knocking out the highs out of the sealer. See all these dots?
Yeah.
Well, this was actually something I'll be right into it, but
Right.
I just do this. It'll start showing little white dots. Those are just nice spots in the sealer.
Yeah.
Go back over, tack it off, you're ready to rock. I mean, this is not bad because I would have stopped by saying this would have been done. It just need to be, just need to be a little more reducers on it. But I know why we did because the people that have never been before, they have ready shit out of it.
Gotcha. But too much reducer, basically too thin?
It's too thin. If you know what you're doing, it will look great. But if you don't know what you're doing, it's with the floor and then it's trying to run to it.
Gotcha.
This is a great way of teaching stuff. in water, I put my first coat on heavier than all the rest, right? You guys do the same thing, typically. In solvent, they all go on the same way. The only difference would be is if I had a top color that's maybe I've got some issues underneath. I'm going to put a light dust coat across everything just to kind of give it something to grab onto. So my first coat won't be heavy. You need two of those. They're called tie coats. So I'll put a tie coat on. So I would a couple light coats, and then every coat from there on shouldn't change. It should be the same way every time. Don't put it on heavy one time, lighter one time, heavy again the next time. You're sandwiching solvents in there. Those solvents will leave one day if you have a problem. You got to consistently put it on consistently every time. The solvents come out like they're supposed to come out. Using the right producers, they come out with the temperature. You won't have as much dieback. It won't shrink back as much. Like putting it on consistently. So if it's me, I start here and come down. You guys talk about you come up. Makes no difference to me. I really don't. Particularly with big fish. He's pulling across. Doesn't really matter how you do it.
see what we're talking about? See, like this. With the lights on in here, that looks black because there's so much light coming from every direction.
See how it's not even covered at all, really. It is. Now you can see that other. all these spots where we've sanded. The wet bed will give everything a nice even coat with everything and kind of fill in those scratches. Not a heavy one, just a nice medium wet coat. Wherever I've sanded that, I'm gonna put a wet bed on it. Continue on just after that. And when I say wet bed, I don't mean you put it on a medium. You put it on, you let it flash, and you go, just go ahead and just do it like how you want to do it after that. So every company has a wet bed. Basically all the wet bed is a clear binder. So PPG has one called BBC 500. Simmons has one that's called the water one. It's called 06 or something like that. It's just the base coat binder. Some of them need to be, some of them can be poured straight in. Some of them have to be reduced.
Like ours used to be 222.
What I can use one better for space.
It's an actual butter coat? We can come out here and I'll show you. I don't even know what they got here, but I guarantee you one. I have to know if it's
like spray, there's no pigment, it's metallic flakes. That's really all it is. So it's gonna take probably 5 coats, 6 coats to cover completely. Yeah, about 18.
test that I missed, and I just want to, I don't know if I'll be able to show this or not, but they did a test with this blue metallic in here, and all they did was change air pressures to show how that'll affect the car or whatever you're working on, to make sure that your air pressure is consistent for the whole thing. Otherwise you're going to end up getting different, basically different shades of the color that you're working on. Now, I don't know if you can see this or not. I'll try. So you have 5 different layers of color that ended up happening just by changing the air pressure and how that blue metallic was coming out. So definitely want to make sure that everything's consistent and you keep track of everything that's going on. Yeah, you don't want that to happen.
Why not
grab the silver, right? Let me go grab the stuff in. See all that modelly looking? See where he put it on pretty heavy? You can see it's covered. But now we've got a stripe, a little bit of a stripe. This is what this should look like at this point. You're even, but you can see every little wisp of air where it put it down. And when we do the candy, the first coat of candy is gonna look like shit. It's gonna look like that. It's gonna look like you didn't put enough on at all. What air? What's that? It's a tinted clear base candy is. So that's this is what I'm talking about. If you roll this out in the sun right now, that's what it looks like. The base looks great. Now come stand over here and put this light look on the side of the panel. This side, and you can see right through the base. And that's what it's looking like. You stand up here and you kind of try to duplicate different daylights. You know what I'm saying? You really look at it at every angle, but especially with the metallic. If I stand here and look at it like this, it's like, oh yeah, that's great. Until I turn my head this way, you can see right through the paint. It's the metallics. That face, you're seeing the face. When you put light at it, it's reflecting light right back at you. You can't see anything. Look at this, you're seeing the plot. And that's where you're checking power. Give it another 5, 6, 7 minutes. Another roll. colors that you can see. In an effort to be quick with this, I think I'll just kind of demonstrate this so that we can just get this on. We're going to do a wet bed and then we're going to do a last row like a minute later. So here we go. This is silver. This is PVC reduced 1:1 mixed with silver reduced 1:1. Both mixtures 1:1. So grab a tap right over. Each one is reduced 1:1. And I think all is feeling go 1:1. Like you can't see me, right? So before we do this, I'm just gonna tack this because we might have some flake sitting on the top. Even though we might not see it in the tack rack when I have the sunlight in here, you can see certain areas there's like you can see it look like a flake, dry flake sitting on top. So we want to get all that off before we do this.
when they high-end build, we come in and we have to sand all this out because when we put candy over that, it's gonna be black dots by the time we're done. Damn black. We're not gonna worry about it on this, but if you ever do a full candy, like you want to get rid of all this before you go with candy, especially like the stair in the middle. You will 100% see that it'll never buff it out. It's gonna be there. And it will. Candy, you would sand that and then go back to silver until you don't have all these dots.
like if I was gonna blend this, say we fix this is the whole truck, and this fender gets smashed. Like you're gonna fix it, and then what I would do to start is I would probably mix, like I mix my base and my candy. I would mix it, say 4 parts base, 1 part candy. I do my first couple coats, I'd get coverage on my repair with that, and then I'd go like 3 parts base, 1 part candy, then step that up, and then I'd go stronger candy, go like 2 to 1 candy, step that up farther, go 1 to 1 basic candy, step that up farther, and then go straight candy, and step that up farther. By the time you do that, you're probably gonna be clearing the quarter panel to fix the front of this fender to make it all actually match. I don't know. I had to fix that venture. I had to fix the front end. I ended up clearing. I had to fix the bottom of the front end. The sniffer got smashed on a curb. Then to fix the lower valance, I cleared. Well, I blended into it. Cleared both fenders, the hood, and both doors to fix the lower valance. You just gotta think about it. You just gotta think, like, that's the easiest way. Some people will come in and blend their silver and try to blend their candy, and it's never gonna come back. You gotta step it up. Do different mixes, keep stepping it up until you're straight candy, and then when you're straight candy, I would come in, then I would put candy over everything and blend it way in the back of the door or something. Just like a blend, and then blend it up. When I spray this, the first coat, I'll kind of give you a demonstration. I'll put the first coat on like the fender, and then I'll let you guys take over. But you're not going for coverage at all. You don't want this fender to be blue when you're done. That's how you're gonna fuck up the candy real quick. I'm gonna do 2 of those goes to match that. Or left over that. Like this? Oh no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna change that. If we were gonna do this, we would get the candy and then we would match that, do that, do the jam. That's why it's so fun. Yeah. Sorry, they're not. It's trying to make it 4 times as long. You know, I'm not gonna do it for a
talking about with the dirt and all. It's turning black, black, black. Because it's actually really dark blue, but because of that nib, that's that nib, that candy's just sitting on top of it. It's really concentrated on that nib. So that's why you would come in and sample that out. You want a perfect finish like regular candy on a high end car, you know. Anybody that hasn't sprayed candy that wants to spray candy. I didn't come all this way to watch, right?
What was that?
So one thing I was going to show you guys, when I'm reaching way out, instead of having my hand up here, a lot of times I put my hand back here and take my hand to my finger. It gives it like another 3-4 inches of reach.
That hurt, man. Is that the only fault on here?
Yeah, I just think it's
Go home and diet. No, big marker.
Not done.
stuff up here, we'll kind of go over what we're doing here, the infrared baking. So I've done the front half of this hood from the body line over, working back, but you can already see I put it through one bake cycle, 20 minutes per area. So I'll do this for 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. So if we were gonna bake this whole front clip, it would take a couple hours probably to run around it with this light. But we're looking for panel temp, so we're using that thermometer again. Generally we shoot for 140. There's areas you're never gonna get a consistent temperature. It's gonna be anywhere, we've got anything from 115 up to like 160 right now. So it kind of depends, but basically the whole idea is to dry the clear. The clear is cured. The ISOs have done their thing, they're gone. It's cured, but it's far from dry. So if you look at it, this side is already peelier than that side because we baked it. Now those solvents are coming out and everything's shrinking up, tightening up, and that's exactly what you want before you do what Jason's going to do. Ideally, you would leave it sit a lot longer, all that, bake it more, whatever, but get it a lot harder. But we don't really have
Jason
time.
wants a challenge.
Jason wants a challenge. Wants to buff some butter.
He wants to buff some halfway bake clear.
Yeah. So, something else I was going to mention with this. What it was. Any input?
No, I mean, typically, if I'm doing something like this, I load up 6 coats of clear. I don't bake it. If you guys got to bake, I don't bake it immediately. I think one of the biggest problems of why you get a lot of solvent pop is when you throw and bake at it really quick and you've got that much sweetness of clear. So what I'll do is 6 coats of clear, let it sit for a day, put it back in the booth, put it at 120 for an hour, stick it outside, give it about a week, cut it open with 600. All I'm doing is cutting it open, I'm not fixing anything, I'm just getting the top skin off so the top is open. The solvent's going to start coming out. About another week, put it back in the booth for another 120, sometimes 160, but mostly 120. I don't want to get it too hot. I just want to start getting solvent pushed out, and then I'll leave it outside for a month. Great, summer days are great. Just let it cook the hell out of there. You want it as cured as possible, because if you start polishing on it too soon, you've got solvents in there, they're still coming out, right? So you got it. All these solvents are still in there. You cut it all perfectly flat. It's going to shrink back into where the solvent was. It's going. So it'll look like you didn't do much polishing at all, because it'll shrink back and you'll have dry spots everywhere. And you thought, I polished that thing to perfection. It's kind of one thing that's kind of a trickery. If you polish on stuff that's not quite cured, it polishes awesome. Like in no time at all, it buffs up and you're like, yeah, I got it. In about a week, you'll be polishing the whole thing all over again because it wasn't cured enough to be polished. So, as much time, and I know the collision world's different, 2 coats of clear, it's a whole different animal. You can still, I'm sure you guys can polish something and you're like, getting ready to ship it, the next morning you walk over and you're like, what the hell happened to that? This is even exaggerating for that. So, when you got that many mils of clear, you really got to make sure you purge all the clear, the solvents out of it before you start polishing. Otherwise, you just come back at it again.
Yeah, we typically wouldn't do this after 8 hours or whatever it's been since we cleared this. We would let this sit. Typically, I would let this just sit at least a week before I even do this.
Yep.
So
I'll kind of put my fingernail in it to see how soft it is, just to find out where we're at. But unless it's pretty good, I'm not touching it. I'm wasting my time with it. Now, cutting it open for the first time, you're not wasting your time. I mean, if it's hard enough to open it up, let get that top skin off. I don't remember who was telling me, but it was a good idea to just even take a DA 600 and just cut it open. Because I don't know if you've ever blocked something with 600 after it's been cured. For one, it gums up the paper a lot. And it just kind of chatters on it. It takes quite a bit of blocking on it. But if you were to take like an interface pad, 600, and just skim across the top of everything, and it takes that top layer of solvents off basically, then you let it sit, then you can polish it again, or then you can start cutting on it, and it doesn't jack up your paper as much. It cuts more consistently. I've done it before too. You got something like, you take your block, you start blocking on it, and like, it's not cutting. It's like just gliding across it. You look at your paper, you start getting bullshit on your paper. Take a DA, you can even do it with water, and just skim across it. You're not cutting anything, you're not fixing anything. All you're doing is opening up that top skim. Once it's all open up one level of sheen, you know, looks like you've got everything, you can start blocking on it, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, it's actually blocking now. So I wouldn't recommend doing that if you had 2 coats of clear for that. But if you're doing anything over,
I've done it.
you've done it. I wouldn't do it, but you got a guy that's done it forever. I would.
Yes.
I'd recommend just go home and do it. Put 4 coats of clear on something and block on it at first, and be like, okay, it's not cutting. It's just not cutting. You could, and eventually it'll start cutting. You can even put some water on and start cutting it. But if you just skim it with some 600 and open that to just a minute layer of it on the top, it'll start blocking perfectly. But you gotta be careful. You know, as you're sanding, you're taking away clear. Just make sure you're just opening that top skim up, and it'll block just fine.
It's really similar to like when we first cut into the primer after we did the filler work yesterday morning. You guys probably noticed that like after the first few swipes it would like to try to gum out the paper, and then once you break that skin open it sands a lot better. It's the same concept basically. So
Yep. It's all about curing, guys. Particularly with, unless you want to do it again.
You will do it.
You'll do it again.
do it nice because you do it twice.
Yeah. And you know, like in collision world, we all tell people, you know, don't put a clear bra on it, don't put anything over it for quite a while. The reason why is it's not done right. So if you put clear bra on, and I don't know if you guys have been in the collision world, it happened to me many times. They put the clear bra on too fast. They didn't put it on right. They go to pull it up, and the whole paint, they grip paint up all over. It's just not done. And so you can imagine putting clear bra on something. You got something that's still got a ton of solvents coming out. You slap a rubber piece over it. Now you've trapped all those solvents. Good luck. It's either going to fail then or later because you didn't let the solvents come out. They'll never come out. They'll get trapped in there, and eventually it'll start dealing.
And in my world of polishing aftermarket stuff for almost 25 years, it's never clear. Because you know, you can smell it. I know factory OEM, I know what it smells like, but I know, like, if I was in North Carolina and a buddy had a Porsche there, my 964, and I smelled the fender and I smelled the door. I said, that's factory, that's aftermarket. I was like, how do you know? I said, smell it.
Yep, I can tell you too. I can tell you every as I start sanding stuff, I'm like, that's HS Plus. That's universal clear. I've been around the clear so often. Now, when you're sanding on them and it's really pungent, you got a ways to go. I mean, obviously, it's going to have a stronger smell. We open this thing up right now, you're going to smell clear, really strong. You know, as it starts curing, the smell will be less strong, but like I said, we tell people 3 months in the collision world, and that's what 2 coats of clear. I mean, this stuff could take years to get to the point where you're like, okay, it's good, but it's not good. Like you said, it's always dry.
After every coat, after maximum, say, 3 coats, it's 100% after every coat. So if you have 6 coats, it's not dry.
Like I said, when you load up clear, the way you're doing in this world, you're doing it for a purpose. You're not doing it for depth. You're doing it so that you have enough material to mess with it, long block it, or short block it in his case, because he can use the freaking nature, you know, to do a little short little block. But long blocking it, you want to make sure you got enough material there to work it down. You need 600, and each get of sandpaper is taking more and more and more. But all you're doing is stepping down the grid. But you need enough material there to play with, or you'll burn through it. It's the whole reason we stack clear. Nothing more than, it's not adding any more depth. When you're done, you're probably left with 2.5 coats of clear. Maybe. So, I mean, your 8 coats of clear, you go through that whole process and you got 2 coats of clear. Is that a depth thing? No, it's a flat thing. That's why it looks so good. Not because you got piled up clear. When people are like, oh man, I'll add this and this on top of it, they'll have depth. That's not the reason we have depth. It's because it's flat. And you can't get it flat like that unless you have enough material to cut away.
Even standing right here right now, I can smell this clear like ridiculous. If you throw a bake light on it or you walk around out in the sun, you can smell it. It's definitely still dry.
No.
So. But like, yeah, if I go, it smells like I got a can of clear right under my nose. It's really smelly.
Again, like I really can't emphasize enough. Everybody gets all paranoid about solvent pop when you start stacking clear like this, and they're not wrong. If you do it wrong, if you don't adhere to the principles of making sure you're adding time in between coats, you're using as fast or as slow as tail solvent as you possibly can the whole way through, and you're not giving it heat right away. Like we could still do all the steps possible. Come out, put it at 160 like a regular bake. Probably gonna get some solvent pop. Also, just you got the solvent. Where the
solvent lay?
Solvent lay. That certainly has happened to me.
It's a form of solvent pop, more or less.
Yeah.
So
you can get that. So I mean, there's a number of variables you have to make sure you do when you're doing it this way. And this is only 4 coats of clear. This isn't. Believe me, I put 12 coats of clear on the car before, and it didn't solvent pop. And it all caught off because you got to adhere to the processes of, I mean, it's a general rule, but you can kind of play it by ear. Every coat needs 10 additional minutes. Even as it towards the end, you might want to go 15. You might want to go 20 additional. It's an all-day process to pre-clear, to do a full 7-coat clear. It takes forever. But if you don't step it out, you start stacking solvents. One of them skims over, now you've got a solvent pop issue because you're not adhering to the process of heating it off, or letting all the solvents pull out of it in time before you slap something on there. That's why I say another reason why every coat should just be you should work on being as consistent as you can on every coat. I don't want to see coat 1 and 2 super heavy, 3's not that heavy, 4 is super heavy, mid. I don't want to see that. I want to see consistency because all the time you're giving it is allowing it to purge out solvents. Every single time, and that'll stop the solvent popping. And if you don't, like I said, if you never fix the front end on a car that's been solvent popped, you'll adhere to what I'm saying next time. Because it's a nightmare.
Solvent pop never comes out.
Yep, I mean, your base works. I mean, literally. We've gone through, solvent pop is so bad, we've gone through and taken a glaze, a razor blade, and skin coated the rest of the area. Say you got a car that's, if it's a nice car, I'm stripping. I'm sorry, no. But I mean, say you got a hood front end you did on a Honda Accord. Believe me, we tried to do some stuff and you actually skin coat it like pinholes. Put glaze in there, and then you're priming the whole thing. You're not fixing it, you're not polishing it out. And the first time you try to polish out a true solvent pop, you squeeze that polish in there, and now you got a white dot. Done, you're screwed. So you gotta make sure you adhere to all these principles of making sure you purge out the solvents, giving it every time. Otherwise, you can call me and tell me I'm right. I'll give you the solvent.
I've never met Colten in person, never met Freddy, but I know they're good guys, so I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll come out for a day. I've been very blessed. There's not an award I haven't won. There's not a car I haven't done. From the highest to high, the lowest to low. Very blessed and very fortunate. But, I don't know if you guys know my story, but I was born with cerebral palsy on the right side. And I can't see on the left side. I have a learning disability, and I have 25% of my intestines left. And I'm considered to be one of the best sanding and polishers in the whole world. On the hot rod side and the detail side. So I'm actually more famous on the detail side than I am the hot rod side. I'm a true hybrid. I'm the only true hybrid in the whole entire world. I'm blessed. It has nothing to do with my skills. Actually, you guys probably have more skills than I do. But my drive is really crazy. And I just keep on going. And that's why if you look at my post, why I have a hammer down. Because I was 10 weeks premature and the doctors wouldn't shut the machines off on me. But it starts before that because my mom went to abort me and she went to the wrong building. Before I was even born. Now I'm here.
Doing sanding classes.
Doing sanding classes with this guy. This guy is one of my best friends. So Dave Patterson called me up, and guess what I was doing? I was going to my coffee stand. He goes, "Hey, my name's Davey P." No, he goes, we call him Davey P. Dave Patterson, I'm from Lake Country. I'm like, "Hey, what's up, David?" He's like, "Hey, yeah, your body shop, on body shop. Can I send you some buffing pads?" I'm like, "Free buffing pads? Of course. Like, I love free shit." And so here we are, 11 years later. We're friends, and we have a thing called Gloss University where the idea is to combine detailers and body shop, because in the world, and Freddy knows this from being on both sides of it, there's this bug, right? Collision guys are like, fuck, custom painters don't know how to paint, custom painters like, collision guys don't know how to do fucking body work, and then you get the fucking detailers. These young kids are like, polish and ceramic coat your car for $4K, and I'm like, but you're terrible. Like, you don't even understand any of this. You know, body shop, right? Low guy on the totem pole. What do? You sand cars. What's the highest of high in detailing? Sand cars. You see the disconnect here? So we came up with a program that was David's idea when he started Oberk. He's like, "Hey, Kilmer, I want to start a gloss class, dude." I'm like, "Fuck yeah!" Like, I'll start a class. It was before COVID, so COVID kind of killed everything. But we're starting to reboot it now, and you know, COVID's kind of fucked everything up, right? So we're trying to figure that out. But yeah, and then I own another company called K Dynamics. I was the first guy to come up with acrylic blocks. Okay, I'll say that out loud. I know that for a fact. But they're a little bit different because of my disability. So everything that I do or I create or I modify is solely because I have to do it that way. So it's out of necessity for me, and it just happens to work really well for everybody else. Enough about me. David, introduce yourself.
My name's Dave Patterson. I own Oberk Car Care. I started when I went to school for collision repair in 2001, 2002. And I ended up at Lake Country Manufacturing doing buffing pads. I did the body shop thing for a while. I opened up my own detail shop, and then I was given the opportunity to do sales for this buffing pad manufacturer. And my wife really wanted to have kids and have a family, and she hated my business, so I decided to take a job with them. And I worked with them for close to a decade or whatever. During that time, I was introduced to Jason through a mutual friend. He said, "Hey, I've been talking to you for a long time. You got to meet this guy. This guy's like right up your alley." And so I gave him a call that day, and we've been friends ever since. So I went to school for collision repair. I worked in a couple body shops, and then I started wrenching on cars. I was a mechanic for years. One of the guys I went to school with was a technician, and I was having a hard time making money in the body shop. So I went and wrenched on cars for a while, and at that time, one of my friends was detailing cars, and he didn't know how to buff cars, but he was making just as much money as me detailing cars, and I just thought it was crazy. So I decided to start dabbling back into detailing, and that's kind of where it started. With Lake Country, I started doing sales. I transitioned into product development maybe about 7 years ago, and that's where I kind of really started to get my stride. I started working with different companies around the world, developing their polishing and their pad systems and understanding. I kind of relate myself to like a backyard mechanic. I'm like a backyard engineer. I'm an uneducated application technician or application engineer, I guess you'd say, that has the ability to work with really skilled people and bridge the gap between what they're developing and how people are actually using it. It was an amazing opportunity, and I again worked with all those brands, and that's how I developed Oberk. We'll talk about pads and polishes later. But we wanted to start off, before we get into hands-on stuff, is just kind of talk about theory of sanding, talk about some of the basic stuff before we get into it, and we'll kind of go back and forth. But like Jason said, we've really tried to push bridging the gap between detail and body shop, just because there's so many valuable skills on the body shop side that detailers don't understand, and you know, vice versa. But I think one of the biggest things that I always talk about when we do these classes is that the stuff that we do is all unconscious skill, and like in detailing, there's a lot more of that like continued education where people want to continue to be education. When you're in the body shop industry, it's not as prevalent, right? So it's one of those things. But through continued education, the biggest thing is you all are here because you want to get better and you pay attention to what you're doing. Not everybody does that. Most people that are in the body shop, they just do what they were told, do what they're taught, and they continue to do their process unless they have significant problems. And all of these things, when it comes into like your basic skill level all the way up to your top tier, in my opinion, is all based on an unconscious skill. And it's something that people don't talk about because it's not actually physical labor. But like when you look at paint and you make a decision on what you're doing, you've mentally made like 25 unconscious decisions within like a split second on how you're approaching these things. So everything that I like to talk about or that I think is really core into developing your skill set is repetition and practice in order to essentially build into your unconscious skill set. So that when you see something, you've already like processed all those things that you've been practicing for so long, and that's built into the way you approach something or the way that you've made your decision. It comes down into like good gamblers, and it's actually into a mental process. And good gamblers understand patterns and processes better. And the only way you can understand patterns and processes is by practicing. So when we talk about paint thickness, we talk about paint measuring, we talk about correcting paint. The best thing that you can do is have test panels and do the stuff that we're doing. When you're working on OEM cars, it's pretty straightforward. Paint thickness is paint thickness. It's all pretty straight. Each brand or each paint will have a slight variance depending on how it was painted and things like that. But when you get into the custom hot rods, most of these cars are skim coated and things like that. So you're never measuring anything, right? You're never really understanding. For one, the measurement is from the clear coat all the way down to the metal, typically. So you're only measuring total thickness. Now you're not measuring clear coat, but you really don't have any idea. It's like a guiding aid is really what it is. It doesn't guarantee anything. So when you practice with panels, obviously you guys are painters. Sorry guys, ladies. Painters, you're gonna, for one, evaluate how you paint. So you can take measurements before and measurements after when you're doing paint projects. So at a certain level, you understand how much clear you lay down. So like how much material. So then now, when Colton's got 5 layers, he goes, well, I know like typically I lay down X amount of microns or mils per layer. I can guess now, and I actually have a really good basis to go off of and understand the material that I'm working with. And the same goes for like when you're sanding. So like if I'll do a test panel, everybody's variables are so much different. Kilmer's obviously one-handed. He does his stuff differently. You have all the variables that we'll talk about, but like your hand pressure, the length of your stroke, the speed of your stroke, all these things play into how much material they remove. And everybody's technique is slightly different, and the way that you understand what you're doing is continually do them and paint depth gauge it, constantly measure it. Writing things down is the best way for me personally. If you build a log of different things, I've built logs in the past for OEM cars to understand their paint thickness, but the only ways that you can bridge your conscious and unconscious brain is by writing down or physically speaking. So you can think of something, like I can think Jason's a fucking idiot. If I think about it, it literally does nothing. But if I speak it or if I write it down, Jason's a fucking idiot. My unconscious now it's looped my unconscious that Jason's a fucking idiot.
I'm a real idiot. I agree.
I have a thing on my voice memo from like 10 years ago from one of the body guys, and I had a body guy that was shit.
Yeah.
And I just went, Mark's a fucking idiot, and it's still on here.
That's great.
Yeah. So, but when you write it down, you're bridging your unconscious. So, like, and these are just things outside of our industry, but like, if you want to learn how to remember stuff more, write yourself notes, and you can literally throw them away because what you're doing is you're bridging your conscious and unconscious thoughts. So you might not remember it exactly when you wanted to, but you'll remember it within a day or something.
Does that make sense, guys? Do you guys do anything that you do repetitively and it just becomes natural? Like when you drive, right? It's kind of natural, right? When you're good at anything, it becomes natural, right? And that's what you're doing from the bare metal all the way up. It's all the same thing. Because guess what? You're sanding and sanding and sanding. And then when you paint it, you're like, fuck, I gotta sand some more. And then it's gotta look good, but I don't want to burn through. So it's like, it's the icing on your cake. It's what you've laid for the foundation. And it's only as good as what you did. And you can control every movement and every step along the way. So if it looks like shit, you probably did something wrong. Again, chemicals play a big part in that, especially now, because they are taking out the good stuff in the clears, even though they're not telling us they are. They are. But it's you make. Charlie Hutt told me this. He goes, Jason, it's like you're body working a ball. How would you body work the ball? And it's shapes. That's all we're doing is shapes. You learn this shit in kindergarten. So don't think about it, just react. Just react and move. And if it doesn't feel right, it's probably not right. So stop, think about it, and then go back at it.
So these thicknesses don't really matter. This is more OEM stuff, you know. But the idea of understanding what microns and mils are is something that's valuable because it helps. I wouldn't say tangible, but you know, mentally it helps bridge the gap of what you're working with and connecting those dots. So just we measure everything in microns. Obviously, mils is your rough guess. You know, like an OEM car. Does everybody understand mils and microns?
Probably.
Yes. No. We can touch base on it. Like one. So 1 mil is 25 microns. Like the average new car, or give or take, it's got 4 mils on it. Microns is what we like to measure in because it's more precise. When we get into paint depth gauges, Colton's talking about this before. Paint depth gauges are measuring your total thickness. The difference in cost in a paint depth meter does matter because it's literally the electrical components inside and how long it's going to be in tolerance. But the other difference is, like, you know, we have a cheap one, and they all work perfectly fine. But we have a Highline meter too out here that we'll use. It's an inexpensive one. It costs about $200. The one above here costs about $1,000 or $2,000 depending on how you outfit it. But the tolerances are very different. So if you're getting into very specific things where that really matters, an expensive paint meter does matter. There are ultrasonic paint depth gauges if you've ever researched that stuff. Essentially, it's no different than if you're pregnant. And you would get an ultrasound. But the reality of it is, like, it was developed, from my research, it was developed for to fight a legal case. It's not realistically accurate. The only way that it is accurate is if you dial it in on each individual panel, and it would be based off of the carbon fiber or the fiberglass substrate, and it would have to be equally consistent throughout the whole panel in order for it to be accurate.
So basically, it's pretty much damn.
It's inaccurate. You'll see them widely used in Europe because there are high-end detailers that talk about them. But essentially, what it is it's ultrasonic, so it's reading off density. You would look at the graph that it provides you, and you can see the densities between your layers of e-coat, primer, filler. You can see those other things. So it'll measure the top 3 coats, supposedly. It'll measure the top 3 coats, and it'll essentially tell you how thick they are. And if you look at the graph, you can see the spikes in where the densities of these materials change, and that's how it's telling you. But me working with some of these companies, I don't believe that it's accurate because they tell me that it's not. But there are plenty of people that do. So along with that, just, you know, understanding, like, what is 1 mil or 1 micron, what is the thickness of a clear coat. Like if you have like a sandwich baggie, like your standard sandwich baggie, that's on an OEM car, that's roughly how thick the clear itself is, and that's pretty accurate.
Any questions so far on any of that? I know we got a couple of collision guys in here.
Yeah, please speak up if you got any questions. Just spout them out. I don't mind being interrupted.
I know it's day 4. They're probably
To me, this is stuff we
You keep
kind of
putting
dive
less and less clear on OEM.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
sure.
tons. Yeah.
I mean, it's called money.
We've done stuff lately that are just it's so thin it's ridiculous.
On the GM trucks, there's no clear on the edges and no base.
And
well, in Teslas, you're lucky if you get any paint on there at all.
That crazy maroon pearl, like Mazda color, that stuff comes in like whisper thin.
Yeah.
I mean, some of those cars you can't even do a full correction on.
And it's all
like, you couldn't even do like a full buff job.
Right.
It's so thin. So this will be probably the last thing we talk about before we get into blocking, hand sanding, hands-on stuff. But I think this is where a lot of people get misunderstood or misunderstand what's happening on the surface. So when you're sanding, you're obviously putting in sand scratches, and there's so many variables like we talked about before. It's the stroke, the pressure, the speed, all those things. But it's also the way that you crosshatch, you know, things like that. Uneducated guys, when they start sanding, they'll sand all in a straight line, you know. And that what happens is you build into your peaks and valleys, and when you don't have proper technique and proper cross hatching, essentially you just keep sanding grooves in and you never knock down all those peaks. So it changes the way that your paint measures. The other thing is, when you're measuring your paint, it's very difficult to do it while you sand. The reason it's being is, even if you're doing like, 1,000 grit, that probe on that thing is never small enough to read this. So it's always gonna read at your top peak. So whenever you're measuring, it's always gonna read that you remove less with sanding than buffing, because it's reading that top peak. So it's not reading the bottom. So it's kind of inaccurate, right? But the other thing about it is that because of the way the buffing pad contours to the surface and all the abrasive on it, the buffing pad actually removes a lot of material. So when you're practicing stuff, like I said, keep taking readings and write them down when you're in your shop practicing yourself. And what you'll see is you'll just see drastic differences in the amount of material that you remove when you buff. So the reason I keep saying it is because it's so much more important in your sanding technique. Because if you can do it on the first step, you can do some crazy shit that nobody would ever think that you could do, as long as you don't fuck it up. Because you're removing so much material when you buff. So like Kilmer will talk about doing, let's say 400 or 600,
On
really
OEM.
light, even on an OEM going really light with it, it's literally knocking down those peaks really lightly, not using any hand pressure, pulling off the peaks before we dive into a lower grit paper. Because no matter what anybody says, if we take one of those panels out there, I don't care how long you sand it with 1500, you're never gonna get it flat. The more coarse you go, the flatter you're getting, and I've never had it proved any other way.
There is a difference between 1,806, and then if you're ballsy like me, do 320 dry and work your way up. That green truck, the crazy truck that won Battle of Builders, Mike Ring started with 320 dry on that.
How many coats of clear do they have?
I don't know.
More than you could imagine, because the whole underside was more than you could imagine. Because on the truck itself probably has 7. But they build all that stuff. So there's a local company called Gemini Composites that builds all the carbon fiber, and they're in Wisconsin, and they'll build it, but then Mike will finish it all out. So like that on that, and the whole underside of that truck is all carbon fiber belly pan. That was all handmade or whatever. So that thing's probably got like 20 coats of clear on it.
At
It's
least.
like literally like spraying lakes on it and sanding it and sanding it and spraying it and sanding it and spraying it to make it look flat. Obviously, because it's like a 15-foot by 10-foot piece of carbon fiber. That's crazy. But
And if you look under it and you look, it's straight as shit.
it's pretty.
You're like, wow.
Relatively for what it is.
Yeah.
But so if anybody needs any of this stuff, you can contact Colten. I'm happy to provide this stuff in images so that you can look at it at a later point. But I strongly advise doing this stuff because I think it's the difference between being a good polisher and a great polisher or sander or whatever you want to call it, but like finish technician. It's a difference between whether you're really good or whether you're great. Because all those little things make a huge difference. Kilmer, you got anything to add to that before we jump out and do blocks stuff?
Not really. Is there any questions,
Anybody
guys?
got questions?
Any questions?
Sweet.
So I think the first thing we're gonna do is I'm big on the razor blade. We'll blade out a couple of dirt nims, and then we'll start with 600 in a block and see what it gives us.
I want to have you talking about block size and block choice and all that stuff.
I think we can do that out there.
Yeah, no, as we do. Yeah, just want to make sure.
And please, if you have any questions, please ask. Because if you have a question, someone else has it too, and then it spurs on other questions, okay? That's how we learn, okay? And I'm really good at just pointing at someone and saying, like, putting you on the spot, so just be ready. All right,
Cool.
let's go out. Take out defects and trash. Has anyone razor bladed a whole panel? And just kept on going? That's fun.
I like that pesto.
What's that? David does, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of it.
So I feel like more, but I personally like it. It's super easy to use. Does anybody, do you guys know what that is? Like a Merc blade or a fest tool? Yeah, it's just a carbide blade that stays sharp a really long time, and it's really nice because it almost comes like on a rope necklace. But the necklace itself, if you just lay it down, the rope sits underneath it, so it's at the right angle, and you just slide it and it knocks the bibs off. It's similar to a razor blade, but I use it a lot just because I do a lot of D-nib stuff.
You can really screw something up with one too.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
It'll dig a canal out of it, and if you're not making sure it's cutting just the top off, it'll dig a hole in it.
Yeah, you want to you essentially, the angle of it is good because you literally just want to use the pressure from your finger to push down on it, and you literally want to push it forward like you're knocking it off. But if it's soft, you can literally gouge right into it and stuff like that. But I've always thought it to be the best thing. I figured we weren't going to do anything regarding the touch-up stuff, but I do it more or less on a touch-up. So I'll do like a UV-based clear coat. You can dab your clear coat, and you can do this into your solvent pops or anything outside of like a fisheye or something. But you can dab in that UV clear, hit it with a UV light, and it will instantly bond. It'll be hard as shit, and then you can knock it down with that same denibbing tool and essentially denib that and fill that hole. It was something I never did on cars, but when I was a consultant for Trek bicycles, they did it. So I actually copied their process because they can't respray these frames so many times. I mean, the bikes are super expensive; they're $10 grand, but they can only go so far with it. So, and they're all carbon fiber. So at any given point, they're going to have pinholes in it somewhere, and they fill them all with UV clear, and then they just knock them down.
I want to add something to that now that you're talking about pinholes and fisheye type stuff. So if there is a couple fisheyes in this stuff that I noticed. So maybe even right now, because this is still so soft, if I have a big fisheye in the middle of a hood or something and I paint it and I'm like, shit, there's a big fisheye, I'll actually take a touch-up brush for some clear. I'll give it like a half hour, let it kind of dry, and I'll dab it in there, and then we'll sand it out. But if you do that, say you let this dry and you're buffing on it, I got this fisheye, and you dab it, and the next day you cut it and buff it, you'll get it out, but you'll have this little ring around it. It is very faint, but it's there, and that's because those two layers aren't. It's like when you break through a flow coat. Those two layers aren't bonded. It's just filling that pit in. So.
And I don't believe in flow coat.
No.
Okay, you're gonna every person that works for a paint company will say, well, you just knock it down with 6 and you put 2 more coats on.
Every expert out there.
What does clear do? What is its nature? This, okay? You still got to cut that shit out. Now I only have 2 or 3 coats. What happens when you burn into the flow coat? It looks like an open blend. And I was talking to someone this week, and he's like, "Yeah, flow coat, flow coat." I'm like, "Fuck flow coats! Like, you don't really know what you're talking about." Like, but every person that works for a manufacturer will say flow coat. But anyways, okay. So take a razor blade, and I hone the blade. So that looks something like this. I'm gonna put it on the paper, drag it. Can everyone see? And then I bend it back. What that does is that hones the blade. Charlie Hutt showed me that trick. Okay? So, I'm sure there's stuff in this one. Right in here. And I just drag it across. And then I'll move directions. Real light touch, because I know this is super soft. Then I'll go ahead and hone it again. I want that blade and I want paper to be super sharp. How long does paper last? About 5 passes. And then it's done. Oh, it's 3M, it's this, it's that. No, it doesn't last. Change your paper. Change your blades, okay? Paper's cheap, labor's expensive. So I'm just gonna and I'm just letting the blade do the work.
So if you got like a big nasty one, what I would do, like say it's a big high one or whatever, I'll take the blade and just slightly turn it and shave the top off and then do that. Because if it's a big one like that and you're trying to go across it, it'll kind of hop on you and it'll hit it and kind of grab it, and you won't be smooth at it, and it'll kind of create chop marks on both sides. So if it's a big one, just
Get it as flat as you can and just shave the bulk of it off.
Okay, then I'm gonna take, we have the water. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna wet sand a section and you'll see how it gets going. And then I'm gonna switch to dry and do the same thing and see what it does. I already know it's gonna gum up like nobody's business. And again, I don't use big blocks because my physical limitations don't allow me to. So I use small blocks. So I figured out how to use small blocks. So what I'll do is I'll just guide it. Oh yeah, super gummy. So if I push on it, what's that scratch gonna do? It's gonna dig. So my 600 now will be like a 400 or 320. And I'm just feeling every high and every low in this panel. As it starts to loosen up, then I move on the next section, but I always go back as a reference.
Is that straight water that you're using?
Yeah, you don't need soap. Then I do an X, just like you would bodywork or anything else. But I'm literally picking up on the block. It's barely touching the panel. And I can feel all the highs. I got a high spot here, I got a low spot here, I got a high spot here. So when I sand personally, I try to get that all even before I move on. And the best way to do it is not even look, just close your eyes and let your hand and your eyes, or your hand and your brain do the work. It's not gumming out too bad. Now you
Is that on there?
6. Now you can move fast, but just no pressure. And as you get to a new spot, it's gonna catch. Any questions on that? You can see it's flat here, and then as I work out, now, in that movement, right, I felt the highs and lows in that block, and that's a fairly short block. So if I go to a longer block with no flex, I do this. You see all that open spot? It's gonna hit the highs and miss the lows in the panel. So when you go up to the next grit, you've sanded it with 6 or 8 or 1,000, right? And then you go to your next grit, and you do the same thing. It's gonna skip all those scratches, and then you buff it, and you got patches of 6. You're like, what the fuck? Like, that's really upsetting. But if you're not careful and you're not getting out all your scratches and feeling it, you're gonna have a mess on your hands. Does that make sense? So, if I do, me personally, if I'll do that, I'll go to one of my blocks that has a little bit of flex, right? And I use the foam side as a cushion, and then I just do that. So I'll show you kind of what that looks like. Any questions so far? No questions at all? Is this making sense or not? Okay, good. And we're gonna try to do it without guide. So I'll start in a quadrant. You hear the sound difference? So your sanding pattern should look like a nice TIG weld.
cross hatch that?
Nope. My shoulder will not allow me to do that. I've just gotten really good at doing it one way, and it works out well for me.
But would you recommend someone do it?
Yes. What I do, if I'm going to cross hatch, I'll go this whole section, one direction, guide code it, and then go the other direction. Instead, because this will really jack up your shoulder. You can do it, but it really jacks up, at least my shoulder. So that looks something like this. If you do that. It's real light. And then what I do is, as the water dries, you can see kind of the pattern, right? The dark and the light. I can see that. Yeah, we got some. So then I kind of wipe the panel off and I look at my strays, but if I look outside and I bounce up and down, inside this pattern, I use the windows as my guide, or best yet, open up the garage if it was warm, a summer day out, and then you pick a vertical and a horizontal, and then you just bounce on the panel. Now, if you can't see it, what you do is you take some Trizac and shine it up to get a little more gloss on it. Because there's some angles that you just can't see, right? And it's so dark of a color. And it doesn't matter, you're just trying to sight down the panels. I showed this to Mike Ring and he's like, holy shit, I never even thought about that. I'm not very intelligent, so I figure out these little tricks. Now, that's a lot shinier. Now I can see exactly what I'm looking at. It's good right in the middle here, but as I work out, so it's like mowing the grass. So from here, I do little movements. And people are asked, how have you sanded for 25 years with one arm? Because I keep my body tight, and I keep my shoulder tight, and I don't go any more than this. Because if you go out further, that's when you blow out your shoulder. So another way to do it is if you crisscross it this way. Ultimately, if you actually crisscross, that's going to be your best bet to get it laser flat, or try to get it laser flat.
Now, what would the degree of crosshatch be recommended? You know, a 90, 45?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, a crisscross or an X could look like this. So if you're a lefty, and I'm here, Arizona to New York, or Florida to Washington, as just a map. And I always start in a quadrant and work my way in, okay? And then now, you know, we have guide code, but the typical rule of thumb is when you go open grit, say you do 20 passes, okay? Pass up, down. Do 40 or 60 passes with the next group in every section. Every section. So when you get into an area like this, you're gonna have to maybe not use a block, or maybe call me up. And you see that little nice round area? That fits really nice in this area. I wouldn't use acrylic in here. I might use a glue stick, but I wouldn't use acrylic because I'm just gonna gouge it and it's gonna look like crap. So, any questions? Has anyone gone this level on a car? Yeah. No? You have, right?
Yeah, I had it with that car.
Yeah. And how was it?
It's alright.
Yeah, give yourself more credit. Cut it.
Yeah. What would you do differently with these 4 days?
Let it sit and dry. Water.
Yeah. And that's really your biggest enemy, right?
Yeah.
Is letting the stuff do what it needs to do. We're fighting chemicals from the very beginning, from clean steel or aluminum all the way up. We're fighting chemicals. We are pushing the limits way farther than they've ever than they're made. Oh, it's meant for custom work. I don't care what they say on the little P sheet. Oh, we developed this for custom. You know, 202 and 2021 is the same clear. So when you understand manufacturing like David does, all that stuff they put on the cans and it's special. A lot of it's mumbo jumbo because they want you to buy it. Marketing. It's marketing. They're marketing, you know. And let's face it, the custom world is not even on the radar. They're not even making money. They're making money off you collision guys. They could care less about high-end detailers or high-end painters, right? All they care about is like Charlie Hutton being on a poster and going, it's Charlie Hutton and Bobby Alloway. It sells product for the collision guys. It has nothing to do with their revenue at all. That's why PPG wasn't at SEMA this year, because they lose money doing it. It's not a necessity to them. They don't give a shit about you guys. Oh, that's just how it is. Any questions so far? You guys want to tackle something? Or do you want me to go the next grid?
Well, I can't find the white guide code stuff. We want to do it. Maybe we grab it in there, just to make sure we can guide code everything over the process.
Yeah. We could do that.
Strap it.
We can do that.
Well, on a black car, I would typically use we'd use Merc and white, because Merc is the only one that makes white guide code.
I mean, you can see it a little bit.
So
you can see white or black on it.
Yeah, maybe we could try it if you want. But typically on a black or a white car. Yeah, it's powdered guide code, just like the black stuff that you'd use for.
Yeah, it's graphic.
Yeah,
yeah.
Just wanted to make sure. It's like chalk
You
powder.
sand it, and then you just take the guide coat and scrub it in there so it penetrates as much as
I didn't know if there was a better one. We played with guy code.
Marca, I think, in my opinion, is the best. They're the only one that has white, right?
They're the only one that I've ever been able to find white from. So, and not everybody carries it, because not everybody's guide code and that stuff. But it's it's, in my opinion, it's the best thing just for problem solving.
Well, when you're wet sanding in particular, you can't really see. You can feel it.
You
When
can
got
feel
guide
it.
coat on there, it's a visual thing. You can actually see it's happening. There's a good scratch there. It's in the scratch. You can get it out. Where otherwise, being wet, it's all kind of one sheen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think guide code's super important.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
mean, if you want to do it right, guide code is the answer for everything up to I mean, I would still guide code 1,500 grit sand scratches before I go farther, but at that, after that, you can't really get it to stick in very well.
And at that point, the most important part is this, getting it flat and straight. Everything else, we're just taking out scratches.
So
It's
you
really
transact that part at 600 every grid.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Try that. Just look at it.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, it depends on the shape of the panel because there's some areas that it's hard to see.
Yeah.
So if it's a little bit shinier, I did it by accident. Like, fuck, I can't see shit.
Yeah.
Because if you're cutting hard, it's dark. It's not light at all. There's, we have sun here, but like at Kindig, you didn't have any windows on the body shop side. So how did you guys do it? How did you sight down
big
panels?
fluorescent lamps or big lights? There's a big movable, probably as big as this wall that we would just slide around.
And that's what I would recommend if you're serious about this. But I would build a setup with LED strips and then spotlights for your buffing. And we'll go into that as we buff because those two different light sources see different things. Light tubes are good for seeing if stuff's straight. Par 38 like spotlights are great for seeing swirls. Under these lights, when I buff, I can't see shit. You can't see shit. When we go to SEMA, when we did those cars for Roadster Shop and Ring Brothers, we have specific lights to see scratches and swirls. So if it's perfect under those lights, it's perfect at SEMA, and that's why our cars look so good. Because we don't fake it, we know what it looks like. There's a lot to this. There's probably more to there's as much as this as there is bodywork and paint. Because you got to figure how many steps of sanding. If you pop through your primer, just slide it in. Not a big deal. This, it's a big deal. And sanding and buffing is the last thing you do, right? It's the last thing. Why do you think I've had a job for almost 25 years? because I bailed people's ass out. And I have made mistakes in some serious cars. I have burnt through. My nickname is Burning for 8 years. So if you're not burning, you're not learning. It's a famous saying I have in the detailing industry. And also, Kenny Rogers, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Not everything is going to be perfect, and nothing ever is perfect. You could be proud of yourself, buff this out, and come back, literally, go get a cup of coffee, and it literally changes. You're like, fuck, what did I do wrong? Nothing. It's the paint. Paint hates to do what we're doing to it. It doesn't like it. It does not like to be touched. It does not like to be buffed, especially when it's soft. It just laughs at you the whole time. It's like, fucker. You know, and that's just the truth of the matter. Nobody, we're all just trying to guess. Okay? When it comes at this stage, everybody has called me up and called Dave up and said, how do you get your car so nice? I'm like, well, look at it close. It really doesn't look that nice. It's just, that's the nature of the beast. And it's just a pretty straight and simple answer. We're all trying to get a better product. And this is what you see from 20 feet away. This is what brings a person in to go look at all the cool stuff that the fabricator spent way too much time and way too much money. But I can name names at SEMA, like top shelf guys. You go look at the cars like, oh, what happened? Like legitimate heavy hitter builders, like they're bad. Like something went wrong in the process, or they clearly just fucking ran out of time. You know, they just ran out of time. The Jaguar that Chip Foose did. Okay, SEMA's on Tuesday, right? They painted that car on Friday. It's over $1 million car. Now, tell me this, why would you spend 8 years fabricating a car and then rushing the paint until 4 days before? Being in a paint booth company. And they just flat out ran out of time. So, all right, let's go on this hood real quick. I want to get you guys going. But we'll kind of do the same process, just real quick. I'm going to use my block just because I'm comfortable with it. But I know how to use it up here. I just can't do it. By the way, I really like Colten paper. I've used it only on my stuff, just to test it, but it's really good stuff. Alright, let's go over here. Is this cured out on this side?
It's had a little bit of a bake. It's not as much as this has.
I don't care. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm going to go to the edge, and I'm going to show you a little trick, because I only have one eye, so I'm going to show you my trick that I use with one eye. Okay. Everyone said, oh, heavier, better, right? Not necessarily the case. Not necessarily the case. So, when I sand like this, I'll come to the edge. Ooh, that's really sticky. That's pretty fun. I put the pressure on the inside of the edge. So, same thing with the button. If I put the pressure on the inside of the edge, right? My pressure is over here. Again, I'll start pulsing one eye on the opposite side. So as long as that's over on this side, I'm never going to burn through unless I have enough. Does that make sense? Okay. So I always keep the pressure. I can go all the way over as long as my pressure is on this side of the edge and I'm teeter-tottering. And that's really important when you're buffing an edge, right? That keeps you from burning through. So I'm going to do it here. And again, I know the clear is sticky, so So I use my back of the hand for the pressure. And if I do this, my pressure's on the inside. And I'm just floating right now because it's so real, it's really steep. Any questions as I'm doing this? No questions at all?
You're a good teacher.
I am, thank you, I try. Again, I teach simplistic because I don't have everything, okay? I'm like half a half, a quarter, okay? So that's why I teach simplistic, because it's really not that hard. My son can use a rotor with one hand at one time, okay? It's not thinking. When we do high school students in downtown Chicago and Ghetto, I have them close their eyes when I rotor. I just feel it. Like, you have the buffer. If you want to go that way, you tilt it up, it automatically goes this way. If you want it to go that way, you just tilt it 5 degrees and it goes that way. And we do it with our eyes closed. No experience at all. These are game bangers. Okay?
No experience at all, they're bangers.
They're game bangers. I know you know drugs and how to shoot. Come on. I'm going to show you a buff.
They don't know how to hit nothing, but
Yeah,
they know how to
right,
shoot
right.
it.
And I joke with them, and they're like, "Ha, you're fucking funny. I love you." You have to get. When I teach, David knows, I have a passion for teaching because when I was taught in school with my learning disability, they passed on. Like some of the professionals in this industry passed on. It's the guys that gave me a chance. Like that's a big deal. And so, you know, you guys will learn. I don't expect you to know how to do this. It's just, it's simplistic thinking. You know? Does this make sense, guys? I'm feeling the panel, okay? It doesn't matter what block you use, it doesn't matter how you move it, but as long as you feel the panel, close your eyes, feel the panel. You can feel all the highs and lows. Until that's even, I don't move on. I want to make contact patch. So if I come down here, right, I stop the block here. See where it stops? So that's where I stop. If I move it and try to do that, I have a potential of thinning something out. So I'll come here and I'll float it. It's like a lowered car over a speed bump. Okay? I'm floating it. And I'm not moving on until I get it dialed in or until it feels good. When you know you're in the right spot, you're in the right spot. If it doesn't feel right, it's not right. Okay? If I'm coming here, I come over here and I switch over. But I also keep my finger on the inside of the edge. And I'm just floating the block. Floating.
It's kind of the same thing when we get into bumping too.
Yeah.
It's one of the key things where when we go to trainer or go anywhere, I can tell if they're body shop trainer or not because they're working at concave or convex panels and they're correcting it. The guys come up and they'll angle it to a cross section, like they do their body work. And that's really how you should do it. If you want to keep your bumping consistent, you want to keep your third poke removal consistent as you're doing it. You do the same way you do your body work. You know? Like detailers don't do that.
See where my pressure point is here, and it's not here? So I sand it until it's all gone. I don't look at a panel until it's one even color. Then I look at the panel. But I don't need to look at the panel because I can feel it. I pretty much know, and I think Freddy and Colten would say the same thing, you pretty much know where you're at, right? When you're sanding?
Yeah.
If it's fairly flat. I mean, sometimes you're surprised, right? You know, but most times I'm really not surprised. I'm like, yeah, I'm dialed in. I know where I'm at.
So you take 600 right to the edge?
Yeah, because I'm not on the edge. I'm over here.
Where you stop the looking and see
Yeah.
how close to the edge is where it stops and starts.
But again, that's years of burning pain and trying to figure out my disabilities on how to do that. It just happens to really, really work good for everybody. See, that's a great thing about having a disability. If I can do it, you can do it. And if you can't, what's your problem?
No excuses, right?
No excuses. You know.
But that edge work comes into the polishing too.
It does.
Once
It's
you
the
understand,
same thing.
You know, your pressure and angle and axis when you're using your rotor for your edge work, you can literally, you can stand ridiculous up to the edge because your thin spot isn't at that point. Your thin spot's right below that. So as long as you don't tip.
Now, typically when you burn, if your block is not angled, you're going to burn for right there. You know why? Because you're hitting that double. You're hitting the edges. Usually within here, usually is where you get a thin spot, unless you're tipping. Because you're hitting this double. You kind of got to make an unconscious, you know, Dave was saying unconscious thought process. Okay, I know I hit this harder than I did this, or I double cross it or something. I know that if I'm going to burn, it's probably going to be in the area. So it's, don't be scared, but just take a mental note of where you stand and where you have to stand. You know, these curves in these corners, they're difficult. You know, I like using a glue stick. A glue stick is great, it's cheap. You go to Hobby Lobby and buy it. Anything is a sanding block. I learned that from Charlie Hutton. When he did First Love, I asked him, how do you get these areas? Like, whatever I find around the shop. It could be a piece of balsa wood. It could be MDF cabinet speaker. It could be cardboard. It could be no block. There are areas where a block is not ideal, you know, where you just have to get in a weird area, and sometimes a buffer won't fit in. So we wrap a microfiber towel. Ooh, that's really sticky. Wrap a microfiber towel, put compound on the towel, and really hand rub this area, because this area is a real bitch. Okay, because it curves up, down, back in. So you have like 4 different segments. I look at panels as segments. Every time my block doesn't touch, it's a different segment. So it's a different thought process. What block contact patch? I want my block to hit 100% of the panel 100% of the time. If it doesn't, I either switch a block or switch how I sand it. And buffing's the exact same way. Contact patch. Everything you do, from wiping a panel down with wax and grease remover, is contact patch, right? How that towel contacts wiping it off and cleaning the panel. Everything is contact patch. Everything you do. And the better contact patch you have, the better the outcomes. So it's very simple, unconscious thought process. Literally, you can teach this stuff to kindergartners. Does that make sense, guys? Is it logical? It's really not that hard. It just takes a sheet. Right? And Freddy's got a lot of practice. He's probably fucked up more than he has done practice. Same with me. And it's just practice. Don't be scared. It's pretty good fucking. Yeah. Oh, I'm fast. You know, nobody has fucked up more high in cars than this guy right here. Okay. All right. But I'm not ashamed to say that. I'm not ashamed to say I left Troy Trepender shop because I fucked up so much. And it was more important for me to save face and not screw up the process more than I did. Yeah, it sucks. Troy was my but that's the way it goes sometimes. Sometimes it's not your day. Sometimes it's not your week. Sometimes it's not your month. You know, I'm sure there's cars Freddy would love to do over again. I've never been happy with anything I've ever done. Ever. Ever. And then I can tell you every spot on every car we did for Seniors. And so can the guys. That's why they bring us in to help. Because at that point they're like, hey, do your thing, we trust you. Like when Jeremy Gerber calls you in and says, hey, I'm like, what the fuck is this? He's like, Jeremy Gerber from Roast Show. I'm like, hey, what's up? He's like, I know you're fucking busy. Like, can you come to Chicago? Like, it's your lucky day. I'm actually in Chicago. He's like, fucking fantastic. So I charge him accordingly. Why? Because I'm saving the day, right? I used to not charge a lot. Now my wife is like, you have to charge more. You're like the best.
Plus, at this point in the game,
Yeah.
they're gonna see the difference. I mean,
Yeah, they really do.
the high-end builders are understanding there's a difference. I mean, obviously, we're all here doing this stuff. Like, so when you get to that level, there's a huge difference in people who really want that. Don't ever shortchange yourself on it because you'll end up working for free for them.
But it wasn't that way. When I first started doing 1099 traveling around the country, I was the first one of any realm to travel. Literally, I had my suitcase with all my blocks in there, my glove and bag. I was the first one to travel. I have seen work literally with everybody. I think the only guy I actually have worked with was but I know all the guys there. Joe Valley called me up and said, how do you buff? How do you see? Like, to me, that's a big deal. Like, Zane Colten called me. I've never talked to him. He's like, I've studied your whole career. Like, guys know about me, know who I am. A lot of guys didn't even know my real name. They just knew I was that polishing guy that traveled all around the country. They kind of knew who I was, but kind of didn't on the detailing side and the hot rod. Like, just a detailer. And I'm not good at it, really. I love to make shiny paint. Because even if you have kind of a piss poor paint job, like a nickel paint job, you can make that thing look really good. If the body allows you, and if it doesn't, think outside the box or out the block. Get a more flexible block. Use what you got. Mix. With having a disability, you don't focus on what you don't have. Focus on what you have. Okay? Focus on what you have, and I bring people in like David, that's a great friend, that knows my weaknesses, and I know what he's good at, and he knows what I'm good at, and we feed off each other. That's how you become lethal. That's how you become really good. Nobody knows it all. And if they say they do, you can step away from that person or that shop. Nobody knows it all. I learn from my students, right? Because we've had some students, and I've probably taught 4 over my career. I've learned from them. You know, there's some really smart people, and they're like, they have a thought process, right? Well, what if you do this, or what if you do this, or what if you make a block with foam? This wasn't my idea. My friend did this. So it's just that. So let's have fun. Let's get some sand, okay? Yeah. So grab a block, and what I would like you to do, I want you to finish your spot all the way from buffing to sand, okay? And don't look it over your buddies and go, that looks better. I'm gonna just switch over to his side because it's gonna look better. Stick with your spot, okay? And let's see what you do, all right?
So right now, what are you gonna start with?
What?
What are you gonna start with?
Just 6 or 8,
Yeah.
whatever you guys are comfortable. Start with 6.
So like from now until lunch, we'll focus on trying to block this stuff out, and
Yeah.
six up to
6 to 1,000.
6 to 1,000.
6,000. Use the guide code. Or do we have any Sharpies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
We're gonna use Sharpies, but hard ones. I did tic-tac-toe on it. Literally, I did tic-tac-toe. This is a nose. I buffed it out and got in the sun.
You see it.
You can see the car, and I did the whole car like, oh, whatever. Lesson learned. So yeah, Sharpie's another way to be able to see, because it's not going to go away until it's in. All right, let's have fun. It's sticky, huh? Do we have more water?
Yes, there is water. There is water in this sprayer right here.
Okay. Here, let's put some water on that. Let's. Yeah, let's try it. A little highs and lows. We're gonna stay in a spot until What do you think of that dry coat on this sticky flare?
I kind of like it.
Don't lie to me now.
I like it.
I know. I know it does. I can hear my voice.
If I didn't like it, I wouldn't still be using it.
Yeah.
Right?
And hit it. But know that there's a high spot through here. So we want to go like over carbon. If we go directly on it, right, we're going to keep it through. Okay? It's crazy. Dude, should I take a fuck up his area? Do my own fucking note. Do it. I'll put Colten fucking sucks.
What did you say with the Sharpie?
Wait. Where's he at?
He's in the office doing something on the computer.
Perfect.
So you got time.
Let's see, Colten C. T O N. Colten sucks. And it's like J K. It'll come out, maybe. I don't know. It's his spot. See how good he really is.
Jason. Yeah. I love you too, brother. Yeah. Okay. Now. What I want you to do is get it out.
I'll get it out.
All right. I'll get it out. All right.
So, all you guys got 3 numbers. There, we're gonna do a little drawing. So, everything on the table over here, and everything kind of within reason on the stage. All the stuff up against the wall, obviously, is not part of it, but all the stuff on the stage is part of it. So, like, there's a couple stacks. Each stack is 1 prize. So, let's start drawing some numbers. Everybody will win 3 things. So, but first choice is first choice. So, whoever gets the number first. 14. There we go.
These are the brown ones, obviously, Colton.
This is a round set.
It's a round set.
Yeah.
All right, Kyle. You've been wanting one of these for ages.
One thing I was going to show you guys too. So FPS, one of our sponsors, they have this UTG or UKG some gold tape. So every time you take tape and stick it to itself, you never get it apart, and then it's just shit. So this stuff, you can just roll it right up. You can, if I can get it here, find an edge. But let me grab a different piece here. Too big. But if I take this and just punch it up, pulls back apart, and you can actually, like, if you do it a lot more careful than I did, you can take it back apart, reuse, like, not reuse it, but move it, you know, stuff like that. So it's really good. It's kind of like it's really transparent. It's basically mostly for like doing stripes and lowrider stuff, a lot of that type of stuff, because it's transparent. You can see right through it. So if you got a fine line tape and you're doing something, you got to cut up to it, something like that, it's pretty much totally transparent. It's like frisket almost, but in a tape roll. So there's some of that up there too. So I just wanted to explain that real quick. 19.
Stacking the deck. Our boys getting home. Complete our block set, Logan?
Probably have to.
That's mine.
do it.
Numero uno. That's one.
Yeah.
17.
Stayed up. Yep, exactly.
You can get the court boys get any more, you have to bring some.
I know.
The stuff on the table behind you is in this too, so.
I'll say I'm gonna leave some stuff for
All
everybody.
you guys do is that, 12.
I told you, we're gonna have to get the trailer.
Bad deal.
Well, you spent
Well, I
the
guess
most
that's what you
money.
get when you take 2 of the classes.
Yeah.
23.
Oh, what's toaster?
Hard to can to Andy.
11. Three. 25. 4. It's a little like it's a roll, but it's like a little tape machine on a little roll. So it's got tape and paper, and you just roll it, and tape's on it already. Oh, good. 24.
Why don't you just stay up standing?
Is that a banner?
I think so. Poster, banner, something like that.
It's a banner?
All that shit's not out, it's just.
Yeah. Yep.
You see right here.
2. 30.
Poor little guy. Tucker neck.
30. 30.
Yeah, you do. You got 30.
Scared the shit
If I can.
6. 6.
Oh, pretty good.
9. 21. 15. You get 2 of them. There's a stack. I'll get both of them. Some shirts that I want. 26.
I have one more yet.
16.
Yeah, that's just.
13. 22.
Hey Colt, are the sizes of the shirts exchangeable or?
Yeah, if I have something different, I'm somewhat limited, but if we can see if I got whatever size it is. So if you want a shirt, grab one, and if it don't fit you, we'll get rid of one. 5. 31.
Oh.
No,
Where?
not that stuff. Just yep. Both.
32. 20. 8.
Don't even know what the hell that says. That'll fit.
33. 7. 18.
I don't do. Hey. Very funny.
everybody does their stuff a little bit different. Kimberly likes to polish with a rotary. I do a lot of polishing with a DA. When you get into high level stuff, it really depends on how you like it. I spend a lot of time with gloss meters where you test the glossiness of different pads and polishes and all this stuff. And the one thing I can tell you is I still finish with a DA because in my personal opinion you gotta have two beats next to each other in order to tell the difference. But you will always get a higher gloss meter reading with a rotary. I've never once ever gotten a higher gloss meter reading with a DA over a rotary too. It's part of the reason is because of the cross hatching. So the cross hatching, even though we can't see it, creates a haze for the reflection lens reading, where that circular scratch doesn't create that same type of haze. So you're really good with the rotary and you're doing high-end show cars and you want your shit to just look amazing. The rotary is always going to show a higher velocity, even though like I advocate that. I'm a good rotary user, but I have like this horrible fear of going to a car show, seeing floor marks on something I spent so much time for. So me personally, like as much as I know that I'm good, I still finish with the 8. But Kilmer still likes to finish the rotary. A lot of people do, and it will be awesome. So, Freddy's working on that really quick. Nobody was standing around here before, but this stuff's really soft, so you kind of got to be careful when you're doing it. But like I was talking about before, like in an OEM setting, they use electric little tools, but we're going to come in and take a dirt nib. Typically, I'd hit it with the razor blade first, so it's a little bit flatter. We got a small spot. We spent 5 to 10 seconds sanding that, and then I'm literally going to grab this tool with a compound. So then I'll literally use this with the long orbit, about 10 seconds or less, and you should be able to remove that part. So that quick, you remove all, and there's still a little bit left there. I just don't want to clog it up. But nonetheless, on your normal cars that you're going to come in, you should be able to do like, 20 to 30 seconds per spot, and you should have no problem denibbing all the way across the whole hood instead of like just taking the rotary and sitting there and then coming back with a black pad and polishing it again. It really just doesn't make any sense. And with a microfiber pad, depending on the clear coat you use, with this polisher, you either use like a microfiber or a yellow foam pad, and then either a cut or that yellow polish. And one of those combinations is going to be able to do whatever. If it's black, straight black, there's no metallic, there's no pearl or something there, you might have to just grab this off the pad and clean up after yourself just to make sure there's no tickles. But 90+% of the cars you made are going to be fine with the whole set, especially if it's good. What's that? So yeah, I guess we'll sand everything up to 3,000, 2 and 3. Yeah, we got 2 and 3. And then we can, I'll run around and clean everything up as you guys get finished. And then we'll jump to the polish. With my car, so I do my process a little bit different. DA sanding does work really good. It is super efficient. There are some issues with it, and it takes some fine tuning depending on how you do it. In my opinion, for how I do it, I DA because I need to save time. I don't have a choice. So for me, what I'll do is I block everything to 1,000 grit, and then I DA everything at 1,000 with 1,500. And I use like a 3M purple Trizac. And the reason I use that paper, they only make it in a 1,500. They make it in 6-inch and 3-inch, and I use that paper. It's been useful for me when I don't have the hours that I want. That paper is 3D printed.
We do a demo?
No, because we don't have the right paper.
Oh, you just want to show them?
No, I mean eventually, but the purple 3M Trizac is a thicker film, and if you look at it, essentially it's 3D printed abrasive, and they look like pyramids. It started being used in the OEMs because they're 3D printed, they're all in perfect rows. So the slurry of your built-up clear coat can escape out of the pad, and it doesn't make pigtails, really bad pigtails, and that's why it works so well. If you tip the polisher, you can dig in, or I'm sorry, you tip the sander, you can put some diggers into it, so it does require some technique to it, but I like it because it totally tears out the 1,000 grit.
it gives me a break between my finish sanding and my heavy sanding. So what I do is I hand block up to 1,000, I DA with 1,500, and then I go back into hand sanding with 2,000 and 3,000. And the reason that I do that is because if I have random chasers, random scratches left over that I'm trying to figure out what went wrong, I have a break in the middle where it has a different sanding action. So if I'm having a hard time getting a scratch out, I know damn well it's not a 2,000 or 3,000 grit scratch. I know that I fucking missed something and it was before my DA. So just having that DA motion in there allowed me to identify a problem really quickly. Does that make sense? Does everybody? Okay. So depending on how you do it, Kilmer never does that. Kilmer's usually has enough time and they're gonna pay him for all the time that he needs to do it. He's gonna block it all the way out. Normally I'm getting called like 3 days before and like, hey, we really need you to do this. So it's like, I need it to look like Kilmer's, they're the closest that I can. And I gotta cut corners in some way, you know, like that's the overall goal.
I DA'd a Chevelle last week, sanded the whole thing with a DA 15, a quick soft block with 15 just to get some of my hooks out, and then 3,000 it, and I buffed it, did a rough buff, and polished it in 16 hours. Did it look good? No, but it didn't look bad, and that's all they wanted to do.
And the rest of the stuff, it's subject to your opinion. You know, like, so we all base our opinions on the things that we bring on based on our experiences. I don't use fine finishing DAs. Like, so those 3-4 millimeters, I don't personally use them. Main reason why is because I think it creates its own texture in clear coat, which is part of the reason why we block out 3,000 grit. If you use something with a small orbit, it's essentially taking that abrasive and it's almost like drilling it in. You know, so for me, when I DA sand, I prefer that 8 or 9 millimeter DA over a 3 or 4 or even a 6 millimeter DA. Because the tighter the orbit, it might be less aggressive, but you're taking that thing and now it's not moving around, it's essentially going like this, you know? It's almost like drilling. So one of the reasons why me and Jason block sand all of our finished work is because if you DA it, you start to see these textures and you can't understand why you can't get rid of it. And that could be one of the reasons. One of the reasons is you have a short orbit tool, it's creating its own mark and you're never gonna get it out unless you resand it. So, does that make sense too? Sweet. All right, I think I'm done interrupting you now. Everybody's cracking those bottles. There is DAs if anybody wants to DA under your bill.
How you doing, sir?
It's almost out. I think. Maybe.
Little tools are pretty fun.
Don't look at it. No. It's
so. I think it looks good. Wow, you can see on here. This is your rotary marks, but this is seating marks still. See that? This has got to be screwed the harder stuff with it. But see you do that. Which one do you want to use for that? So when we use like hardening, we usually use seasonal first, or like when it's new like this, I'll go around it. Or some people will do like a spiral. But the goal is just to make sure that it's liquid all the time, but it's not too soil. But you go around all the rest spots. You only make the same only with rotary. With the DA, I always keep the product straight out of the pack, so I think it's easier. Once we prime it, we put a couple more dots on.
It may not actually be burned all the way through, but it's right there.
So, what we're going to do with this is, unlike the PA, if I start here, and I just start looking this way, the abrasive down, it's going to be more as I'm working, there's plenty of time where I have just spread out. That'll turn up to like flat panels already. Just like the legs there. I want to use just down pressure to keep the path flat before it's not. I would give it a while, jump around. If it's hot, so this part right here, it starts to go. Yeah, it's hard because most of the time it's going to happen in the curve. So the curve and how your car and by having that line, we always work on it. That'd be an easy way to answer So anybody that started it, this is literally the next thing.
How bad do you want?
Arm speed or machine speed? So I think so everybody does it a little bit different, and this is what I was talking about this before. You see, you watch a lot of YouTube videos.
Yeah, dude, that would
They're going to say, like, oh, you want to be operating like this. I would tell you, I think it works really good. It's super efficient. But I don't
For guys or gals? Both.
So, you don't know what you're doing. Like, well, no, if you want to learn this is on use of the, I have
He likes the attention.
It's like, if I move this fast, and I start running through right here, I don't know for like 5 seconds later if I'm past it. That's it. So for me, I
I'm working the panel, paying attention to what's happening, and if I see something, I can stop and not fully get into it. And work around, at that point, at least I can work around it. I don't want to make this worse. Some guys who are like this, they're going to get tired, you know, you got to find better procedure, and you know, not like fatigue.
Yeah, but what we're about to do.
It is, but I don't think it's, I mean, there's different methods. Like, you guys have a lot of options. There's a number of methods. Like, so there's a scrubbing technique where people put up a sleeve. But it works. See, like, just thinking about that, I feel that. So, you rotary the whole time, you probably got that. So, that's one of the reasons I don't like scrubbing is, especially with the software. The biggest part of the show is that once it starts to dry out, you'll tell, because that show's starting to stick in the turkeys. You scrub it through, because it's so soft. As long as you can tell us what's okay. Great question. No, go ahead. Maddie got one.
I don't part of this looking at it in the sunshine, but it looks great. This looks like what this looks like if you were with me.
David, do you have a spotlight?
There was a light here someplace.
I had it,
Yep. So we'll wipe it off.
What's weird is that the blue hood doesn't act like that. At all. So yeah, what you're seeing is this.
Hold the light on one area. If I couldn't get some. I'm trying to still get this cut, but
now I'm in the middle.
so when is this? Not ready. So I didn't lubricate it, hardened it just see how it's more consistent.
I gotta get some. I just want to figure it out. Dude, this hip feels so much different than that one. What? This hip feels so much different than that one. Oh yeah. You can't use my credit. Why? Because you get time on 6 days. It's not like that. You know, Grand National, I don't want to go first. Yeah. Same deal. Like literally, and then I took a DA look at it, and I took the color burger. It's just a breaker wood. See how it's so soft it is. It's in there. Plastic against plastic.
It's still gonna wipe off. Shit.
Think you got to polish out of this fresh?
Oh yeah, I did it. This was fun.
Probably sure
It's gonna take time, but yeah. As long as I keep this saturated pretty wet, keep that machine speed down and keep the heat down. It just doesn't like the movement of the
This one doesn't look. Alright, so we did a test spot while you're gone.
And it's that sheer action of the movement. It's like putting on a bowl of jello and shaking, your brain.
So the only way to fix it is to
Because it likes that smooth action.
But like, I mean, it's like a big difference. So you see how
Same pad,
stuff or whatever.
different tool. See how that works? So, what that tells me is by using the rotary, first it broke over the crust. It's crushing over that foot. So let's do it. Now do it.
Do you ever use like a detailer to wipe the up a little bit?
Otherwise, it's gonna wanna do this. You don't mind.
Haze, see the haze? I don't like it either. I just like that. Is it adding
Do it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
See how it hazed it out?
That's all
How
it
it
is.
worked it?
That's all the stuff I
It's
said.
that
If you want.
sheer movement.
If you want, you can finish your stuff first if you want, and then I did the whole front side of the towel, and then the side of the top and some of the three thousand.
See, it almost instantaneously clears it out.
That'll give you more room too, because it's going on. You don't gotta worry about boards. You're gonna go here or there? Yep, that'd be good. Sorry. Cool. Figure out where you have stuff after
Some mess on the basin over here in the floor.
yeah. It always ends up the same way.
What are you using there, boy?
Oh man, Warrior! It's a real hunk of shit. What's that?
Yeah, the finished albums were really good with that kind of knowledge.
Oh yeah? Sure. The DA?
Yeah, but the ball is the only thing that we didn't have all the sand scratch stuff.
Yeah.
So we had to go back and
Yeah, I hate those, but
I just want to say, like, as long as this is you're gonna be having like something on somewhere.
yeah. would be cool, right? Tell me what it wants.